So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Cosfeach. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto was made the decision to attend Yokai Academy. NarutoXOmoteMoka movie. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. So you have everything packed? Kushina Namikaze asked as she stood next to her husband, Minato Namikaze, who stood at the doorway with his arms crossed. They were seeing their son off as he would soon leave for the bus to Yokai Academy. Kushina was a beautiful woman with long red hair, amethyst eyes and a great figure. She had a loving personality, but if someone pissed her off, then in the words of a famous man, I pity the fool. Minato was a tall good-looking man with a strong, lean build that was nothing like those gross bodybuilders. However, since Minato was a yokai, he was a lot stronger. He had spiky platinum blonde hair and blue-colored contacts over his red eyes, making them appear the same color as his wife. Yaka-san, I've got everything I need, Naruto replied as he shifted the bag on his shoulder. He had spiky blonde hair with silver streaks and natural amethyst eyes like his mother's. He was almost an exact copy of his father except for the hair color. Naruto was wearing Yokai Academy's school uniform with two alterations. The first was a black tie with an orange swirl at the end, and the second was a black leather bracelet with a small rosary on it on his right wrist. I don't like the uniform though, it needs more orange. Nonsense, it looks great on you, Kushina said as she moved closer to her son to fix his tie before giving him a hug. I am going to miss you, Naruto. I am going to miss you too, Ka-san, her son said as he returned the hug. Minato waited for the two to part before walking up to his son. He placed a hand on his shoulder while giving him a grin. Naruto, I am going to miss you as well, but I want you to make sure of a few things. The first is to study hard and try not getting into a lot of trouble, but I get the feeling you might. After all, you're your mother's son. Minato ducked his head, dodging his wife's swipe. Also, be careful while you are there. Especially if you see any vampires. Naruto nodded his head. I will too, san. Don't worry, I am going now. Bye. He opened the door and started walking out. Once he was outside, released a sigh before heading to where the bus was going to pick him up. So here I go. Watch out, Yokai Academy, cause here come Naruto Namikaze. It took Naruto a good 15 minutes before he made it to the bus stop, where he saw the bus just arriving. When Naruto made it on the bus, he noticed two things. One was the driver was giving a creepy laugh and his eyes were glowing. The second was another student on the bus. Before he could move to sit down, the bus driver spoke. You're the final student on my pickup list that attending Yokai Academy, right? The bus driver asked. His glowing eyes stared at Naruto for a second before he continued to speak. You're definitely Minato's kid, almost a spitting image of him. Yeah, I get that a lot, Naruto replied while rubbing the back of his head, before realizing what the man had said. Wait, you know Toussaint? Of course, he is an old friend of both me and the principal. The driver closed the doors behind Naruto and got ready to drive. It would be best if you got into a seat. The road's about to get a bit bumpy, hee. Ignoring the creepy laugh, Naruto walked back while thinking, if the principal knows Toussaint, I guess that means they know about my secret too. Naruto looked to the side to see a boy around the same age as him looking out the window. He seemed pretty ordinary with unkempt mess brown hair and brown eyes. He was wearing the same uniform as well. As Naruto moved down the rows, the boy turned to him and gave a friendly smile. Hello, nice to meet you, the boy said, making Naruto grin a little. Yeah, likewise. I am Naruto Namikaze. Naruto introduced himself as he sat down in the seat next to the boy and reached a hand out. First year and you? Sukune Aono, and I am a first year as well, Sukune said as they shook hands. The two conversed for a while, getting to know each other. Naruto could tell that Sukune didn't have a lot of confidence in himself. The brunette considered himself average and nothing special, though Naruto could tell he was a good guy. It definitely was a positive for Naruto that he was able to make a friend so quickly at school. He never really tried to make friends with others at his middle school because they would try to bully him, but he had fought back and sent a few to the hospital. Naruto silently shook the memory out of his head. This was a new place to start and make friends. Sukune noted that Naruto was a very cool guy, energetic and funny, but knew how to be serious in certain situations. It surprised Sukune about how nice Naruto was. Usually guys with such good looks were arrogant jerks and bastards, but Naruto didn't seem to be like that at all. Sukune, like Naruto, was glad he was able to make a friend so soon. Being alone during his time at the academy would have sucked. The two boys' conversation was interrupted by the bus driver as the bus entered a dark tunnel. As soon as we exit this tunnel, we'll be at the front of the school, the bus driver said to get their attention. You two better make sure you are ready, he said before turning back to them, showing his glowing eyes. Because Yokai Academy is known to be a very scary school, he finished his warning with a laugh. Naruto released a low scoff before looking at Sukune, who seemed to be panicking a little at what he said. When they reached the end of the tunnel, A bright light covered the bus and blinded the two for a second. When they opened their eyes, the boys noticed the bus came to a stop. "Well, here we are," the bus driver said as he opened the door. Both Naruto and Sukune grabbed their bags and made their way off the bus. When they both got off, they saw a scarecrow in front of them with a smiling pumpkin head and a sign that said Yokai Private Academy. A good mile or two from where they were standing was the school, or at that what they believed it was. It looked like a haunted mansion. Lightning was flashing behind it like in horror stories. Surrounding the school and the area they were currently were many dead trees and tombstones. Some crows stared at them with their small black eyes. "Well, you two better be careful," the bus driver said casually before driving away, leaving the two boys behind. Getting out of his stupor first, Sukune yelled out at the retreating bus. "Wait a minute. Just what kind of place is this?" His shout went unanswered as the bus disappeared into the tunnel again. He turned away from the tunnel to take another look at his surroundings, slightly shivering. This is where we're going to school. It's like another world compared to outside the tunnel," he said more to himself, but Naruto could easily hear his words. "Well, let's get going. Don't want to get in trouble before we even start classes," he said as he gave the panicking brown-haired boy a pat on the back as he started walking towards the school. "Why, yeah, I guess so," Sukune responded as he followed the blonde, inwardly crying in fright and despair as he thought about much he suddenly missed his home. The two of them followed the pathway towards the school. But Naruto was already getting bored after just staring at only tombstones and dead trees the whole time. But before he could try and do something to relieve his bored, he heard a strange noise coming from behind them, making him stop in his tracks. "Huh?" Sukune noticed Naruto had stopped walking and stared at his new friend before asking, "Something wrong, Naruto?" "I just thought I heard something." Naruto stood there for a second before shrugging his shoulders at Sukune. "Guess it was just my Ima." He didn't get to finish as he felt something slam into his back. It turned out to be a pink-haired girl on a bike. She flew off the bike and collided with Naruto, sending them tumbling a few feet away before coming to a stop with Naruto lying on top of her. "Naruto!" Sukune exclaimed as he ran towards his friend and the girl. Naruto slowly got up, making sure not to hurt the girl. "Yeah, I think so. Was that a bike?" Naruto asked as he reached for his head. Feeling something wet falling down his cheek, turning his head to get a look at the girl. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the most beautiful girl had ever seen before. She had long pink hair that below her waist. It reminded Naruto a little of how long his mother kept her hair before shaking the thoughts away, and her dazzling green eyes stared up at him. She was dressed in the female version of the school uniform, and as he got a better look at her face, before noticing she was staring up at him with a small blush on her face, Naruto remembered their position and quickly got off her with an apology. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." The girl sat up and gave him a shy and embarrassed smile. "No, I am the one who should apologize. I was feeling a little weak because of my anemia and I accidentally crashed into you." She looked at him a little startled. "Oh no, you're bleeding." Naruto reached up and touched his cheek. Sure enough, there was a little bit of blood. "Don't worry about it, it's nothing." Sukune, who was almost overcome by how beautiful the girl was, just stared as she took out a handkerchief from her pocket and reached over to wipe the blood from his friend's cheek. He noticed that she seemed to freeze before her head drew to Naruto's face with a small blush on her face. "This scent, it's so good," the girl mumbled as she seemed to be sniffing Naruto. "Scent?" Naruto repeated as he watched her sniff him, before a thought shot through his brain. "Wait, don't tell me she's a..." "I am sorry, but I can't control myself when blood is around." The girl placed her hands on Naruto's face as he apologized, "Because I am a vampire." She leaned close to Naruto's neck and bit down. "A vampire?" Naruto whispered in surprise as he felt the girl suck his blood, and it didn't hurt. It was more like a tiny pinch and there was a pleasant feeling in his neck. He didn't think that he would see a vampire this soon. Naruto turned to look at Sukune, who looked like he was panicking a little at what was happening in front of him. When the girl finally pulled away, she had a dreamy look on her face as she spoke. "Thank you so much, your blood was the best I've ever tasted." "Thanks," Naruto replied, not knowing how else to respond. "Naruto, are you okay?" Sukune asked his in a daze friend before turning to the girl. "Did you really just drink his blood?" A look of embarrassment came to her face as she nodded her head. "Yes, I am sorry for doing that without any warning or asking, but as soon as I caught his scent I couldn't hold myself back." She gave the two a smile. "I am a vampire, you see." "A vampire? As in the blood-sucking yokais that hate crosses and garlic?" Sukune exclaimed. "Uh-huh." The pinkette seemed quiet as she stared at Naruto before asking, "Do you not like vampires?" Naruto shook his head as he stared back at the female vampire. "I can't really say that I have anything against them. I mean, I only know of one." Naruto gave her a sheepish smile as he rubbed the back of his head. Naruto felt a body collide into him and saw the girl was now on top of him, giving him a bright smile. I am so glad to hear that. Do you want to be friends? She asked excitedly. Sure, I don't see why we can't, Naruto replied, blushing a little on how close she was to him. The girl looked over to Sukune with a hopeful look. The boy chuckled nervously before nodding his head. I hope we can be friends too. Yay, 2 new friends. The girl cheered before introducing herself. My name is Moka Akashiya, nice to meet you both. I am Sukune Aono, and I am Naruto Namikaze, pleased to meet you, Naruto said with his eyes closed. Excuse me Moka, but do you think you could get off please? The girl realized their position and quickly jumped to her feet and apologized, but Naruto waved it off with a smile. The 3 walked towards the school, with Moka walking next to her bike. They talked about how they were all first years and Moka was hoping that they would all have the same homeroom. She seemed really happy to have friends. I am glad I got to find some friends here, I was afraid that I would be all alone again. Moka smiled. He smiled at her excitement. Yeah, same here, but wouldn't a pretty girl like you have lots of friends? Naruto instantly regretted his words as Moka suddenly blushed again and looked away. Sukune was wondering the same thing. A pretty girl like her should have no trouble making friends. Naruto, thinking he said the wrong thing, tried to explain himself. No, I didn't mean. You're acting like we're your first one ever, that's all. Moka didn't look at them as she replied in a sad-toned voice. That's because you both are. Naruto and Sukune stared at her in surprise after she said that. Naruto stared at the vampire in surprise. She was nothing like the vampires he had heard about. They were known to be ruthless and showed no mercy to their victims. But his father had told him that there were a few, like him, that were exceptions to this, like an old friend of his named Akasha Bloodriver. Naruto's face grew a smile and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Well then, I am very glad to be your friend. Would you like to walk with us to the school? He said, offering her his hand. She looked between at him and Sukune, who was giving his a small smile, and shyly took the offered hand. I would be happy to. The 3 headed towards the school, rushing their pace a bit so they would not miss the entrance ceremony. Sukune, however, was wondering to himself why Moka called herself vampire. A few hours later, after the long, boring and annoying speech given at the entrance ceremony, Naruto and Sukune were finally able to relax as they made it through the crowd and found their homeroom. They were happy to have found themselves in the same room and were now sitting in the seats next to the windows. Naruto was sitting behind Sukune and watched as the classroom was full of chatter. The homeroom teacher came in and settled down the class. She was a young blonde woman with glasses and had a weird hairstyle. 2 tufts of hair on each side were sticking out almost like a pair of cat ears. In Naruto's opinion she seemed a little airheaded, but had a nice personality. Sukune was just glad that he had such a beautiful, nice teacher. She smiled at the class and started her introduction. Hello class, and welcome to Yokai Academy. I am your homeroom teacher, Shizuka Nekonomiya, she said cheerfully before walking next to something written on the blackboard. I am sure you all are already aware of this, but Yokai Academy is a school built for the sake of yokais. This made Sukune freeze as he tried to absorb what she just said. A school F for M-Mon monster. The fact is that the world is currently dominated by humans. If we are to survive, we must learn to coexist with them. The class seemed to ignore Sukune's actions as they listened to the teacher speak. Well, except for Naruto, who watched Sukune's body shake like crazy with an eyebrow raised. He shook his head a little to listen as the teacher explained the rules. That brings us to our first rule. While you are at this school, you must stay in human form unless you are given special permission from the principal and staff. You must always stay in human form as it's to help you practice disguising yourself as a human. The second rule is that you must never allow any of your fellow students to know what your true form is. Now everyone will follow these rules, correct? This are some stupid rules if you ask me. A brawny student sitting in the seat next to Sukune called out. Nekonomiya-sensei looked at the student before looking at her class roster. You're Saizo Komiya. Would it not be better for us to eat up any humans we find? Or in the case of beautiful girls, to molest them? Saizo commented as his tongue slithered out, freaking out Sukune and getting a small huff from Naruto. Oh no, that wouldn't be possible, Nekonomiya-sensei answered, since here at Yokai Academy, the teachers and students are all yokais. There are no genuine humans here. Since this academy is completely covered by a secret barrier, any human who somehow wanders in will be killed immediately. The fact that she said that caused Sukune to mentally freak out a little. The addition to Saizo giving him a creepy look wasn't helping him calm down. Excuse me sensei, Naruto's voice called out, making everyone turn to him. Almost every girl in the class blushed as they stared at him. Wouldn't that be kind of a contradiction? I mean, if this school was created for us to coexist with humans, how does killing them help? That question quieted everyone as they thought about the truth of his words. Truthfully, I am not sure how. Only the creator of the school would know the answer to that, Nekonomiya-sensei replied before she heard the door open. I am so sorry I am late, a girl's voice called from the classroom door. After the entrance ceremony I kind of got lost in the school. Nekonomiya-sensei looked over to the girl and smiled. It's fine, why don't you introduce yourself? Okay. The girl revealed to be Moka as she stepped into the room and faced the class. My name is Moka Akashiya. It's nice to meet you all. Immediately the boys went crazy as they looked at the beautiful girl. Is that really her human form? She's so hot, I think I am in love. I am so glad she's in my class. Many such comments flew about the room and were suddenly be shouted out to her. One of the students, the one who had commented earlier about eating humans and molesting their woman, didn't bother to say anything. He just eyed her with a hungry look. Moka stood there a moment. She didn't think she would get such attention and looked around the classroom. Her eyes widened as she spotted two familiar faces. Naruto-kun. Sukune. She shouted happily. I am so glad we're in the same class. She ran over to them and gave Naruto a hug. Since it was the first day, there were no official classes. The student had only been required to attend the entrance ceremony and meet with their homeroom teacher. Once Nekonomiya-sensei had dismissed them, they were free to explore the academy grounds, but before any of the other boys in class could approach her, Moka grabbed a hold of Naruto and Sukune's arms and swiftly led them out into the hallway. Let's go explore, Shed said excitedly as she continued to pull them. Naruto only smiled and nodded his head while Sukune is deep in thought about him being in a yokai school. Even given the situation, he just couldn't help but enjoy the time he is having with Naruto and Moka. Her joy and eagerness were just contagious and both Sukune and Naruto actually found themselves sharing in the fun. Sukune also couldn't help but notice the jealous looks all the guys were sending in his and Naruto's direction, as well as some of the girls sending jealous looks at Moka, but he quickly dismissed their looks as Naruto spoke. I don't know about you guys, but I am a little thirsty, Naruto said as he pointed towards a vending machine outside. How about we get some drinks, my treat, he offered with a smile. Yeah, thanks, Sukune replied. I'll take a canned iced coffee. Some tomato juice for me, please, Moka said. One iced coffee and a tomato juice. Coming right up, Naruto said as they went over to the vending machine. He purchased his friends' drinks and handed them their drinks before turning back to the vending machine to purchase his own drink. The three moved over to a bench and relaxed. This is nice, right? Moka commented after she drank her juice. Yeah, it's really peaceful, Naruto replied with a small smile. Sukune didn't say anything as he seemed to stare off into space, not even touching his drink. Seeing a bit of movement in the corner of his eye, he saw Moka and Naruto staring in confusion. Blushing a little from embarrassment, he took a big gulp of his drink, bringing smiles to Naruto and Moka's faces. It's hard to believe Moka and Naruto are monsters. They're so nice, Sukune thought to himself. You're Moka Akashiya, right? A voice called out, catching Sukune by surprise. They turned towards the voice and saw it was the same guy who made that comment earlier in class. Naruto felt a scowl coming to his face as Saizo drew close. You are even more beautiful than I thought. I am your classmate Saizo Komiya. He then reached out and grabbed Sukune by the collar of his jacket and easily yanked him up off his feet. By the way, why is a beautiful lady like yourself associating with guys like these? This guy, he's that. Sukune thought as he remembered this was the guys who said that stuff about eating humans. He could hear some of the other student watching talk about the rumors they had heard about Saizo and kept their distance away from the four. Sukune's thoughts were interrupted as a hand grabbed the arm Saizo was using. Both boys turned to him and saw Naruto glaring at Saizo. You have 2 seconds to put him down gently, or I will make you suffer, Naruto stated as he tightens his grip. Big talk. Let's see you tr. Saizo didn't finish as Naruto pressed a nerve in the arm, making him release Sukune, and Naruto moved in front of him with a leg brought back. Trash, Naruto said before kicking Saizo in the face and sending him crashing into the vending machine. Never mess with my friends, you pathetic bastard. Saizo quickly got up and shot Naruto a deadly glare while releasing some killer intent. A little blood fell from his lip. Lucky shot, loser, but now you're going down. Naruto scoffed at his words and shifted his stance a little. Bring it. Before either could do anything, Moka grabbed Naruto and Sukune and dragged them away, shouting back as Saizo, I am sorry, but I am having fun with Sukune and Naruto-kun. Just watch me, Saizo said as he watched them leave. He licked his lips as he watched Moka run. I never let a hot woman like you escape when I've set my eyes on them. With the group, when Moka had stopped pulling them, The three made it to an empty corridor of the building. Sukune was a little shaken up from the whole ordeal. Moka was worried about him and Naruto, who had a small disappointed look on his face. "Are you guys all right? I was a little scared back there," Moka asked with a concerned look. "I am fine, thanks for helping me back there, Naruto," Sukune said as he turned to look at the bicolored teen. "No problem, but you should have let me kick his ass," Naruto grumbled. He seemed to be pouting a little about not being able to fight that bully. "I don't want you to get in trouble, Naruto-kun," Moka replied as she gave her own pout. Naruto stared at her without any emotions before relenting to her. "Why are you guys so friendly with me? I am just a mediocre person. I doubt that you would have any trouble hanging out with anyone at this school, so why me?" he asked, wondering why they would want to be friends with a human. "Don't say that," Moka said, surprising Sukune a little. "Sukune, you're not mediocre or worthless or anything like that." Really? Sukune asked as he stared at Moka. She nodded swiftly, of course. "She's right, you know." Sukune turned and saw Naruto, who was smiling at him. "You should talk down about yourself like that, you have some good qualities." "Moka-san, Naruto, thanks," Sukune said as he rubbed the back of his head with a smile. "You have good qualities as well, Naruto-kun," Moka commented. "You're a nice person and very protective." "Yeah," now Naruto was rubbing the back of his head. "I thought it was natural to stick by your friends." "I guess that's true, but that's what I like about you, and also," Moka blushed as she stared up at him. "Also, we're on blood-sucking terms," she finished with a blush and had her hands on her cheeks, making both boys' face fault. "Seriously," Naruto said with a deadpanned look. "What does that even mean?" Sukune asked. "You should be proud. You have the tastiest blood that I've ever had. It's so much better than the blood I've drank from transfusion packets," Moka continued to explain with a smile. "Don't make it sound like I am only food." "Well, to tell the truth, you were my first," Moka said, her face going redder. Hearing this caused the two boys' eyes to widen. The way she said that could definitely be misinterpreted if someone else had been listening. A girl never forgets their first time. The feeling was wonderful. "Naruto, yeah? Since you are her first, you have to make sure that you take responsibility," Sukune said with a serious look but had a small grin showing he was joking. Causing Naruto stared at him in shock and had a little blush. "What are you talking about?" he shouted, "and since when did you make jokes like that?" "Don't say something so embarrassing," Moka said before lightly shoving Sukune. Well, a light shove from Vampire Moka was a hard shove to human Sukune. The result for Sukune was being slammed into the wall crying comically, creating cracks and a small indent, while Naruto laughed his ass off. "Tell one joke and get shoved into a wall, that's not right," Sukune complained as Naruto pulled him away from the wall. "Let's go explore the rest of the academy," she cheered as she headed for the door, followed by a laughing Naruto and an injured Sukune. They continued to explore the academy until they made it to their dorm buildings. Naruto and Moka thought it was cool. Sukune, not so much. "Are we looking at the same building?" he asked. "How on earth am I going to survive at this school?" "Are you kidding? This place has so much character," Moka praised. "It's not so bad, Sukune. Haven't you ever heard the expression, never judge a book by its cover?" Naruto commented as he stared up at the building. His words seemed to calm Sukune down a little as he knew Naruto was right. "I think it's a perfect place for a yokai. Speaking of which, what type of yokai are you two?" Moka asked curiously, making Sukune freeze up. "Crap, I can't tell them I am human or I'll be killed," Sukune thought in a panic, but lucky for him Naruto came to the rescue. "Sorry Moka-chan, but it's against the school rules to tell you, remember," Naruto pointed out. He didn't want to disappoint the vampire girl, but his true form had to be kept a secret until he had no choice, and he knew Sukune would be in trouble if he was revealed to be a human. It wasn't hard for him to figure out with all the reactions Sukune had done when he found out the truth about this school. "Oh, you're right. I don't want you guys to get in trouble, sorry," Moka said, playfully hit her head. "Speaking of which, you really don't remind me of the vampires I've read about," Sukune commented as Moka looked at him in confusion. "If I didn't know you were one, I would have thought you were human." "It's actually because of this," she touched the rosary that rested on her chest. "You see, if I had to take this rosary off I would revert to my true form, a scary vampire." Sukune stared at the small cross in surprise as Moka continued to explain. "Rosaries have the effect of sealing off a vampire's power. Since my original form was hated and caused conflict, I put this rosary on myself so I keep my vampire's powers sealed." "Wow, even if she looks so cute and gentle, Moka is very different from me after all." He watched as Naruto leaned close to look at the rosary, much to Moka's embarrassment. "And Naruto is completely different from me as well, even though he was so nice. Are these two really not human?" That is an impressive seal, it definitely is powerful, Naruto said as he stood straight. Moka started leaning against him, making Naruto blush a little. But even when sealed, we still need our blood, she said before biting into his neck. Naruto just stood there while Sukune stared in surprise before letting out a small yell. Why? The next day, Naruto let out a yawn as he walked down the path to school. Sukune had already left before he even got downstairs. He had noticed that his human friend seemed deep in thought yesterday, but Naruto dismissed it thinking he could ask Sukune what was wrong later, sensing something coming at him from behind. Naruto jumped away as a big hand destroyed the wall next to him. Quickly balancing himself as he spun around to look at his attacker, he saw that Saizo was the one who punched the wall with one of his fists transformed. First thing in the morning and you try to attack me, can I help you? Naruto asked as he never took his eyes off Saizo, ignoring the students watching from a distance. I already warned that pathetic weakling Aono, so I'll get you a warning as well, never go near Moka or else, Saizo said ignoring the blonde. Who's going to stop me if I chose not to listen? He asked bored. I will, the bully said with a smirk, if it means I get the chance to kick your ass, I think I'll stick around, the blonde said smirking at Saizo's growing annoyance, I wouldn't miss that kind of opportunity. You'll only get one warning, pretty boy, he said walking away before Naruto called after him. And here's one warning for you, if I ever catch you attacking my friends, I'll kill you, very slowly, he said with a demonic tone at the end with his eyes flashing red, shocking Saizo a little. Regaining his composure, the bully scoffed and retreated. I don't like this. I better find Sukune, Naruto muttered to himself as he began searching for the brunette. It didn't take him long as he heard a certain Pinkette's voice. You can't leave. He heard from behind the trees. He followed the voice to see a distressed Moka next to a sad Sukune who was holding a suitcase. Naruto stayed back as he watched the scene. I am sorry Moka, but this school just too scary for me, Sukune said gravely. He would have been happy to stay here with her and Naruto, but receiving that death threat from Saizo was too much for him to take. After all, he's human. He doesn't belong here at a yokai school. I think it would be best if I'd just go to a human school, he admitted, shocking the young vampire. You can't go to a human school. I hate those humans, she cried. Hearing this, Sukune felt his heart shatter while Naruto cringed. Those words stung a little. I had actually gone to school in the human world before coming here. It was horrible. I felt so isolated and alone. The humans don't believe in yokais. I started to see myself as a freak, as different from everyone else, and to wonder if it would be better if I didn't exist at all. She was alone, Naruto muttered from where he was watching, listening to the girl as she talked about her past, just like I was. But both you and Naruto said you were fine with me being a vampire. You two are the first real friends I've ever had, Moka said with a smile. Let's just stay here and the three of us will stick together at this arcade. What if I told you that I was one of those humans you hated? He interrupted, shocking the pink-haired girl, but he continued on. Would you still stop me? Seeing Moka stare at him, Sukune gathered himself before continuing. I am human. I got accepted to this school by mistake. I am completely different from you and Naruto. That's impossible, she muttered, but he heard her. No human could possibly. He noticed her look and frowned. The look Moka had was full of fear and a little bit of hatred, but it mostly contained sadness. Sukune turned away from her. So now that you know I am a human, that's how you look at me. Moka looked surprised. That's right. I shouldn't even be here to start with. Moka tried to stop him by grabbing his shoulder. Wait, Sukune, is it really true? Sukune cut her off again. You hate humans, remember? Well, maybe I don't like yokais, either. Sukune turned and ran away with his luggage as soon as he said that. Moka tried calling out to him. Sukune. Naruto watched him run into the forest and felt sad as he watched his two new friends end their argument like that. With a deep sigh, he walked towards the sad girl. Moka kept her head down as she let some of her tears fall. Before turning her head a little when she heard footsteps, she saw Naruto standing there with a sad look. Moka, I am sorry. Naruto apologized as Moka looked at him with her teary eyes. I had figured it out earlier, but I didn't want him to get killed, so I kept quiet. So are you one too? Are you a human as well? Naruto didn't answer right away. He closed his eyes and looked down. Part of me is. Seeing her confused look, he explained. I am half human. My mother is human and my father is a yokai. Moka felt tears rolling down her face. Well then, why are you still here? You probably hate yokais even more than him. Heinous are said to be hated by both yokais and humans, aren't they? Naruto watched as she fell to the ground, covering her face with her hands. He walked up to her and knelt in front of her. She looked meekly up at him. Naruto smiled warmly at her. Personally, I don't have any hatred towards yokais or humans. And to me, Moka-chan, you're not just a yokai. Moka stared up at him, wondering what he was going to say. Naruto used his thumbs to wipe a few tears off her cheeks. Moka blushed at the contact. To me, Moka, you are one of my precious friends and I won't ever abandon you. Moka felt more tear come after he said that and hugged him, crying softly into his neck. Naruto hugged her back and ran a hand through her hair. Doing his best to calm her down, soon Moka let go of him, and Naruto stared her in the eyes. Moka, I'll have to leave you for a bit. I am going to bring Sukune back. So wait here and I'll be back. You promise? Moka asked. I promise, and I always keep my word, Naruto responded with a smile before running into the forest. Moka continued to stare, unaware that a figure was hiding in the shadows. Sukune looked across the red ocean and at this very strange cliff. Now I can go back to my totally average life. He heard the bus pull up and released a deep sigh. But, is that really what I want? Being here was the first time I didn't feel alone. He saw the bus pull up to him. The door opened and the bus driver from before was smoking his cigar again. He looked at Sukune and smiled. He. I had a feeling you'd run away. Sukune looked surprised. The driver continued. I could see it on your face. He opened the door to the bus. If you have no regrets, boy, climb aboard. Sukune looked down and was about to take a step on the bus when a voice stopped him. Are you sure you really want to do that, Sukune? Sukune whipped around and saw Naruto leaning on the tree next to the scarecrow. Giving his a cold look, he pushed off the tree and slowly walked to Sukune. He stopped walking when he was standing right in front of Sukune. So, you're here as well, boy, the bus driver said, but noticed Naruto was ignoring him, keeping his amethyst eyes on Sukune. We would really miss you if you left, Sukune. You don't have to go through this alone, Naruto said seriously. Sukune hesitated. He had no idea what to say to Naruto. I am going to tell you a little secret, Sukune, about my true form, Naruto said, making the boy in front of him look at him in surprise. Your true form? Sukune repeated. Naruto nodded his head. Are you sure you want him to know? The bus driver asked as he stepped off the bus, taking a big inhale of his cigar before releasing the smoke. Not that you are breaking any rules since you were so far away from the school, but you would be opening a door that could never close again. I trust Sukune, Naruto stated with a smile, before looking serious. I am what is known as a half-breed or Hanyu. It is a being that is born from both a yokai and human parent. In my case, my mother is a human and my father is a yokai. So, you're half human and half yokai. That's right. People like me aren't liked by either humans or yokai, so I know what you and Moka must have felt like, being alone. Like I said before, Sukune, you don't have to go through this by yourself. Moka and I will be right there with you, but it's your choice on whether to stay and trust us to help or leave, and we would most likely never meet again. Sukune stood there in silence, wondering what he should do. Back with Moka. Moka walked around thinking about what both Naruto and Sukune said, tears falling down her face. She kicked a rock on the ground. I finally make some friends, and I say such mean things that push them away. She felt someone suddenly grab her wrist and her waist, making sure she wouldn't move. Moka heard a voice from behind her. So what brings you out here, all alone? She turned to the familiar voice and saw shaggy blonde hair, and a lip piercing. Saizo. He licked his lips and grinned insanely. If you're lonely, I can take care of that. Moka broke free of his grip and created some distance between the two of them. Saizo threw off his school jacket and chuckled. I am serious. Your beauty is on a completely different level from the humans I played with. I want you to be my girl. Moka Akashiya. Saizo's tongue grew and his hand transformed into claws, the veins poking out sickeningly from under his skin. Moka flinched when she saw his hand. Saizo. Saizo's body shifted and tore through his uniform as he started transforming into something very grotesque. He chuckled darkly. Mwahaha. When I get excited like this, my body starts to change, then I can't stay in human form anymore. Moka looked horrified. No, she said weakly. Someone help me, please. She felt fear welling up inside her. It was almost suffocating and she did the only thing she could think of, Naruto. Saizo laughed evilly. Ha ha ha. It's kinda breaking the school rules, but let's have some fun, shall we? Saizo's tongue slid out of his mouth and was dangling along his chest while he said this. His tongue reached out and was about to wrap around her body when a voice halted Saizo's movements. Moka-chan. Get down. Saizo looked towards the voice and was met with a kick to the face, sending him crashing into several tombstones. Naruto landed in front of Moka with his right arm extended out. I told you before, you will pay for attacking my friends, Naruto growled as he cracked his hand. Moka shouted to Naruto, be careful, Naruto. This is Saizo's true form. Don't worry. Sukune, get her out of here, Naruto ordered as Sukune appeared, running toward them in a hurry. Moka felt a big smile come to her face and called out to him, Sukune, you came back. Sukune grinned, of course, Moka. We're friends after all, and friends are there for each other. Moka got all teary-eyed and nodded her head in enthusiasm. She saw Naruto and grinned at his back, but then her eyes widened when she noticed a bracelet on his wrist. Naruto, is that a? That doesn't matter right now, Naruto exclaimed as he turned to look at her. You need to get out of here before you get hurt. Naruto, sensing something heading at a quick speed, grabbed Sukune and Moka before leaping out of the way as Saizo's fist slammed into the ground, but with the sudden addition in weight, Naruto wasn't able to dodge the tongue moving around his leg and swinging the three of them into several trees. He quickly let go of his passengers and was sent flying even further away. Naruto-kun! Naruto! Moka and Sukune shouted as Naruto's form slammed into a tree. His body slid down the tree and sat at the base of the trunk, his face showing the impact created a lot of pain. So much for him. They two of them looked back at Saizo with fear. There was no grin was on Saizo's face anymore, only a face that held pure rage. There was blood dripped down from his face. The kick had left a steaming wound. Saizo roared as he brought his hand back and slammed it right in Sukune's chest. He was sent flying back and rolled into a tombstone. Moka cried out to him and got to his side in a second to see if he was all right. Saizo was laughing maliciously. What's the matter, little vampire? I've always wanted to test my strength against one of your kind. It's too bad you're only trash. Moka sat by Sukune's side and made sure he was all right. She felt tears well up in her eyes, and no. This is horrible. You both came back for me. Moka felt the tears run down her cheeks and fell on Sukune's face. I am so sorry. I wanted to believe that I could really have a friend, even if it was a human, but I am a vampire. I suck the blood of humans, and I hurt them. I wanted to think that the right person and I could overcome that. Moka looked at Sukune's face and then at Naruto, who was over by the tree attempting to stand up. A trail of blood flowed down the right side of his face. He was staring at Moka. She then turned her head back to Sukune. But I guess it's impossible. I'd only end up getting you both hurt as well. Sukune moved and coughed. That's true, Moka cried. Sukune? Sukune used her shoulder for support. I am weak and ordinary, but Naruto helped me realize that I can't just run away like this and leave you both behind like that. Naruto was using the tree as his support while Sukune was finishing with a smile. Moka, I want to be your friend, even if you are a vampire. Moka was shocked at those words. Her attention shifted as she felt another hand on her other shoulder and turned to see Naruto. Grinning at her. I want to stay your friend too, Moka-chan. Sadly, this happy moment was ruined by a certain ogre. Are you both idiots? I told you both to stay away from Moka? Saizo yelled angrily as he reared back his fist and sent it flying at Naruto and Sukune, but Naruto quickly caught it. And I told you before, I won't let you hurt my friends. Naruto exclaimed as he held Saizo's fist in place. Naruto's eyes flashed red for a second before he flipped over the ogre and pulled his arm to send Saizo flying back. Naruto dashed forward and threw an uppercut to Saizo's back, lifting his body a bit and making it rotate 180 degrees with his head facing Naruto, who had a punch ready and slammed it against side of the ogre's face. Saizo crashed into a few trees and laid still against a tree for a moment before rising to his feet. Naruto went into a battle position, ready for any counterattack. Is this really all you've got, Saizo? I am not impressed. Saizo said nothing before turning to Moka and Sukune. Opening his mouth, his tongue shot out and headed in their direction, ready to pierce either one. Shit. Naruto thought before quickly moving in front of his friends and took the attack, the tongue piercing his chest near his heart. Blood flowed from the wound in Naruto's mouth, made it. Naruto-kun. Moka shouted in fear as Saizo's tongue retracted back to his mouth. More blood burst out of the wound. The scent was getting to Moka, but she shook it off as Naruto turned to them. Sukune watched in shock as blood spread throughout Naruto's uniform. Hey, so predictable, Saizo said with a smirk as he watched the blonde stumble. Get out of here, Naruto said as he reached out to push Moka and Sukune away. Naruto knew he couldn't fight with his full power as long as his friends were there. You have to run. Naruto's hand caught onto the rosary before it was ripped off by the weight of Naruto's body pulling it. Sukune quickly caught Naruto as he fell. The rosary came off, was all Moka could say before a bright light flashed around the seal and a dark reddish-pink glow covered off Moka. She disappeared in the light and Saizo's attention was focused on her. Naruto watched the transformation occurred while the pain started to diminish as his healing abilities kicked in. Naruto and Sukune remembered her words from yesterday as they watched her body change. If this rosary were to be taken off, I would turn into my true form, a scary vampire. They watched as her skin seemed to turn pale, her hands grew claws, her proportions grew drastically, her teeth became fangs and her hair turned silver. Saizo looked fearfully at this transformed Moka. What is this? This radiating power, it's like she's not Moka Akashiya anymore, she's a totally different person. So this is the vampire. Sukune thought in amazement and slight fear as he felt Naruto stand up and move back a bit to lean against the tree. Saizo thought in total fear, red eyes, and an intense amount of power. So the legends are true, the most fearsome of yokais, the vampire. Naruto, however, had an entirely different reaction to the situation. So this is Moka's true vampire form, she's beautiful. When her transformation finished, Moka gave Saizo a smile. What's the matter, rogue one? I thought you wanted to have some fun with me, so just try and take me, by force. She held out her hand to the trembling Saizo, with an evil glint in her eyes, if you can. Saizo reached out to strike Moka with his claw, releasing a roar full of pure hatred and anger. Sukune looked shocked and yelled out to her, Moka. Moka didn't move as he attacked her. Everyone was shocked that she didn't anything at all. Saizo's claw made contact but Moka didn't budge an inch, but what she said next was simply amazing. Is this all the power you've got? Naruto watched as she moved at amazing speeds, appeared in front of Saizo's face ready to give him a brutal kick. At the exact same place that Naruto hit earlier. It's time for you to. She gave him a scary look and finished with venom in her voice. No, your place. She gave Saizo a powerful kick that sent him crashing through several trees and tombstone before rolling on the ground until he stopped, unconscious and unmoving. Moka put her hand out in front of her, almost as if she was challenging him to get up again. Typical yokai, all size and no strength to back it up. As I said, know your place. She grew a sexy smirk as she said that. She turned around and began walking back towards Naruto and Sukune. What is this overwhelming cold power? She like a completely different person, from the Moka I've known so far. Sukune thought as he could only stare as Moka walked past him towards Naruto, whose wound completely healed and was now standing straight, staring into Moka's red eyes with his amethyst ones. You are very strong for a Hanyu, Naruto, so are you afraid of this me? Moka asked as she stopped less than a foot away from him. Naruto looked at Moka for a second and answered her with a smile. Of course not, there's no reason to be afraid of a friend, right? Moka gave him a seductive smirk and leaned in close to Naruto. He could feel her breath blow into his ear as she whispered, that's good to hear, I wouldn't want you to be afraid of me. You are an interesting one, Naruto Namikaze. Moka brushed a finger against the blood on his uniform and brought the blood-covered finger to her lips before she gave it a slow, sensual lick. Naruto felt a small shiver go up his spine as he watched her lick her finger clean, and your blood is very delicious. I can see why my other self likes it so much. I wonder what your yokai half is. Until I find out, make sure you stay alive and well, Naruto. My other self would be sad if you disappeared, so be sure not to go anywhere. Like I said to the other Moka-chan earlier, I am never going to abandon her, Naruto replied as he handed Moka the rosary. Naruto watched as she pulled away, grabbing the rosary before turning to Sukune, who took a small step back, and took a few steps closer to the human. He narrowed his eyes a little as she stopped in front of Sukune and gave the brunette a small smirk. Don't be so jittery, it's been a while since I've been awakened. I am still drowsy. Moka gave Sukune a playful pat of the cheek before continuing, but don't worry, I am not going to hurt you. After all, you seem to also be a special friend to the other me, just like this one here with the delicious blood. Until we meet again, you both keep babysitting the sentimental other Moka. She lifted the rosary and reattached it to the chain, changing her back to her pink-haired self. The girl swayed for a bit as her body reverted back before collapsing into Naruto's arms. Both boys stared at the unconscious vampire and then at the battlefield where the beaten Saizo lied. They turned to each other and were quiet for a few minutes until Sukune spoke. I think we should go to the dorms and sleep this off. What do you think? The Hanyu was silent for a second before replying. You know, Sukune, that is probably the best idea I've heard all day. Adjusting Moka into a better hold, carrying her bridal style, Naruto and Sukune started walking back to the dorms, leaving the unconscious Saizo behind them. At the bus stop, the bus driver watched from the cliff where the bus was located at, smoking his cigar as he stared out into the forest where Naruto and Sukune disappeared. What two interesting young men, to make the decision to stay at the academy. I hope you both are ready for the perils of this school. The bus driver let out a small chuckle. A human and a Hanyu attending a school full of yokais will be dangerous, but I wish you both the best of luck. You're going to need it, he said as he walked to his bus. The next morning, Sukune was standing outside the gate of the school with Naruto at his side. Sukune was shocked to find that the injury Naruto had received from Saizo had completely healed. Naruto shrugged it off, saying it was one of the perks of his yokai blood. The two boys were currently staring at Sukune's withdrawal letter. Naruto gave Sukune a smile and the brunette nodded. Sukune took a deep breath, closed his eyes and mentally prepared himself. Holding the letter with both hands, trying to push himself to rip it up. "Morning, Naruto-kun." "Sukune!" Moka exclaimed happily as she jumped on Naruto and giving him a hug. Her surprise appearance and sudden pounce made Naruto bump into Sukune and caused the boy to tear the letter in half. Moka noticed the torn-up paper in Sukune's hands. He had comical tears were flowing down his face. Moka looked sheepish. Sorry?" Sukune said nothing as he let go of the two halves of the letter and watched it get taken away by the wind. Naruto began to let out a laugh which his human friends soon started to follow. Moka, though not fully understanding what just happened, joined the boys' laughter. "Almost all my life, I've been alone and had hated by many for being a Hanyu." Moka turned towards Naruto and fidgeted. "Naruto, thank you for yesterday." Naruto turned towards her and saw her dangerously close to his face. Naruto took a step back when he noticed Moka had a little blush on her face. "Geez. Whenever I am around you, my heart beats so hard. But now I found something special at this school, something I couldn't find anywhere else." Naruto blinked before asking hesitatingly, "Really, why's that?" "Yeah, because I keep wanting to suck your blood," Moka quickly said as she leaned forward and bit his neck. "See what I mean?" Naruto thought to himself with a sweat drop. Sukune tried waiting for Moka to finish, before he had to pull Moka off Naruto when she just kept drinking. "Moka-san, at least let Naruto keep enough of his blood so he can handle classes. I've got Sukune here as well, the only human at this school and a good friend." "Ah, sorry Naruto-kun." Moka apologized with a sheepish look. "Don't worry about it," Naruto said with a smile before walking through the gates, turning to his friends with a big grin. "Now let's go. I don't want to get in trouble with Nekonomiya-sensei for being late after missing school yesterday." His two friends returned the grin as they followed after Naruto. "Right." Moka and Sukune replied cheerfully, "It's a new chapter in my life, and I'm going to give it everything I've got." A tired Naruto raised his head to glare at the now destroyed alarm clock. He always hated these things, always ruining his sleep and messing up his dreams. It had been nearly a week since Sukune decided to stay at Yokai Academy with him and Moka. Lifting his body up to his feet, Naruto started to stretch while releasing a loud yawn. He looked out the window and saw that the sun was just rising over the trees in the distance. He walked over to his closet and pulled out some clothes for his morning regiment. His father had started teaching him how to fight when he was younger. His mother had helped him out with training as well even though she was human. "I only got a few hours before I have to come back, shower and get ready for class," Naruto said to himself as he put his clothes on. His parents always woke him up early in the morning to do his training. He later got used it and sometimes trained by himself. Though he used an alarm clock to help him for the times that he was too exhausted from the night before to wake up himself. Securing his shoes, he walked towards the door and headed out. He silently walked down the hallway towards the exit, making sure not to wake anyone up. As he stepped out of the building he noticed a few other students were jogging and other exercises. "Huh, I guess I am not the only one who trains in the morning," Naruto commented as he looked around. Quite a few people like to do their workouts this early in the morning. It's a great time to get their exercise in without distractions, a voice said behind him. Naruto turned his head to see a rather tall and well-muscled male with spiky hair and sharp eyes wearing a martial arts uniform walking up to him. "You're one of the new first years, right?" "Yeah, I am Naruto Namikaze, and you are?" Naruto asked as he held his guard up a little. He could tell the man in front of him was strong and didn't want to fall for any surprise attack. "The name's Haji Miyamoto. I am a second year and the captain of the Yokai Karate Club." Haji introduced himself while holding a hand out. Naruto stared at the hand for a second before reaching out to shake it. "That's a good grip there. I am guessing you're a fighter as well." "Learned from my parents," Naruto answered as he let go of Haji's hand and looked around. "I don't suppose you know a good place to practice." "I tend to let loose when I practice." Naruto let out a chuckle as he remembered what happened to a random stranger who walked by him as Naruto was practicing a little in the park. The poor bastard didn't see that kick coming. Haji let out a laugh. "I know what you mean. I was actually on my way to a field that I go to practice a little. Want to come along? We could have a match while we're there." "Was that your way of asking for a spar?" Naruto asked before a smirk came to his face. "If so, then you're on." "Great. Let's go then," the karate captain said cheerfully as he led Naruto to the training field. When they arrived there after a few minutes, the two started to stretch a little. "So what kind of fighting style do you use?" Haiji asked as he shifted into a battle stance. It's just a style my dad created with an old friend of his, it doesn't really have a name, Naruto answered as he brought one hand just above to his shoulder next to his head and the other hand was stretched out just below his chest. So what's the signal? Haiji looked around for a second before noticing a twig was about to break off one of the dead trees. When that twig over there hits the ground, well start. Naruto's eyes shifted to see the twig for a second before looking back at Haiji with a nod. The two were quiet as a breeze passed by them, making their clothes and hair wave around a little. The breeze was enough to break the twig away from the tree and it slowly fell to the ground next to them. As soon as it made contact with the dirt, both of the fighters charged forward with their fists ready. A few hours later, I wonder where Naruto is, Sukune muttered to himself as he walked out of the dorms, keeping an eye out for his blonde friend. He noticed a bunch of the guys had stopped walking and were staring at something. Huh. I wonder what they're all staring at. Wait, isn't that Moka-san? Indeed, it was the pink-haired vampire. She was leaning against a tree with her eyes closed. Sukune guessed she was waiting for him and Naruto. As Sukune drew closer, he could hear some of the other guys speaking to each other. Wow, check her out. She is so gorgeous. What's a hottie like that just standing there for? Sukune, ignoring the hormonal monsters, greeted his friend. Hey Moka-san, good morning. Hearing her human friend, she turned to the speaker and gave him a smile before walking over to him. Good morning Sukune. How are you? Are you doing all right? She looked around and noticed a certain blonde Hanyu was not with him. Where's Naruto-kun? Is he not ready yet? I don't know, Sukune said as he rubbed the back of his head. I didn't see him earlier and he wasn't at breakfast either, so I thought he left before me to see you. The pinkhead shook her head. No, I didn't see him. I hope he's all right. Hope who is all right? A voice called out. The two turned around to see Naruto staring at them with a small grin. He looked a little scratched up and his clothes were a little torn, but other than that he seemed fine. Naruto-kun. Moka exclaimed as she ran up to him with Sukune following at an even pace. What happened to you? You're all scuffed up. Naruto looked down at his physical condition before shrugging it off. Oh this, I met a strong upperclassman earlier, nice guy too. Anyway we had a little sparring session and got a little carried away, barely noticed the time slip by. Naruto chuckled a little before continuing. This is nothing though, you should have seen him. Second year dorms. He was pretty good for a freshman. I better keep an eye out for him to join our club. Haiji thought as he was walking up the stair to get to his room. He had a mark on his cheek that resembled a fist a little and a drip of blood coming out his lip. His clothes had tears in it and if you looked closely he had a very slight limp in his step. As he reached his door a voice called out from the room a few doors down. What the hell happened to you? Haiji looked and saw a man his age with red-violet eyes and ink-black hair, which was being held back by a red headband, staring at him with a raised eyebrow. The man was wearing the uniform except without the tie, and his shirt is open a little which shows a wolf head pendant. None of your fucking business, that's what happened, Haiji said with a hard stare. Geez, you kiss your mother with that mouth, oh wait, you only do that for little girls, the man replied with a small glare. Shut up Jin. Haiji shouted as he entered his room, but he didn't deny what was said. Back with the others, but still, even if it was a spar, you got hurt, Moka said as she took out a handkerchief out of her pocket and wiped a little dirt off his cheek. The students that were watching started to release a bit of killer intent as they watched their goddess show some blonde such affection. Naruto ignored the glares as he felt Moka's hand on his cheek. With a small blush he reached up and grabbed her hand. Like I said, I am fine. I heal quickly, he said with a smile before he let go and started to walk to the dorms. Hey Naruto. Where are you going? Sukune asked as he watched Naruto walk away from them. Naruto stopped and turned his head to look at them. I am going to take a quick shower and change into my uniform. Can't really show up like this now can I? He started walking again towards the dorms. You guys go on ahead. I make it to class before the bell. They watched Naruto disappear through the doors and Sukune turned to Moka. So you ready to head to class? Actually, Moka looked at him with a smile. I am going to wait for him. You go on ahead Sukune. Are you sure? Sukune asked. Moka nodded her head and moved to sit on a tombstone near where they were standing. Okay, I'll see you guys in class, Sukune said before he started to walk away. A little disappointed that he was walking to class alone, he walked down the path, thinking about the two friends he made while he was here. Those two felt something for each other, even Sukune could see that. With a sigh Sukune thought to himself, I wonder if I could find someone too. Someone, please, help, a sweet voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. He turned towards the source and blushed at what he saw. A beautiful girl with blue hair and the biggest chest he ever saw was lying on the ground. She's gorgeous, he thought to himself as the girl looked up and saw Sukune looking at her. The girl's hair was a light ocean blue, held back by a purple ribbon headband with one star on each side. She has deep purple eyes and thick eyelashes. The uniform she was wearing had the same checker skirt like the normal attire, but she had a plain long-sleeved white shirt with a pale yellow-colored vest over it and a red bow tie. She had white leg warmers and plain black dress shoes. "I don't feel well, please, can you help me?" she asked weakly, snapping the boy out of his trance. "Oh, of course. Can you stand?" he asked as he helped her to his feet. "It hurts so much," she said with a flinch as she stood up. "What's wrong?" Sukune asked, concerned. "My chest feels like it's about to burst," she said as she pressed her breast against his chest, squishing up to him as much as they could. "It does look like it could burst at any second. They're so big and soft." He inwardly panicked as his face turned crimson. "Could you look into my eyes, Sukune-kun?" she asked shyly. He did what he was asked and felt his heart skip a few beats. "My name is Kurumu. I hope we can be good friends," she said, but Sukune barely heard her. He felt spellbound while looking into her eyes. Her eyes are so beautiful. Wait, what's wrong with me? Why'd I want to hold her tightly? He asked himself as he felt his body move on its one and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her body closer to his. "Kya, what are you doing all of a sudden?" the girl said cheerfully, her pain suddenly gone. His body wouldn't follow his orders and continued to hug the girl tightly to his body before the two walked back to the school with his arm around her. "Meanwhile, you know you didn't have to wait for me, Moka-chan," Naruto said to the girl as they walked to the school. "I wasn't going to take that long, now you are going to be late too." Moka just smiled at him. "I know, but I didn't want you to walk to school by yourself." She gestured to the fact that they were the only two that were on the path. "Sukune would be fine since there were others walking with him, so I wanted to walk with you." "Moka-chan, thanks, I appreciated." He was interrupted when he heard a small gurgle. Moka grew a blush and stared down at the ground. "Did you have breakfast?" "Unfortunately I had to skip it," Moka answered before looking up to see Naruto adjusting his collar a little to expose his neck. "Naruto-kun?" "Go ahead." Naruto gestured to his neck. Moka didn't have to think twice before she sank her teeth in and started to drink. "I don't mind if you drink my blood, just be sure to ask, okay?" His answer was a small nod as his vampire friend continued to drink. After a little bit, Moka parted from Naruto's neck with a blush and a look of pleasure on her face. "Ah, I swear I am going to get addicted to your delicious blood, Naruto-kun," Moka said as she tilted her head a little as she enjoyed the taste still in her mouth. Naruto felt his heart beat a little hard as he stared at her neck for a moment. With a big gulp he turned and started to walk again, though his steps were a bit more robotically. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" she asked as she followed after him. "Don't worry, I am fine, let's just get to class." Naruto was glad he didn't look back to answer her as a huge blush covered his face. "That was close. I nearly lose control when I saw her exposed neck. The temptation is getting harder to fight." "Okay." Moka tilted her head a little in confusion as she followed after him. They continued walking until they reached the gates and caught a glimpse of a certain human walking through the doors with a busty blue-haired girl holding his arm. "Was that Sukune?" Naruto's eyes blinked as he stared at the door. "I think so. When did he get a girlfriend?" "He sure became a popular one." A voice came out from behind them, making Moka jump a little and latch onto Naruto before they turned around to see the bus driver standing there smoking a cigar. "But is that a good thing? He should be careful of the women he meets here." "Who are you?" Moka asked in surprise. "I am just an average person taking a walk. He. The bus driver chuckled as he started to walk away, but he was stopped by Naruto's voice. "Wait, what did you mean by that?" Naruto questioned, but the bus driver continued to give out his creepy chuckle. "Who is that girl?" "Well now, you'll just have to find out yourself now, won't you?" After the bus driver said that, he continued to walk away from the students' sights. The day seemed to go through its ordinary routine as the students listened to their feline teacher teach her subject while adding bit here and there about fish. During that time Naruto and Moka alternated their gazes to both Sukune, who was staring at the board in a daze, and the blue-haired girl, who was sitting next to Moka. As Naruto took notes, he thought about what the bus driver had said earlier. From the way he said it, it seems like this girl is after something and is using Sukune, but what could it be? Moka had thoughts about earlier as well, but hers were slightly different. "I wonder who this girl is. Something about her makes me feel a little uneasy." The girl noticed Moka's stare and gave her a smirk, which made Moka look back at the board. "How did I lose control of my body like that?" Sukune was trying to think of a reason his body wouldn't respond the way he wanted earlier. His thoughts were cut off by the bell ringing. Nekonomi's sensei's tail shot up at the bell and she stopped her lesson. I guess that's all for today. Make sure you review the lesson and prepare for next class. The class gathered their stuff together and walked outside into the hallway for their break. Moka and Naruto walked out of the room thinking Sukune was right behind them and made it to a clear spot in the hallway. The two noticed their brunette friend was nowhere in sight. Huh, I wonder where Sukune is. Moka wondered out loud as she opened a can of tomato juice she had purchased and took a drink. I am sure he'll be here soon, Moka-chan. We just have to wait, Naruto replied as he leaned against a wall. Actually, I'll be right back. Moka looked up to see Naruto starting to walk away. Where are you going? To the bathroom. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. Just wait here for Sukune. Naruto replied as he disappeared into the crowd. Moka stared at the spot where Naruto disappeared and let out a small sigh. Don't let yourself get distracted, you're being targeted. Moka looked around to locate the voice that spoke to her, but she didn't see anyone. Huh? What was? You're a vampire, right? That's what the rumors are pointing to anyways. Another voice called out from above. The vampire girl looked up to see the blue-haired girl from earlier sitting on the railing on the second level. Giving her smug look, she jumped off and landed a few feet in front of the pinkette, her breast jiggling as she landed with ease. Moka-san. Wait, weren't you the one with Sukune earlier? Moka said as she stared at the girl in front of he. Wow, what a beauty. Did you see that? Did you just see that? She's tiny but her boobs are huge. Who is she? This girl is incredibly cute too. Who knew there was a girl besides Moka-san like this? Kurumu got up close to Moka and whispered in her ear. I am the succubus known as Kurumu Kurono. Moka blinked her eyes as she looked at Kurumu in confusion. Kurumu continued. I have come to defeat you. Defeat me? Moka questioned before she realized what the brunette had said. Wah, isn't it against school rules to give away your true form? Kurumu ignored her question and exclaimed angrily. I can't stand it anymore. She pointed at the confused Moka. You're the biggest eyesore in the way of my great plan. Plan? Moka repeated with a tilt of her head. Yes, my perfect plan to make each and every male of the student body at this academy my slaves. Kurumu made a sexy pose. The Yokai Academy harem transformation plan. Moka and students watching and listening to this girl all felt their mouths drop in astonishment at what she said. Moka recovered herself and asked, but what does that? However, the guys at this academy are dreaming about you, instead of me, Kurumu exclaimed as she went right up to Moka's face. I am not letting you get away with this. I refuse to lose in a battle of feminine charm. The guys however looked at the two female goddesses with shocked expressions. One of them spoke out. They look like they're in a heated argument. The other students nodded their heads. That's why I've decided to prove I can defeat you, Kurumu stated with a smirk, like she already knew she won. I'll show you that I am better than you, by stealing Naruto Namikaze and Sukune Aono from you. I already have Sukune in my grasps. Moka decided now was the time to speak up. With a look of complete pleading she said, hold on, Naruto-kun and Sukune don't have anything to do with this, leave them be. Kurumu let out a laugh. I knew it from the moment when Sukune and I together. He has a really good scent, almost like a human's. Moka's body froze up a little when the succubus said that. She didn't want Kurumu to finding out Sukune's secret, but said nothing as Kurumu continued talking. Is his blood delicious? You're using Sukune-kun as food, aren't you? Kurumu laughed, almost evilly. And no, I've never drank Sukune's blood. Moka denied with a stutter, and Naruto-kun isn't food to me. So that means you're more interested in Naruto, Then as soon as I finish taking Sukune away from you, Naruto will be my next target. Kurumu let out a dark chuckle when she noticed Moka's eyes narrowed a little. He is quite a looker. I was going to go after him anyways, but the look that will be on your face when he is taken from you will be a sight to see. She was interrupted by a voice. Hey Moka-chan, look who I found. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw Naruto walking over to them with Sukune by his side. The brunette had a nervous look on his face. We met up on my way back from the restroom. What's going on? Naruto asked as he and Sukune stopped a few feet away from Moka and Kurumu. Ooh. It's Sukune-kun, Kurumu said as she wrapped her arms around Sukune in a loving embrace. Sukune was freaking out a little at the beautiful girl rubbing herself against him, her breast grinding against his chest. Thanks so much for helping me earlier, Sukune-kun. Naruto slowly walked next to Moka and whispered, did I miss something? Moka nodded her head. Yes, she's really dangerous, she exclaimed, catching the human and succubus attentions. Sukune, you have to get away from her, you're being tricked. Sukune tried to speak but was cut off by Kurumu. Such awful words, she said overdramatically as she leaned into Sukune some more. How can you say such cruel things? Ah, I am starting to get dizzy again, Sukune-kun. We've got to go to the infirmary. Kurumu-san. Sukune exclaimed as Kurumu acted faint. Charm. Kurumu thought as she stared into Sukune's eyes and cast her spell. There's that weird feeling again. What the heck is going on? Sukune thought to himself as he felt his control over his body disappear once again. There is something going on and I know that girl is behind it. Wait, I think I remember my father telling me something about a certain monster that seduces men. Naruto thought to himself as he watched the scene in front of him in Moka. He noticed Sukune's eyes starting to dull. Naruto's eyes widened. Shit, that look in his eye means he fell under the charm spell. S is a succubus. He heard Moka try to warn Sukune again, not realizing their friend fell under Kurumu's spell. Please Sukune, you have to get away from this girl or she's going to eat you. Sukune felt his body react without thinking and look at Moka with an uninterested look. Oh really? Sukune felt himself saying to Moka, startling the vampire at the tone of his voice. Just like you might do to me, when you stop sucking Naruto's blood? What? Moka stuttered as a few tears came to her eyes. I'd rather keep my blood, so I think I'll stick with Kurumu-chan, Sukune said. Moka felt tears fall from her eyes at the harsh words he had said. She was unable to hold it in and she let the tears fall freely as she turned around and ran through the hallway. Deep in his mind Sukune was desperately trying to free himself but his efforts were proving to be pointless. Moka-chan. Naruto shouted as he was about to run after her, but he felt an arm wrap around one of his and he turned his head to see Kurumu staring up at him. Come on Naruto-kun, you don't have to stick with that girl, Kurumu said as she unleashed her charm spell on him. You can stay here with me and no longer be food to someone like that. Naruto was silent for a moment and Kurumu was thinking that her spell had worked. But Naruto's answer startled her. You better let me go succubus, right now. Kurumu watched as Naruto's eyes turned blood red and felt him release a pressuring amount of power, making the brunette let go of him. I am not food for Moka-chan, I am her friend. Get your facts straight, I'll take care of that charm of yours later, but right now I am going check on Moka-chan first, Naruto told her before starting to walk away, but after a few feet Naruto paused and turned his head to look back at the still startled succubus. I am letting you know right now Kurumu, you've made the biggest mistake to have at this academy, he stated with one of the coldest tones she ever heard. What mistake was that? Kurumu stuttered as she tried to hide how scared this boy had made her with one look. It was the first time any man had said something like that to her. You made me your enemy, Naruto answered, because you hurt one of my friends and that pisses me off more than anything. After he said that, Naruto disappeared from the succubus sight. Kurumu felt a shiver of fear go up her spine at the thought of someone that scary being her enemy. A little while later, Sukune was in the infirmary, sitting in a chair next to the bed of Kurumu. He was so deep in thought that he didn't pay attention to her cheering. I did it, Kurumu thought as she pumped her fists in the air in victory. A tail-shaped object wagging from her excitement. I made that annoying Moka cry. Anime tears were running down her face. Yahoo, did you see that pitiful face? Oh, just imagining it is almost too much for me to take. Sukune was looking at the floor wondering just what the hell happened to him. His fists were clenched so hard that his knuckles turned white. He glared at the ground in misery and disgust at what he said to his vampire friend. However, Kurumu was still having a party before she looked at Sukune, thinking of her next stage of her plan. Now all I have to do make Sukune my slave and I win, she thought with a smirk. She blushed and tried to look as sexy as she can. Sukune-kun. Sukune looked at her sadly. That sadness was soon forgot as he found his face pressing into the cleavage of Kurumu. Sukune's eyes were wide and he sat in shock, not doing anything at all. He heard her say something, almost caringly. You're sad, aren't you? Sukune-kun. I am sorry, but don't you worry, Kurumu-chan will make you feel all better. While that was happening, Naruto was looking for Moka. He eventually found her crying on the steps and moved to sit next to her, placing an arm around her and let her cry on his shoulder. They sat there in silence while Moka was thinking to herself about what was said earlier. Do I really just want Naruto for his blood? Would I really go after Sukune when I've had enough of Naruto? Moka released miserably sigh as she pulled away from Naruto. Moka, the vampire girl looked up at Naruto, who gave her a comforting smile. Don't let what Kurumu said affect you. I have no issue with you drinking my blood, and Sukune doesn't mean any of what he said. But, how can you trust me not to betray you and drink you dry? Moka muttered as her gaze went to the ground. Because you are my friend Moka, just like Sukune is, Naruto said, causing Moka to look up. I know you both wouldn't do anything to hurt your friends intentionally. Naruto is correct, a voice called out. making the two look down to see Moka's rosary glow a little and the gem in the center looked similar to an eye. Don't be naive now, Sukune is just being manipulated. The rosary is talking. Moka muttered. I am another you. I am using the rosary as a medium as a way to communicate with you from deep within your psyche, the voice explained. Another, me? Moka looked confused, before remembering what the voice had said. Wait, what did you mean manipulated? He was hit by a spell known as charm, Naruto answered, making Moka turn to him. It's a spell that manipulates the target to do whatever the caster desires. It's more than just that for a succubus, the rosary added. Any male who receives a kiss from a succubus is doomed to be her slave for all eternity. You both need to hurry, or else Sukune will become Kurumu's servant. As soon as the voice said that, Moka and Naruto ran off to search for Sukune and Kurumu before it was too late. Their search led them to the infirmary where they heard shouting. I'll destroy everything that has anything to do with her. A few seconds earlier, Kurumu gently pushed Sukune and made him fall on the hospital bed. His face turned bright red when she climbed on top of him until she was straddling him. Kurumu-san, what are you doing? He asked nervously as he tried to back away from her but was unsuccessful. He looked up and their eyes locked. Sukune once again felt his control disappear as he couldn't move his body. It's strange. My heart is racing, Kurumu thought as she leaned in closer to Sukune. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Once our lips make contact, my charm will control him completely and then I'll focus on Naruto. I'll find a way for him to fall under my spell and my victory will be complete. Wait. Sukune struggled to say as their lips drew closer together. If this was a normal situation he would be all for kissing this beautiful girl. But after what happened with Moka and the guilty he was feeling, Sukune knew what he had to do. Using all the strength he had, Sukune grabbed Kurumu's shoulders and pulled her away from his face, just before their lips connected. Wah! Kurumu was shocked. 1 minute she was about to kiss the boy in front of her and then the next she was being hugged by him. I am sorry, but I can't kiss you, Sukune said in a low voice, surprising her since he appeared to have broken free from her charm, not right now at least. How did you break free? She questioned as she tried to move away from Sukune's hug. I need to apologize to her before it's too late, he said, ignoring her question. After saying such terrible things to Moka, one of my best friends, it's something I have to do. Sukune's words made Kurumu's eyes widen before they narrowed in anger. It can't be. Kurumu's body began to shake from the rage she felt. Even though I made it so he can't possibly resist, he was able to avoid a kiss and is now hugging me. The succubus suddenly shoved him back on the bed, confusing the human as why is that girl so much better than me? What are you even after everything I did? She interrupted him with a shout. Even when some things I did were so embarrassing, you still rejected me. Kurumu grew a pair of bat wings from her back, freaking Sukune out as the wings spread. Kurumu-san. I have never lost before but Akashiya come out of nowhere and took the spotlight. Kurumu thought furiously before glaring at the scared human in front of her. The succubus nails grew out and turned into claws and her ears became pointed. It's because of her that Sukune and Naruto were able to resist me. Please calm down, Kurumu-san. Sukune tried to talk to the girl, but her rage was clouding her judgment. Now I am pissed. She shouted in anger. Both you and Naruto, I'll destroy everything that has anything to do with her. She shouted before aiming her claws at Sukune. I don't think so. The door smashed open as Naruto charged in and sent a hard punch into Kurumu's stomach and sent her sailing out of the window. Naruto quickly ran to the window and leapt out. I am not done with you yet. Naruto? Sukune said as he stared out the window he friend leapt out of before noticing something pink appear at his side. Turning his head, he saw a concerned Moka. Moka-san, what are you doing here? We came because we were worried about you, Moka said as she moved her side to the window. That girl is a succubus, a female monster that bewitches and controls men. She wants revenge against me and was targeting you and Naruto to get to me. So all that stuff I said earlier was. Sukune felt relief as he realized the truth. Moka flinched a little at the memory. That's right, what you said was because of her. Now we need to get to Naruto-kun quickly, he's fighting her outside. As she drew close to the destroyed door, Sukune called out to her, Moka-san. Moka halted her movements and looked back at the human, who was now bowing. Even if it was because of Kurumu, I still said those horrible things to you. I am sorry. Moka said nothing for a moment before walking to Sukune and gave him a smile. Apology accepted. Now let's go. With a nod of his head, Moka and Sukune ran out of the room to reach the battle between Kurumu and Naruto. With Kurumu and Naruto. Get back here, Naruto shouted as he chased after the flying succubus, maneuvering around the trees as he kept his sight on her. How long are you going to run away from me? Run away? Kurumu questioned before making a sharp turn and diving at Naruto with her claws stretched out. Why would I need to run away from you? Naruto leapt out of the way as Kurumu flew past, her claws cutting through several trees like butter and crashed to the ground. I was just leading you to a place where you would be a sitting duck. Naruto jumped on top of one of the fallen trees and watched as Kurumu flew back into the air. He looked down at the trees and a grin came to his face. Perfect. What is he planning? Kurumu watched as Naruto reached out and grabbed 2 trees before easily lifting them up, shocking Kurumu a little. He's strong, even when he is in his human form. Her thoughts were interrupted as he threw the giant lumber at her, which made her use her wings to get out of the way. Nice try. Her eyes grew wide as Naruto appeared right in front of her. Naruto had used the tossed trees as stepping stones to reach her, and as soon as he was in front of her, Naruto slammed a fist against her cheek and sent the succubus spiraling towards the ground. Naruto gracefully landed on the ground and stared at the small crater created from his victim. Kurumu soon composed herself before she once again flew back into the air, though one hand was holding the bruised cheek. Is that all you got going for ya? A big set of boobs, wings and sharp nails. I am not impressed, Naruto taunted as he brought a hand forward. You son of a, Kurumu growled, don't mess around with me. There's no way I could lose. Kurumu pointed at her chest with her nail knives, as Naruto had now dubbed them. Kurumu continued, we succubi seek the destined encounter amongst the men we tempt. In order to keep our small species from dying out, we must carefully pick just one man out of the many to be our destined one. So that's why you wanted to create a harem, a voice called out. Naruto and Kurumu turned to see the voice belonged to Moka, who had arrived just before Kurumu started talking about her mission. Sukune was right behind her, panting a little from the running. That's right, Kurumu answered with anger in her voice, but you got in the way of that Akashiya Moka. I can't let you get away with that anymore. With a flap of her wings, the succubus charged forward with her claws ready to strike Moka. But just as her claws were about to hit the pinkette, Naruto grabbed Kurumu's arm, stopping the succubus. So you threatened my friends and caused all this, just because Moka is a little popular. What complete garbage, Naruto said as he looked Kurumu in the eye. The girl felt her body freeze up in fear as Naruto's eyes once again turned blood red. Kurumu felt her body shift as Naruto flipped her over his shoulder with one hand and slammed her back into the ground. A crater quickly formed underneath the blue-haired succubus and the blonde Hanyu. Kurumu let out a gasp as she clenched her eyes shut from the pain she felt, but before she knew it, Naruto lifted her up by her tail and sent a kick to her side, sending her flying into a tree that cracked and fell over. Moka and Sukune were surprised by how easily Naruto defeated Kurumu and about how brutal he did it. Now that I've smacked you around a bit, have you calmed down? Naruto asked Kurumu, who lay on the ground trembling from both pain and fear as the Hanyu drew closer, or do I need to continue showing you your place? Naruto stopped walking, however, when Sukune ran in front of Kurumu with his spread out protectively. What are you doing, Sukune? Move out of the way, she's the one tried to trick you and kill both you and Moka-chan. I know that, Naruto, but I think you should stop, Sukune said, shocking everyone. You've already done enough and proven your point. The human was trying to use whatever confidence he gained from being around Naruto and Moka to help him convince Naruto. I know what she did was wrong, but I don't think Kurumu-san is a bad person, just misunderstood. Those words made Kurumu tear up a little before she started to cry. Everyone watched as Kurumu cried before Naruto let out a sigh and scratched the back of his head. Fine. I'll let her off with a warning, but she better not do something like this again or she's dead, got it? She's your responsibility, Naruto said, making Sukune nod his head, before Naruto started to stretch a little. Man, fighting with my power still sealed wasn't enjoyable at all. That made everyone look at him in shock. He did all that without transforming or releasing his full power. Just how powerful was Naruto? Naruto-kun. The blonde turned his head to look at Moka. Did you really beat Kurumu with you power sealed? Yeah, I've always had a lot of power since I was a kid, so my dad made me this seal to help suppress it until I need it, Naruto answered, showing his friends the bracelet on his wrist. But before Moka could get a good look at it, Naruto turned towards the school. Since we're done here, I am going to get something to eat. You guys coming? Moka seemed to be thinking about something before she nodded her head and walked next to him. The two looked towards Sukune for his answer. Sukune looked at Naruto for a moment before looking back at the injured Kurumu. Actually, I think I'll take Kurumu-san to the infirmary to get those injuries checked. Before Naruto could ask, Sukune continued speaking. I doubt Kurumu-san will try something again in her condition, and I just can't leave her there. Don't worry, I'll see you guys after I take her there. Naruto was silent for a moment before nodding her head. Alright, well, see you later. Be careful. With that, Naruto started to walk away with Moka following after him, taking quick looks back to see Sukune helping Kurumu up. Are you sure we can leave Sukune alone with her, Naruto-kun? Moka asked with concern in her voice. Like Sukune said, Kurumu won't try something like this again now that she knows that I can easily defeat her at any time, and I have no doubt that your other self could as well, Naruto said as they reached the doors, before giving Moka a big grin. All we can do is watch what happens. The next day. What? The rosary talked to you both while I was being controlled by Kurumu. Naruto and Moka were telling Sukune what had happened with them after Moka ran off the previous day. Moka nodded her head as her eyes drifted down to her rosary. Yeah. The voice ended up saving us, but it's strange. The seal has never done that before. Maybe it's a sign that the seal is weakening? It also could be because I was able to remove it when we fought Saizo, Naruto suggested. My guess is that the seal did weaken a little because of that temporary release of your full power. Moka looked over at Naruto shyly while Sukune walked next to him, thinking about the hypothesis Naruto came up with. Moka put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, catching his attention and making him stop. Naruto, if at some point in the future where the seal doesn't work anymore, would you still like me? Moka was a little nervous as she waited for his response. Naruto grinned at her. Of course I would. Moka-chan. No matter what happens, you'll always be the Moka-chan I know and care about, and I know Sukune agrees with me, right? When the human nodded his head in agreement, Moka's face was practically glowing from the answer. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Moka replied as she began to blush. The two stared into each other's eyes and seemed to dismiss almost everything besides the person in front of them. Sukune let out a little sigh at the moment the two were having. Good morning. A cheerful voice interrupted. The little moment was put to a halt as the three friends turned to see a smiling Kurumu approaching them. Kurumu-chan, what are you doing here? Moka asked warily. Sukune looked nervous remembering the events of the previous day. Naruto just stared at the succubus. Kurumu took a brief glance at Naruto before turning away in a timid manner. The scary image of Naruto's eyes piercing into her soul was still in her mind. Kurumu shook her head to dismiss the thought and turned to Sukune while holding out a box. I baked you some cookies, Sukune-kun, she said with a smile. How about we eat them together? Thank you, but why me? Sukune asked confused as he accepted the box. Remember when I said I was looking for my destined one? The brunette asked with a blush. Yeah, Sukune said uncertainly. Moka and Naruto seemed to shift a little to the sidelines as they watched the scene unfold. I decided that it's going to be you, she stated with a smile on her face. What? Sukune shouted in shock. After protecting me from Naruto, I couldn't help but fallen for you, Kurumu said as she leapt as Sukune and gave him a pleasurable hug, with his head right between her breasts. Wasn't she just trying to kill us just yesterday? Moka whispered to Naruto as they watched Kurumu smother Sukune into her bosom. Naruto let out a laugh as he watched Sukune's arms flail around in a cartoonish fashion before replying. Oh well, at least things are nev. Naruto was cut off by a voice coming from behind them. Naruto-sama. Naruto and his friends, Kurumu released Sukune, who took deep breaths, turned around just in time to see a blur tackle Naruto. Both Naruto and the figure crashed into the ground. Naruto, Naruto-kun. Sukune and Moka shouted as their friend hit the ground. Kurumu just stood there in silence. The human and succubus started to sweat drop as they saw Naruto lying on his back with his right eyebrow twitching and a crying effeminate-looking black-haired man with orange at the tips crying anime tears on his chest. Moka was trembling a little at the sight of an effeminate teenager around their age lying on top of her friend. She could feel anger grow a little but she quickly pushed it away. Naruto-sama. The man cried out, how could you leave me like that? Do you know how I felt when Kushina-sama told me you already left for Yokai Academy without me? Come on Haku, calm down already, Naruto said as he saw Moka and the others look at them weird before he tried to push the man off. Hey, get off me. People are staring. But, I was so worried. Wahhhh, Haku shouted as tear fell down his face, some snot coming out of his nose. Gross. Get off me. Naruto was struggling to get out of the man's grip, pushing Haku's head as far as he could without touching his face. Seriously, don't come near me with that face. You've got snot coming out. When Haku would budge, Naruto tried a different tactic. Okay. I am sorry I left you, now get off. Okay. The man did a complete 180 and was now smiling, his face clean and had no trace of his fluids that almost covered it a few seconds ago. He quickly rose to his feet and held his hand out to Naruto. I apologize, Naruto-sama. I was just happy to see you again. Naruto released a sigh as he grabbed Haku's hand and let himself get pulled to his feet. I know Haku, I know, but I am glad you were able to get here. Of course Naruto-sama, I will follow you anywhere, Haku said as he took a step back and bowed a little. Naruto laughed a little, as long as it's not into the bathroom. Haku joined the laughter at the joke, but Haku, I've told you before. You can just call me Naruto. I can't do that Naruto-sama, and you know that, Haku replied, making Naruto release a deep sigh. Naruto-kun. Both Naruto and Haku turned to the others and saw it was Moka who spoke. Who is this? The three couldn't help but notice the effeminate man in front of them was wearing the school uniform. Right, sorry about that. Naruto cleared his throat before gesturing to the person standing beside him. This is Haku Kageyuki, someone I know from back home. Haku, these are my friends Sukune Aono and Moka Akashiya. Naruto pointed at his friends respectively before looking at Kurumu for a second. I am not exactly sure what she is. I guess she would be a brand new friend of ours. But anyway, this is Kurumu Kurono. The girl pouted a little before smiling at the word friend and pulled Naruto into a hug. I'm glad you accepted me as a friend, Naruto, she said with a happy tone, but she felt Naruto suddenly get pulled out of her grip. Blinking her eyes, she saw Moka hold one of Naruto's arms possessively and giving her a hard stare. Moka's eyes were not her usual green though, they were blood red. Don't even try it, succubus, Moka warned before releasing a bit of her demonic energy, making the blue net shiver at the look in Moka's eyes combined with the energy the vampire was emitting. Moka blinked her eyes and when they opened, they were back to their usual green. The vampire had a confused look on her face before realizing she was holding Naruto's arm and released it with a small blush. Sorry Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to. It's fine, Naruto said as he brushed it off, though there was a slight blush on his face as he looked away. This powerful demonic energy, she's a vampire, Haku thought as he narrowed his eyes a little, before noticing Naruto shake his head a little at him. So she doesn't know Naruto-sama's true form yet, but seems to be attracted to him. He'll make sure to keep an eye on her just in case. So Naruto, the attention was turned to Sukune. Why was Haku-san calling you Naruto-sama? Yeah, I was wondering that too, Kurumu commented as she crossed her arms under her giant bosom, making it jiggle a little. Is he your servant or something? I guess you could say that. Naruto scratched the back of his head with a small grin, but before he could continue, Haku answered the question. I am Naruto-sama's familiar. Every member in Naruto-sama's family has had a member from my clan to fight alongside them. My father was actually Minato-sama's, Naruto-sama's father, familiar. Haku explained to the blonde's three friends, though we aren't needed much during their battles, we can assist when the situation calls for it. This just makes me even more curious on what kind of monster Naruto is, Sukune muttered, making the other two nod their heads in agreement before they all turned to Naruto. What? The Hanyu questioned at his friend's looks. So what is you monster form anyways, Naruto? Moka asked, causing Naruto to sweat a little. Naruto tried to think of what to say before looking at Kurumu and decided to change the focus. Never mind that. Weren't you saying something about Sukune being your destined one or something, Kurumu? His words reminded the brunette of what she was doing earlier and she turned to a now sweating Sukune. That right? So Sukune, what kind of wedding do you want? The human's answer was silence as he stood there for a moment before he turned around and started running away, with the succubus at his heels. Naruto released a breath of relief as he watched the two run into the school. That was close. You still haven't answered the question, Naruto-kun. Naruto flinched as he turned to see a serious face on the cute vampire's face. He stared at her for a second before answering, yeah, you see wait for me, Sukune. Naruto started running after Sukune, leaving the vampire and familiar standing there. Moka quickly started running after Naruto while Haku shook his head a little with a smile as he could hear their voices coming from inside the school. Please hurry up and become mine, Sukune-kun, Kurumu called out, before noticing Naruto running right past her. Naruto-kun, tell me, Moka shouted as she caught up to Kurumu. How did it end up like this? Sukune cried out as he and Naruto ran through the hallway. Just keep running, Naruto replied, as Haku entered the building and watched the comical chase, and the reactions of the other students. You always get into the weirdest situations, Naruto-sama, he said to himself, not noticing a figure was staring at him from behind a pillar. Okay class, Nekonomiya-sensei said cheerfully as she closed her book after hearing the bell ring. We'll continue the lesson on Monday. Remember we will have short classes that day because of the school event happening after class. Hi. As soon as the teacher left, everyone quickly got out of their seats and started moving around, glad that the school day was finished. Finally, it's the weekend, Naruto said in his seat as he stretched his arms out and let out a small grunt. It had been almost 2 weeks since Kurumu and Haku joined the group and school life for them had gotten back to a normal level, whatever that was. I can't wait to relax tomorrow. So you finished with everything then? Moka asked from her seat, making Naruto turn his seat a little to look back, getting a nod from the blonde. Moka flashed him a smile. That's great, maybe we could do something this weekend, we can even invite the others as well. Naruto was quiet for a second before returning a smile. Sure, sounds like fun. The two seemed to stare at each other, lost in their own world. Moka started to lean in a little. Moka-chan? Sorry, but can I just have a little? She started to ask as her mouth drifted to Naruto's neck. The Hanyu released a sigh before nodding his head, making the girl smile before sinking her fangs into his neck and began to drink. You really love drinking Naruto's blood, don't you, Moka? A voice said, making Moka jerk back a little. Naruto flinched a little from the sudden motion. The two looked to the side to see Kurumu and Sukune standing next to Naruto's desk. Kurumu had a grin on her face. Don't let us stop your little moment. Naruto and Moka blushed a little at that. Sukune let out a nervous chuckle before speaking. Kurumu-chan, you should nt say stuff like that. Oh come on Sukune-kun. These two definitely have something going on between them. Kurumu replied, turning to her destined one. You think so too, right? Well, is it true, Naruto-sama? They turned to see Haku kneeling right next to Naruto's seat, causing the four students to jump a little from the mon's sudden appearance. Are you romantically involved with Akashiya Moka-san? It's not like that. The two in question immediately responded in a comical fashion, drawing a few of their classmates' attentions. After a few more minutes of teasing, laughing, questioning, and other entertaining moments, the group soon left the classroom. Anyway, what are you guys planning to do for the weekend? Naruto asked as they walked down the stairs. Moka and I were thinking of doing something, you guys interested? Sure. Sounds like fun. Sukune replied cheerfully before turning his head to look at Naruto and Moka. So did you guys have anything in mind? The Hanyu and Vampire looked at each other for a moment before Naruto shrugged his shoulders. No idea, we just thought about it. Maybe we could walk around Mononoke Arcade before getting something to eat. Yahoo, that actually sounds like fun, Kurumu replied. It would be interesting to go. Moka agreed with a small smile. Mononoke Arcade? Sukune questioned. You're talking about that shopping area, right? The group was walking down the hallway, ignoring the jealous looks they were getting from the other students. Yeah, though it has more than stores, it also has movie theaters and stuff. Naruto nodded his head before looking at Haku. So how about you, Haku? You want to come as well? Of course, I will go anywhere you do, Naruto-sama. The effeminate-looking teen noticed Naruto giving him a hard look. I mean, I would enjoy that very much, Naruto-sama. Naruto released his stare as he let out a large sigh. I guess that's better, but you need to stop with the sama. Friends don't need to address each other like that. I know that, Naruto-sama, but I respect you too much to call you by anything else, Haku replied with a smile. Just, promise you will at least try, Naruto said. Haku was silent for a moment before nodding. I will try, Naruto-san. Haku paused when he saw the heinous eyes narrowed a little. Hi Naruto-san. The others laughed a little at the scene just as they made it toward the exit. After they went to their shoe lockers, the group walked out with Moka and Kurumu in the lead and the guys were chatting a few feet behind them. As they drew closer to the dorms, Kurumu looked back to see Naruto and Sukune talking while Haku was listening in. The succubus turned her gaze back to Moka. Hey Moka, she whispered to her fellow female student, making her look at the succubus. Did you ever find out what Naruto's true form was? The girl was silent before shaking her head. Unfortunately, no, I wasn't able to get him to tell me. He's so secretive about it. That's a little disappointing. I wanted to know what he was. Kurumu pouted before a slight shiver went up her spine. Remembering that battle, I am really curious on what he is. Now that I think about it, I don't know what Sukune is either. Moka's eyes widened a bit at that before speaking quickly. Well, whatever their true forms are, they will tell us when they're ready. I guess, Kurumu replied as she moved her hands behind her head as her eyes drifted up a little to look at the sky. It's just so mysterious and unknown. The curiosity is getting to me. I know what you mean, but that's what makes mysteries so fun to solve, Moka said with a smile, making Kurumu smile as well and let out a giggle. Uh-huh. The guys looked at the girls with raised eyebrows as they watched them giggle about something. At least they're getting along now, Sukune commented with a smile. Naruto nodded in agreement. It's hard to believe Kurumu hated Moka so much not even a full 2 weeks ago, but now it's like they're best friends. I believe this is part of what my father meant by girls can be the most confusing monsters, Haku said. Naruto and Sukune were quiet for a moment before nodding and speaking. Yup, got that right. The rest of the walk was peaceful as they arrived at the dorms. Just before they separated, someone spoke out. So, everyone can meet up tomorrow? Everyone nodded their heads at Moka's question, making the vampire girl smile. All right, we should meet up in front of the dorms around 10, does that sound good? That's all right with me, Naruto said. The others nodded their heads in agreement. The group soon split up and went to their individual rooms. Later that night, I am so excited. Moka was sitting in front of her mirror, brushing her hair with a smile on her face as she thought about all the fun she and her friends were going to have tomorrow. I can't wait to have fun with Naruto-kun and the others. You really are too relaxed around him, a voice spoke out, making Moka pause from her brushing and look down to her rosary to see it was glowing again. The other me, Moka remembered what the voice had just said. What do you mean too relaxed? Naruto's true form is very puzzling. The rosary seemed to sense Moka's confusion and continued. His strength and abilities are much higher than what a usual Heinous would be, and from what he said his power was sealed as well, so it is unknown how high his power goes, and there is still something that has been troubling me since the incident with the succubus. Troubling? What's troubling? Moka asked. Did Naruto-kun do something weird? More like he did something that should nt be possible. It was when I was warning you about the succubus and her charm. The rosary explained, getting a nod from her other self. Remember, I said that I am using this rosary a medium as a way to communicate with you. So only you should be able to hear me, understand now? But Naruto-kun was able to hear you. What does that mean? Moka questioned, a little scared at what the answer could be. I am unsure at the moment, but if I recall he was still holding on to you, correct? Moka gave a nod, remembering that while Naruto had released her from the comforting hug, he was still holding onto her arms. Then it's possible that he was able somehow connect to us mentally via physical contact, though this should really only happen when the two people are connected through a link of some kind, which leads to the question, just who is Naruto Namikaze? Moka sat in silence as she thought about her other self's words, wondering what her friend's true form was to be able to connect them like that. She gently shook her head to dismiss the thoughts. I may not know what Naruto-kun is, but I do know he is my friend, and right now, that's enough for me. HMPH, are you sure that's all he is to you? The rosary replied, but Moka did not answer. Whatever, even if you trust him, I will keep my eye on him until I am sure he is not a threat. With that said, the rosary went silent, leaving Moka alone to her thoughts before shaking her head a little. Naruto-kun is not a threat, I know it, Moka thought as she started walking to her bed. She got under the covers and drifted off to sleep, dreaming of the fun she would have with her friends and, more importantly, a certain blonde Hanyu. The next morning, Naruto got out of his bed with a stretch before getting ready for the new day. After putting on some casual clothes, a navy blue shirt with an orange vest over it and dark pants, and making sure he had everything he would need, the blonde made his way out of his room. As he locked the door, Naruto glanced at his wristband as the seal shined a little from the sun's beams hitting it. Shaking his head, a little, Naruto thought to himself, I'll tell them soon, but for now let's just have fun. With that thought in mind, the Hanyu walked to the mess hall for some breakfast. As he made it inside the room, the Hanyu saw that there were other students there as well. His eyes focused on Sukune, who was already eating. Yo Sukune. Naruto greeted as he walked to his friend's table. The blonde looked around to see where his other male friend was sitting. Sukune was wearing a blue-green open-button shirt over a white t-shirt and khaki pants. I guess Haku wasn't shown up yet. The human swallowed the food in his mouth before answering, Hey Naruto. Yeah, Haku hasn't showed up yet. Oh well, we still have time before we meet up with the girls. I am going to get something to eat too. Naruto shrugged before walking to the cook's to get some breakfast. As he received his food, the blonde thanked the smiling cook and made his way back to the table. After Naruto sat down in a seat across from Sukune, a voice spoke out from the side. Good morning, Naruto-sama. Sukune-san. The two looked back to see Haku walking towards them. He was wearing a gray-blue shirt and dark green pants. How are you two this morning? Ah, I am fine, Haku-san. Sukune replied with a smile. Naruto's eyebrow was twitching a little. Haku. The teen flinched at Naruto's tone. What did I say before? My apologies, Naruto-san. Haku said before turning around. I am going to get something to eat now, bye. Why are you so against him calling you Sama? Sukune asked as he watched Haku hurry to the cooks before turning to Naruto, who released a sigh. Does it bother you that much? I just don't like it when he calls me that, Naruto answered as he broke his chopsticks apart. Haku is my friend and I don't like it when my friends are so formal with me. I guess that's true, I wouldn't like my friends to do it either, Sukune commented as Naruto nodded his head. But didn't you guys say his clan were loyal to you family for generations? It should be expected that he calls you that? Just because his clan is loyal to ours doesn't mean they're our servants, Naruto said as he pointed his chopsticks at Sukune. They are more like our comrades in battle. Each generation of Haku's clan is paired up with the same generation from my family. His father was my father's familiar since they were kids themselves. Wow, so you and Haku already knew each other before you were chosen to fight together, getting a nod from his Hanyu friend. Sukune continued, that sounds pretty cool. Yo Naruto. The two looked to see Haiji walking up to them with a raised hand in greeting, which Naruto responded with a small wave. Hey Haiji, good morning. As the older student walked up to them, Naruto saw that Sukune confused look on his face. Oh right, you haven't met him yet, Sukune. This is Haiji Miyamoto. He's a second-year student. Haiji, this is my friend Sukune Aono. Nice to meet you, Sukune said from his seat. Yeah, same here. Haiji responded with a smile before turning to Naruto. So you got any plans for today, Naruto? I was thinking we could have a rematch later. Sorry Haiji, some of my friends and I were going to hang out today, maybe next time, Naruto replied with an apologetic look, which Haiji waved off. No prob, I understand, so where were you guys going? Haiji asked. We were thinking about going over to Mononoke Arcade, Naruto responded. Haiji's eyes narrowed very slightly but it still caught Naruto's attention. Is something wrong? It's just a rumor that has been going around and I only just heard about it from a friend of mine. He had told me that there was a violent group hanging out there, more like a gang, Haiji explained, making Sukune shiver a little of the thought of seeing a monster gang, but it isn't really proven yet, so there is no guarantee that the rumors are true or not. Well, I guess we're gonna have to be careful while we're there then, right Haku? Naruto turned to said person as he made his way back to the table. Hi Naruto-sama. Haku replied as he sat down. I've told you before that you don't have to, you know what, forget it, Naruto said with a huff as he turned to Haiji. Thanks for the warning Haiji, well be careful. Alright. I'll be seeing ya, the man nodded his head as he said that, just make sure you and your friends stay safe. Haiji turned around and started walking away. It'd be a shame to lose a strong sparring partner. Such an interesting person, Haku commented as they watched Haiji walk out of the room. Yeah, Haiji is a pretty cool guy and he's really strong too, Naruto said before a sweat drop grew behind his head as his face scrunched up a little, but his taste in women is really creepy. Huh? Sukune raised an eyebrow at that, what do you mean? Haiji likes women who are more younger looking, a lot younger. The other two shuddered a little after Naruto said that. You mean he's a Sukune started? Yup, Naruto answered quickly. And he likes Haku was a little green as he said that. Wow, never would have thought, Sukune said before they all shuddered a little. They were quiet for a while as they ate in silence, but after they finished their food and placed their trays on the clean-up table Sukune spoke. So do you guys think we should tell the girls about the rumor? I think we should, even if it might just be a rumor, it is better for them to at least be aware of the possible threat. Haku answered as the three headed out the door towards the meeting point. I agree that they should know, but we'll just have to make sure we are careful when we get there, Naruto added. The three soon made it to the meeting point to see that Moka and Kurumu were just arriving themselves. Moka gave the three a smile and wave while Kurumu gave Sukune her own special greeting. Good morning Sukune. Kurumu exclaimed as she leapt forward and wrapped her arms and legs around Sukune, who barely managed to balance himself with the sudden addition in weight. Kurumu was wearing a white button-down shirt and a red checkered skirt. I am so happy to see you. Sukune waved his arms a little as his face was covered by Kurumu's giant assets and his breathing was being blocked. Kurumu, I don't think Sukune can breathe, Moka said as she walked next to Naruto. She was wearing a light yellow sundress with a white jacket over it. Moka shook her head a little as Kurumu continued to smother Sukune with her affection before turning to look at Naruto and Haku with a smile. Good morning Naruto-kun. Good morning Haku-san. Morning Moka-chan. Naruto smiled back at her. Yes, good morning Moka-san. Haku greeted as he bowed his head a little. Are you ready for today? Hi, this is going to be a lot of fun, Moka said with an excited look. Staring at her happy expression made Naruto almost hesitate to tell her about the rumor that he and the others heard earlier. Why yeah, I agree, Naruto said while returning a smile, but we're going to have to be careful when we get there. What do you mean? The vampire girl asked as Kurumu, who finally let go of Sukune, joined Moka in giving him a curious look. It's only a rumor so it's probably nothing, but we heard about a rumor about a group that likes to cause trouble around the Mononoke arcade area, Naruto answered before he placed a hand on Haku's shoulder. Besides, even if there is something then you can count on us to protect you guys. Kurumu wrapped her arms around Sukune's neck. I know Sukune will be there to protect me, said Human chuckled nervously at the brunette's words. Right, Moka started to say. She quickly grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled a little. Anyway, let's go. A while later, wow. As the group walked along Mononoke Arcade, They looked around and were amazed at how lively it was. All around them there were students walking in and out of stores and walking along the path. I didn't know this place was so popular, Kurumu said in awe as she eyes looked all over. She felt Sukune pull her arm a little and her body moved out of the way as a few people on bicycles passed by them. This place definitely has a lot of attractions, doesn't it? I believe they have a few movie theaters here as well, Haku commented as the group started to move. As they walked, Naruto noticed Moka's face had a look of awe and amazement, but he could see a small bit of nervousness in her eyes. I guess she must be a little nervous about what was said earlier. He reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder to get her attention. Moka, are you alright? Oh, I am fine. Moka answered with a smile. This place is so much livelier than I thought it was. She waved her arms comically as she said that. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, I guess you're right. Hopefully we won't have any trouble while we're here. The two continued to talk as the group continued on. They were so caught up in their conversation that Moka didn't notice in time as she bumped into someone. Oh, I am sorry, she said as she turned to look at the person she bumped into. The man had a rough face and was wearing what seemed to be a Chinese martial arts outfit. Turned to her with narrow eyes, widening a little as he saw her before responding. Just watch yourself next time, he continued walking on with a huff. Well, that was rude, Kurumu muttered as they watched the man walk away. He could have at least apologized too. It doesn't matter, let's just enjoy ourselves, Moka said as she pulled Naruto and Kurumu along by their arms, Sukune and Haku following right after them. Meanwhile, the man from earlier moved into an alleyway and took out a cell phone. He quickly dialed a number and waited for someone to answer. Chuga, what is it? A deep voice answered on the other side of the line. Sir, just a few minutes ago I saw a girl here, a vampire, the man answered. And, why is that so important? Because sir, her scent is like hers? Her? You mean yes sir, she's somehow related to the Black Devil, Chuga said as he looked around the corner to see Moka and the others walk into a store. So what do you want to do sir? If she really is related to that woman, then erase her, but make sure you do it without getting caught, the voice ordered, making the man nod his head before ending the call. Look Sukune! Kurumu exclaimed as she showed Sukune a sexy blue dress. The group had been walking around for a while and had started to browse through a clothing store, much to the guy's dismays. It looks very nice Kurumu-chan. Sukune's words seemed to make the succubus very happy as her tail appeared and started wagging behind her. Haku and Naruto stood in the background and watched in amusement as Kurumu continued to show Sukune several different dresses, each one more risque than the last. It looks like Sukune-san is having a hard time, Haku commented as Kurumu seemed to whisper something into Sukune's ear, making the human blush like crazy. Yeah, poor bastard, Naruto said, smirking as he shook his head. He really needs to pull himself together when Kurumu is like that. Hey Naruto-kun. The blonde turned his head to see Moka holding a red dress in front of her. How does this look? It looks great Moka-chan. Naruto answered before a thought came to mind. I wonder if the each Moka-chan has different tastes than one another when it comes to stuff like this. Naruto-kun? He snapped out of his thoughts to see Moka had a look of embarrassment on her face. You're staring at me too hard. Ah, sorry. Naruto apologized as he let out an awkward laugh and rubbed the back of his head. Anyway, do you guys want to get lunch? Actually I am starting to get a little hungry, Moka admitted as she placed the dress back. I am as well, Haku agreed. How about you guys? He turned his head and saw that Kurumu and Sukune were nowhere to be seen. Great, Kurumu must be taken Sukune somewhere. Releasing a sigh he looked back at Moka and Haku. I am going to go find them quickly and then we can go eat, okay? Right. Well, meet you at the front. Moka watched Naruto walk off before turning to Haku. I am done looking at clothes. Was there anything you wanted to look at? Not really, I don't really need any clothes, Haku replied as he placed his hands in his pockets. The two were quiet as they made their way to the entrance. Moka looked like she wanted to speak but was hesitant. Did you want to ask something Moka-san? Actually there is something. You've known Naruto-kun since you were children, right? Haku nodded his head at Moka's question. Well, I was wondering, if you don't mind, telling me what made you so loyal to him. It's not really one of my best moments, but guess I wouldn't mind telling you, if you want to know, Haku said as they walked out the doors and stopped a few feet away. Seeing Moka stare at him, Haku began to speak. I guess I should start by saying that there was a short time that I wanted nothing to do with Naruto-sama. Really? Yes, you see everyone of my clan is loyal to Naruto-sama's family. Each generation from both families is paired together. Haku explained. My father, Kurama Kageyuki, was Minato Namikaze's, Naruto's father, familiar and battle partner, so the two of us met when we were children. Flashback. An 8-year-old Haku, wearing a blue kimono, was walking with his parents towards a large house. His mother was beautiful, with her golden eyes and pale as snow skin and long mixed hair of black, blue and white, with 2 wavy black horizontal lines. She was wearing a snowflake-designed furset and a scarf with a growth ring pattern. His father was a tall, handsome man with long, wild, red-orange hair with black tips, and red eyes. He was wearing a larger black version of Haku's kimono with a crimson cloak over it. Father, Haku called out to the older man, who looked down to his son. We're going to see your old friend, right? That's right, it's his son's birthday today, so we're going to see them, Kurama said with a small smile. His son is the same age as you, which means it is more than likely you will become his familiar. Dear, isn't it a little early for Haku to think about such things? I mean, he hasn't even met the boy yet, Haku's mother questioned, though her husband shook his head at that. Nonsense, Minato and I met when we were children as well. This way the boys can meet at the very least, and who knows. As they arrived at the doors, Haku watched as his father rang the doorbell. They might become best friends like us as well. I doubt it, Haku thought as he stood there. There's no way I am going to ally myself to anyone or become friends. All they would do is betray you at the end. His parents were 2 separate monsters whose elements were complete opposites, and because of that Haku was treated harshly by a few members on both sides. His father's side bullied him because of who his mother was, and his mother's side ignored his existence because of who his father was. Hearing the sound of footsteps coming closer to the entrance, Kurama backed up a little to stand next to his wife and son. The doorknob clicked as a turning sound was heard before the door opened to reveal a smiling platinum blonde man. Kurama, glad you could make it, the man said. Good to see ya too, Minato, Kurama replied before he let out a little smirk. You look like crap. Haku studied the man and saw that his clothes were a little ruffled and what looked like paint marks. He also had a few streamers in his hair. Was this man really the same person his father had told him about in his stories of their adventures together? Thanks a lot, ya bastard. After Minato said that, he gestured for the family to come inside. So what the hell happened to you? Kurama asked as the family entered the house and started following Minato to the family room. His wife lightly slapped the back of his head for cursing in front of their son. A few weeks ago, Kushina started to show Naruto how to pull pranks, saying it's a good way to learn how to set up traps. Minato let out a sigh as he recalled what happened earlier. Let's just say that Naruto has got a knack for it. As they made their way to the family room, Haku could hear laughing coming from inside. When he entered the room, he saw a beautiful woman with long red hair sitting in a chair giggling at a picture. Next to her was a laughing child around his age with blonde hair with silver streak. The woman looked up from the picture and noticed Minato has come back with their guests. Oh Kurama, Setsura-chan. The woman quickly got up and wrapped Setsura in a hug, which the pale mother returned. It's great to see you guys. Nice to see you as well, Kushina, Kurama said as he and Minato watched their wives hug. It's been a while, hasn't it? Setsura commented as she and Kushina separated. Setsura looked back to the couch to see the blonde boy was looking at them with confusion. So this must be the birthday boy. Hello. The boy hopped off his seat and walked up to them, stopping next to Kushina's legs as he gave them a smile. I am Naruto. Naruto, huh? Well, it's very nice to meet you, Naruto-chan. I am Setsura. Setsura introduced herself as she knelt down. Happy birthday. Thank you, Setsura Obasan. Naruto replied before noticing Kurama, and gave his leg a hug. Kurama Oja-san. Hey there, Gaki. How are you doing? Kurama patted Naruto on the head. I saw what you did to your old man. Nice work. Oh, shut up, Minato said with a twitching eyebrow. Kushina and Setsura were giggling at Minato's attitude. Setsura noticed that Haku was silent. Naruto. The boy looked at Setsura, who moved behind Haku and lightly nudged her son forward. This is my son Haku. He's the same age as you. Naruto went up to Haku and stuck a hand out. Nice to meet ya. Haku just stared at the hand before looking up at the blonde's smiling face. With a huff, the raven-haired boy turned his head away. Whatever. Naruto just blinked his eyes in confusion. End flashback. I didn't want to get to know Naruto-sama. I just thought he was someone that would only cause trouble for me in the future, Haku finished. But you get along so well, what changed all that? Moka asked with curiosity apparent in her voice. A certain incident, Haku answered as his eyes closed. Incident, Moka repeated. Yes, it happened a year after Naruto-sama and I met. It was during the winter time and our families went together to visit my mother's old friend for a vacation. Haku explained as he recalled the day. I had gotten into a dangerous situation and Naruto-sama saved me that day. Haku-san, Moka whispered as she saw a look of melancholy appeared on his face. Even when I was such a horrible person to him, he just continued to smile and treat me like I was a close friend. Haku and Moka went silent after he said that, waiting quietly for Naruto and the others. Moka-san. The vampire looked towards Haku. If there comes a time, when you discover what Naruto-sama really is, please, don't shun him or do anything to hurt him. Huh? What do you mean? Moka asked as she felt confusion at Haku's words. Neither knew it, but the other Moka had been listening in on the conversation since Haku started his story. It's Naruto-sama's secret to tell. However, Haku's eyes widened as he felt something thin pierce his leg. Looking down, he saw an arm sticking out of a shadow with a syringe in its hand, injecting a blue liquid into his leg. Haku suddenly felt his body convulse and lose strength fast. A muffling sound made him look up and saw Moka being held by the man from before with his arm wrapped around her neck and a hand over her mouth. Moka-san. The teen felt something hard hit the back of his head and sent him collapsing into the ground. Moka used what strength she could to remove the hand from her mouth, and shouted as she watched Haku fall to the floor. Haku-san. Don't worry, he's only knocked out, we're only after you after all, relative of the Black Devil, the man whispered into her ear. His words made Moka tense up as the name seemed very familiar. So answer this question, what are your relations to Akua Shuzan? Akua, Nisan? The words just slipped out of Moka's mouth before she knew she said them. An evil smirk appeared on the Mon's face. So you're her sister, ha 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 ha. This is perfect. He laughed as a few other men came up to them. Well, just take our revenge on her little sister, you're coming with us. Moka had a scared look on her face as the men made her start to walk. She looked back to see Haku was still knocked out, but he had been moved to lean against the wall, turning her head forward again. Moka had only one thing going through her mind as she and the men disappeared into the crowd. Help me, Naruto-kun. 15 minutes later, P. Haku could hear a voice calling out as someone shook his body. Haku, up, wake up. Haku's eyes shot open as he recognized the voice. He saw Naruto, with Kurumu and Sukune behind him, giving him a worried look. Thank God. Haku, are you okay? Hi, Naruto-sama. Haku started slowly. Suddenly memories of what happened before appeared in his mind. Naruto-sama, we've got trouble. I figured that when I saw you knocked out. What happened? Naruto questioned with slightly hard eyes. Where's Moka-chan? It was that man from before. He and a few others drugged me and took her. Haku watched as Naruto's eye narrowed. He must have been a part of that gang we heard about, Naruto deduced, making Sukune's eyes widen, and Kurumu let out a gasp. Were you able to get anything on where they were taking her? Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. They knocked me out before I could do anything. Haku lowered his head to look at the ground at the thought of his failure. I am sorry, Naruto-sama. Naruto let out an annoyed grunt before standing up. He looked back and forth at the two possible directions they could have taken her. Looking back at the others, he spoke. We're going to split up. Haku and I will take the path on the right and you guys will take the one on the left. If you two find where they took her, come find me immediately, Naruto ordered with a tone in his voice that surprised Sukune a little. In the time that he's known Naruto, he's never talked like this before. Haku, can you stand? Why yes, Naruto-sama. Haku slowly got to his feet, before he felt his legs lose a little strength and he fell forward a little, but Naruto caught him and helped him stand up straight. Don't push yourself, Haku, Naruto said as he turned to Kurumu and Sukune. Be careful, you both. With that, Naruto and Haku started off on their path. Kurumu watched the Hanyu and his friend disappear into the crowd and let out a sigh. That guy, he's so dedicated to her and they're not even dating. That's just how Naruto is, Sukune commented as he and Kurumu started down their path as well, but I understand why he's so worried. Who knows what they're planning to do with Moka? Right, let's hurry then, Kurumu exclaimed as she started to run, with Sukune following right after her. Naruto and Haku, who recovered after a few minutes, were rushing through the crowd, trying to find any clue of where the men had taken Moka. Damn it! Where could they be? Naruto exclaimed as his eyes studied through the crowd. Haku turned to Naruto with an apologetic look. I am sorry, Naruto-sama. If only I had stopped them from taking her, then none of this would have. Don't blame yourself, Haku, Naruto said while turning his head to look at his familiar. Those guys got the drop on you, that's all there is to it. I know that, but still, Haku paused as he remembered how easily they caught him off guard. Naruto let out a sigh. If you really feel guilty about it, then help me save Moka-chan. Does that sound good enough for you? Hi, Naruto-sama. Haku responded with a look of determination on his face. Good. Naruto turned from Haku and began to think to himself, Moka-chan, where are you? Meanwhile, now you just wait here until our boss gets here, a gang member said as he roughly threw Moka into the room, and then we're gonna think of the perfect way to get rid of you and get our revenge, he said before shutting the door and locking it behind him. Why? Why is this happening? Moka mumbled as she curled up against the wall. Pull yourself together. Moka looked down at her glowing rosary. This isn't the time to lose yourself. But, Moka tried to say, but the rosary quickly cut her off. If those men were really after us because of Akua, then they must want to plan the perfect way for revenge and that will take some time, Moka said to her outer self. In that time, both Naruto Namikaze should be able to discover that trail I had you make and reach here just in time. For now just wait for them to arrive. Just before the glow died down, Moka muttered one last thing. If only we could take the rosary off ourselves, then we wouldn't be in this situation. Moka was silent after her inner self stopped talking. Knowing she was right, one of her hands drifted to her hair as she remembered the trail she left. Her hand paused as it reached a point in her hair where, if you looked closely, a few strands had been pulled off. Naruto-kun, please hurry, back to Naruto and Haku. Naruto's eyes continued to scan through the crowd, trying to find any clues that could help. Looking back towards Haku, the Hanyu noticed that his familiar had recovered a bit from being drugged and knocked out. The bicolor-haired man looked back at Naruto and shook his head in a negative manner, making Naruto grit his teeth. Damn it, Moka-chan. Naruto's head dropped a little. Did you even come this way? His thoughts were halted as he noticed something on the ground as a person's shadow went over it. He quickly went up to the stingy object and picked it up. Taking a good look at it, Naruto saw it was a bunch of long hair. Pink hair. This is Moka-chan's hair. Did she leave this here for us to find? Naruto-sama. Naruto turned to see Haku was giving him a confused look and showed him the hair. Is that Moka's hair, which means we're going the right way, Naruto said as he glanced towards the path. Yes, but it still doesn't point to where this guys are, Haku pointed out. He's right about that. Moka was kidnapped by a gang of monsters. Possible kill. That's it. Naruto smirked as he clenched the hand holding the hair. Haku, he said, catching his friend's attention. These guys are more than likely killers, which not only means they have the scent of blood on them, but they are also filled with negative emotions and killer intent. That is correct, Naruto-sama, Haku started, but what does that have to? Oh. The familiar realized what Naruto was getting at. Then you should be able to detect them and track them down. The blonde Hanyu nodded his head, but Haku grew a concerned look. But Naruto-sama, even if you could sense their killer intent, there is no way you could pinpoint their exact locations. That may be true if I focus on just that, but I have this too. Naruto lifted up the hand holding Moka's hair. Any piece of the body of a monster that comes off still has a very, very faint amount of the body's power within it, so I'll try to use whatever is still in Moka's hair to help narrow it down. But Naruto-sama, Haku interjected, that would require a lot of focus and power. Naruto was silent for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. You're right, let's go somewhere quieter. After he said that, the two hurried over to a quiet area next to a large fountain. Naruto looked around and saw that they were the only two there surprisingly. Okay, this place should be good, Haku. Haku stood straighter at Naruto's voice. Why yes. I will find Moka-chan and those other guys, but first I need to do something. Naruto raised his arms up as he brought his left hand to the leather bracelet on his wrist. Naruto-sama. Are you really going to release your seal? Haku asked in surprise, but didn't Minato-sama say that you were not to release your power unless you had no choice? Yeah, and I know he just wants me to be safe, but I can't hide in the shadows when the people I care about are in danger. Haku just stared at Naruto for a moment as his fingers started to wrap around the rosary. Just answer this. Naruto's gaze never left his seal as he nodded, waiting for Haku to ask his question. Is Moka-san real worth it? Even with the possibility that she may want nothing to do with you after she learns your true form. Is Moka worth it? Naruto didn't even need a second to answer. Of course she is. With a pull, the rosary on his bracelet came off with a snap. Then the area was covered in demonic power. With Kurumu and Sukune, the two were running down the path, trying to find any signs of Moka. Suddenly Kurumu came to a halt as a large wave of demonic energy passed over her. Sukune, noticing Kurumu stopping, asked with concern, Are you alright, Kurumu-chan? Sukune, are you telling me you don't sense that? Her answer was a look of confusion. This huge amount of power can only belong to one of the legendary monsters. Headmaster's room. The headmaster, Tenmei Mikagami, was sitting in his office as he felt Naruto's power. So Minato's son has unsealed himself. Mikagami rose out of his seat and walked to his office window. I wonder, just how far that boy will go. Gangster hideout. What the hell? Alarmed by the sound, Moka raised her head and turned to the door. She could hear the people outside going crazy and moving all over the place. Where is this power coming from? Is it a vampire? Can't be, there was no word of any of them being here. Looks like something caused quite a stir, Moka commented to her outer self, who nodded in agreement. From what I sense, whatever is creating this energy seems to be powerful. Moka looked down in thought. A certain blonde flashed in her mind. Is this because of you, Naruto? The girl went silent as she thought about the demonic energy she was feeling. A few minutes later, so, this is their hideout, huh? A male voice said as he and his companion walked towards the gang's hideout, which was an old, abandoned warehouse. Kinda cliché, don't you think? It does seem like a pretty common type of place for a gang to be, his companion agreed as they stopped walking. So Naruto-sama, how should we proceed? Naruto's appearance had changed a bit with his seal released. His hair had grew a little, making the spikes reach his shoulders, and its blonde and silver colors merged and turned more platinum like his father's. His eyes were blood red with slits in them, and his body build grew a little as well. Let me just check on Moka-chan's condition first. The Hanyu closed his eyes as he tried to sense Moka. After a second or two he found her on the second floor with several men outside her door. Naruto opened his eyes as he detected more signatures coming towards them. Moka-chan seems to be fine, but it looks like they're sending down a welcoming committee. Well then, Naruto-sama, Haku started as they watched the doors burst open and a bunch of men came rushing out. Since they've been so nice as to greet us, it would be a shame to do the same. Yes it would, Naruto replied with a smirk. Who are you? One of the men questioned as he stepped forward. What are you doing on our turf? Huh, judging by their accent, these guys are Chinese, Naruto thought before speaking. Hey, you guys kidnapped a girl earlier, so we came to get her back. You're talking about that vampire girl, right? The man questioned, the sister of the Black Devil. What? No way in hell. These guys must be out of their minds. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The Black Devil, he turned to Haku, who just shrugged his shoulders. Well anyways, I don't care what problems you have with Moka's sister. Naruto's eyes narrowed, but if you guys want to live, I suggest you give her back. Reinin-san, a bald man with facial tattoos, called out to the man. That's the one who was releasing all that power earlier, and his eyes, they're red. Another man looked at Naruto's eyes and took a step back in shock. Blood-red eyes and a huge amount of demonic power. He's gotta be a vampire, Reinin muttered. A smirk grew on his face before he released a chuckle which soon grew in a dark laugh. Ha ha ha, this is amusing. To think another vampire would appear in front of us. Well, I know the perfect way to deal with you. Naruto gave Reinin a cocky smirk. Oh really? Then let's see what you've got. Gladly. Reinin's body started to change. His arms turned a scaly yellow-green and his hands had webbing between his fingers. A big white plate grew over his head and started to resemble what looked like a hat. Inside the plate a hole formed and water appeared inside. On Reinin's back a shell appeared. Behold my true form, a Kappa. Interesting, however, that form is not something to be boasted about. From the looks of it, you're one of the lower-class Kappa, Naruto commented as he crossed his arms. Shut up. A bunch of tick marks grew on Reinin's head. I might not be one of the Kappas of the higher class, but like the rest of my kind I can control water. With a swing of his arms, a giant wave of water appeared around Reinin as he gave Naruto a cruel smile. This is your last chance, vampire. Surrender. Naruto used his hand to motion for Haku to take a few steps away. You made two mistakes. The first was thinking that I would surrender to a low-class weakling like you. The second. Enough. Reinin shouted as he released the water at high speeds towards Naruto, who not only stayed completely still as the attack rushed at him, but also kept a confident smirk on his face as it made contact. Serves that asshole right. The other men were laughing and cheering. That bastard must be in such pain right now. He deserves it for acting so cocky. Did he really think he could beat us? Reinin kept his eyes on his water as it started to disappear, revealing the completely soaked Naruto standing there. You see why I said I would be perfect to fight you? Reinin asked as he walked closer to Naruto. Haku was silent as he watched the Kappa continue to talk. All vampires are weak against water, and Kappa can make and control water. The moment you fought me was the moment you lost. When he finished talking, Reinin was about 5 feet away from Naruto, who hadn't moved a muscle. Like I was saying, Reinin was shocked to suddenly find himself being held in the air by his throat, Naruto giving him a hard stare. Your second mistake was calling me a vampire. Naruto released his grip on Reinin and drew his hand back, creating a fist surrounded by swirling demonic energy. Know your place. The fist was sent into the Kappa's stomach, the energy spiraling deep into his gut before exiting out of Reinin's shell, creating a giant hole through his body. You. What are you? Reinin gasped out as blood exited his mouth. trying to look at Naruto with shocked eyes. I may have vampire blood coursing through my veins, but that doesn't mean I have the weakness that come with it, Naruto explained as he withdrew his fist. I am half vampire, half human, a dhampir. Half-breed. I lost to a half-breed. Reinen was shocked as he fell to the ground. Damn it. Stop talking. The more you speak, the more painful it will be for you, Naruto said as he turned to the others. So, does anyone else want to suffer the same fate as him? Like hell. One of them replied, making another nod their head in agreement, and soon others started to shout their agreements as well. Two of them charged forward and their hands transformed into giant blades. You have no right to try and act superior to us, you filthy half-breed. The two didn't even get 10 feet from where they started before one was engulfed by flames while the other was pierced by several dagger-shaped icicles. The rest of the men looked to the side to see Haku standing with his arms stretched out in front of him with a ball of flames in his right and a fog of ice covering his left. I won't let any of you harm Naruto-sama, Haku said with venom in his voice. His eyes shifted to Naruto for a second before looking at the remaining numbers. Naruto-sama, I shall deal with these guys. You go on ahead and get Moka-san. Naruto turned to Haku. Are you sure? The dhampir didn't get a vocal answer as his familiar stared at the gang members. After a few seconds Naruto nodded his head. All right, I am going on ahead, but Haku. The raven-haired teen answered this time. Yes, Naruto-sama? You need to stop with the sama. With that Naruto disappeared and reappeared behind the crowd before running into the warehouse. Shit, how did he before anyone could run in after him? A wall of ice blocked the entrance. My apologize Naruto-sama, but that is something that I cannot do, Haku said out loud before starting to walk forward, but as he made that first step Reinen called out to him. Why? Haku stopped and turned to the dying monster. Why are you so loyal to him? Why serve that filthy half-breed? Haku was silent as he stared at the man before turning around. Because he saved my life. Flashback. Haku was seen running from something in a snowy, dark forest, holding onto his frozen arm, which he did to stop the bleeding coming from his shoulder. A shadowy figure was quickly following after him, cutting through several trees as it passed them. Haku quickly spun and unleashed a freezing breath at the figure, freezing the area, but before Haku could relax something slammed into him. Haku grunted as he was sent flying into a tree. He struggled to get up as a giant spider-like man, a Tsuchigumo, drew closer to him. You. Basta. He was interrupted as the Tsuchigumo slammed several of its fists against Haku's body, making the tree crack a little from impact. Now, boys your age shouldn't talk like that, the spider said as he lifted Haku a bit. The only reason I haven't ripped out your tongue already is because I wanted to hear you scream, but it seems that won't be happening anytime soon, and here I was hired to make the son of Kurama suffer before killing him. Hired? Haku questioned at what he heard. That right, the Tsuchigumo replied with a grin. I was hired by certain individuals from your father's clan to kill you. But why? Why kill me? Isn't it obvious, to bring despair? Seeing the look on Haku's face, the spider monster continued. Your father and mother are traitors to their own kinds, falling in love with each other, and what's worse is they gave birth to you, a child of both fire and ice. The Tsuchigumo reached back and pulled out a bunch of knives, licking one of the blades before his face turned more spider-like. So the member from the council hired me to kill you. Doing this would send Kurama into a pit of despair and rage and make him unfit as leader of the clan. So it was someone who hates my parents and I, who doesn't want me to live, Haku thought as he watched the assassin get closer. Why? Tears formed in Haku's eyes before falling down his face. Why can't I be allowed to exist? Is the poor baby gonna cry? Don't worry, it'll end this key. Rasengan. The Tsuchigumo was interrupted as a small figure appeared between him and Haku, slamming a spiraling red orb into his stomach and sending him spinning through several trees. The light seemed to break through the trees to reveal the figure was a panting Naruto, wearing a jacket and scarf. Take that, you stupid spider. Why you? Haku muttered in surprise. Naruto glanced back at him and smiled before running up to him. Haku, are you alright? Aw man, that wound looks pretty bad. We need to get you to the house so we can get someone to heal you. Never mind that, Haku exclaimed, making Naruto recoil a little at the sudden shout. How did you find me? Why did you even save me? Well, to answer the first one, I tried to use that vampire tracking thingy my dad has been teaching me, but after that didn't work, I just followed the cold temperature, Naruto replied with a sheepish look on his face. And why wouldn't I save you? Because I am something that no one wants, Haku answered as he looked at the ground with sadness, before he got hit in the back of the head. Ow. What was that for? For say something so stupid, Naruto shouted as he grabbed Haku's shirt collar. Who are you to say you're not wanted, huh? It's the truth. Haku looked away. All my life, People have said that I wasn't supposed to exist, that I was the horrible result of two people of two different species falling in love. What reason could I be alive for? You little brats. The boys turned to see the assassin was back on his feet, the injury Naruto dealt earlier still smoking, and he was glaring at them. I am going to kill you both. As they saw the Tsuchiguro rush towards them, Naruto let go of Haku moved in front of him. Listen Haku. The boy watched as the Dampier's power began to build up around him, his appearance changing. I don't know what to say that can help, but I know your mom and dad would be sad if you didn't exist, and so would I. Naruto turned his head a bit, his red eyes meeting Haku's golden ones. So until you find your reason for existing, I am going to make sure you stay alive. After Naruto said that, he charged forward and leapt at the spider with a leg pulled back, leaving an awestruck Haku staring at his back. It was a few minutes later that Minato and Kurama arrived to find an injured Haku and roughed up Naruto resting against a tree, a distance away from a beaten and bloody spider creature. Naruto and Haku were leaning against the tree. Haku's body was closer to Naruto and there was a small smile on his face. Flashback end. Naruto-sama didn't know it then, but he helped me find a purpose, a reason to live, so I made a promise that day, a vow. Haku rushed towards the gang members with his ice and flames surrounding him. No matter what happens, I will stand by Naruto-sama's side until the very end. Inside the hideout, Naruto made his way up the stair to the second floor, knocking away any gangster that tried to attack him. He soon made it to a door with two huge men standing outside it. Move aside, Naruto said as he stopped right in front of them. You've got a lot of guts, coming in here and demanding things from us, one of the guards said as veins grew all over his body. Listen, I don't want to kill you guys, but if you don't get out of my way you'll regret it, Naruto threatened as his power built up a bit. Hey, I'd like to see you try, the second guard shouted as he took out a spiky mace and swung at Naruto, who grabbed it with ease and gave the guards a smirk. Truthfully, I was hoping you'd say that, Naruto's eyes flashed. Come Sukune, we have to hurry, Kurumu shouted as he and Sukune were running down the walkway, making their way through the crowds. After Kurumu felt that strong demonic power, she started running towards it. After all, she had experienced that power before, even if it was for an instant. That power I felt was definitely Naruto's, which means he found her. Sukune started to slow down as he tried to think. As much as I hate to say it, we probably would get in their way. I would at least. The human shook his head, clearing his thoughts. No, I can't think like that. Sukune. Kurumu's voice called out, making the brunette snap from his thoughts. What are you slowing down for? We have to hurry. All right. Sukune replied as he picked up his pace. It doesn't matter if I am too weak. I can't just do nothing and let my friends get hurt. As the human ran alongside Kurumu, a thought came to the succubus. Sukune, do you think Moka will be alright? Once the people that took her realize that there are people looking for her, what's to stop them from hurting her? I know she'll be fine, Sukune answered with a determined look on his face, because she has someone to protect her. Their conversation was cut short as they came closer to the older part of the district. They noticed a large trail of smoke rise into the sky. That must be them. Inside the warehouse, come on, get out here. Shugo shouted at Moka as he grabbed her by her hair and tossed her roughly from the room she was being held in. Seems there are people here to rescue you. Rescue, me, Moka repeated, feeling her chest overflow with happiness and relief. Naruto-kun, you came. Yeah, only two though, Shugo said with a sneer. He motioned for the others to bring something over. They'll be dead soon. But don't worry, you'll be joining them after we're through with you. The other men carried over a large bucket, and when Moka saw what was inside, her body shook in horror. The bucket was full of water. Even a single small drop of water is dangerous for vampires, right? Originally, we had decided to soak you with water every hour, and have you experience hell until you beg us to kill you. With people looking for you, however, we are going to soak you down and get some entertainment before killing you slowly. A second man appeared next to him with a needle full of a purple liquid. That drug he has is a special one that increases your senses, such as pain, and brings it to levels you couldn't even imagine. And no, please don't. She watched as the man took what appeared to be a needle from his comrades and looked at her with a sadistic grin. She tried to back up as much as she could, but the other gangsters grabbed a hold of her and forced her still. There's no point in struggling. You do remember that you are in the middle of our hideout. Even if you escape this room, you will have nowhere to hide. Shugo came closer and closer while Moka continued to struggle. This is only a small step towards getting our revenge, but we'll enjoy every moment of this. Please stop. Moka shouted one last time. What happened next? Moka would never forget. Something shot through the door, creating a hole in it, and slammed into Shugo's head and sent him crashing into the wall. When everyone got a better look at the object, they saw it was a broken, blood-covered, spiked mace. They watched as the mon's body twitched for a bit before going still. Their attention shifted to the door as it was slammed open. A platinum blonde man walked through the doorway. Behind him were two larger bodies covered in blood, though the man himself had not even a drop on himself. "Who are you?" one of the gangsters questioned as he and the other men took out their weapons and stood between the blonde man and Moka. The man said nothing as he continued to walk forward. Before the gang members could react, the man disappeared from their sight. A gasp was behind them and all of them turned their heads to see the man was standing a few feet away from them, holding a surprised Moka. The two that were holding her fell to the ground, and as soon as their bodies made contact, blood splattered across the floor. "Are you okay, Moka-chan?" the man asked, making the pinkette look up to see concerned red eyes staring down at her. Her own eyes widened a bit as she recognized the voice. "Naruto-kun," Moka whispered, making the Hanyu nod his head. "Is this your true form?" He looked away as he answered, "Yeah, I am a Dampier." Moka's eyes were filled with surprise after he said that, but said nothing as he continued, "Truthfully, I didn't want you to find out, at least, not like this." The Dampier shook his head a little before looking back down at Moka. "But enough about that now. Are you alright? Did they do anything to you?" "Don't ignore us, you son of a bitch," one of men shouted as he and the others watched in growing rage as Naruto and Moka talked to each other. "You barge into our hideout and have the gall to dismiss us the moment you walked through the door. Little shits like you shouldn't press you." He was cut off, a fist caving his face in. "I don't know what you have against Moka's sister, and honestly I don't give a shit." Naruto brought his fist back, his gaze on the remaining gangsters. "The moment you even thought about hurting my friends was when you signed your death warrant." "Big talk for a kid, but talk doesn't mean anything in the real world," a man wearing sunglasses said as his eyes, though they could be seen behind the frames, drifted down to the shadows where a hand was slowly rising out of it with a gun pointing up at Naruto. An eye was staring up at Naruto with glee in its eye as the hand pulled the trigger, firing a bullet through the heinous chest. "Naruto-kun," Moka shouted as the bullet exited out of Naruto's chest. "Ha ha ha. I got you," a voice cried out cheerfully as a figure rose from the shadows, a male with smooth black hair and yellow eyes. His face had several black tribal markings on it. "All you got was an afterimage," Naruto said as he appeared behind the man and stabbed his claw through the shadow user's back and out his stomach. The man watched with shocked eyes as the Naruto in front of them faded out, but before he could do anything, Naruto jerked his arm to the side and split the man in half. "That was for drugging Haku, low-class scum." Naruto brought the bloody hand to his face and stared at the red liquid dripping off his fingers, ignoring the looks of horror the others were giving him as he gave his blood-covered hand a lick. A frown came to his face, turning his head to the side. "Such terrible blood. I am going to need a lot of mouthwash or something to get rid of the taste." "Asshole," the man with the sunglasses shouted as he and the others ran forward with their weapons ready to strike. "We're gonna kill you." "Moka-chan," Naruto called out to the pinkette, "you might want to close your eyes. This is gonna get messy." The vampire nodded her head before closing hesitantly her eyes. No noticing her rosary's jewel was glowing as Moka watched was about to happen. Even within the seal she could feel Naruto's power. It was equal to her own when the rosary was removed. "You continue to interest me, Namikaze Naruto. Now then, show me what you can do. You're getting in our way to get revenge of that bitch, Black Devil." One of the gangsters raised his sword above his head, ready to strike. "Your fin." What happened next was too fast for anyone to see. Naruto disappeared in a golden flash and zipped through the men. He came to a stop a few feet behind them, arms extended outward. The blood that covered his hand from stabbing the shadow user formed to look like a sharp blade. "Like I said before, I don't care about what problems you have with Moka's sister," Naruto said as the blade quickly turned back to liquid and fell to the ground. "But when you point your fangs and weapons at me and my friends, I'll show you no mercy." Blood exploded into the air before the men fell to the ground. The sound of the bodies made Moka's open her eyes. Both Mokas stared at the scene in shock. "Is that really Naruto-kun?" Moka thought as she watched Naruto look down at the bodies surrounding him. As her outer self stared at Naruto with a look of awe and fear, Moka couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu before Naruto's image was overtaken by another person, a female black-haired teenager standing over the corpses. But before Moka could register the image, it quickly faded away as Naruto turned to Moka and started walking towards them. "What was that?" "That person I saw in Naruto's place. Was that Akua-Nisan?" "Moka-chan," Naruto spoke as he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You didn't answer my question earlier. Are you alright?" The question snapped Moka from her thoughts as she looked at Naruto's red eyes before nodding her head. "Yes." Thankfully they weren't able to do anything too bad. Moka reached out and wrapped her arms around Naruto, hugging him tightly. "Moka-ch." Naruto paused as he felt the girl holding onto him shake a bit. The poor girl must have been scared of what they would have done to her. Silently Naruto brought an arm to her head and gently caressed her hair, trying to calm her down a bit. The two said nothing to each other for a few minutes as Naruto waited for Moka to calm down a little. But a voice interrupted the moment as Moka's rosary lifted itself between them. As much as I am grateful to you for saving my weaker self Namikaze, perhaps we should get out of here before reinforcements show up. Yeah, this is not the place to relax, Naruto said before looking at Moka. Okay Moka-chan, let's get out of here. Right, Moka said with a nod, but as they were about to leave Moka stopped them. Naruto-kun, thank you. Naruto just smiled at the vampire. No prob Moka-chan. Meanwhile, Arg. Haku watched as the final monster fell to the ground with ice spike piercing different parts of his body. The effeminate teenager viewed the other bodies of his victims. Some had suffered the same fate of his last opponent while others had burn marks on them. After studying the battlefield for any signs of movement, Haku took in a breath before dismissing his powers as he exhaled. Haku-san. A voice called out to him, making him turn around to see Kurumu and Sukune running up to him. Are you alright? Sukune asked. He and Kurumu were panting a little from all the fast running they had did. Kurumu-san. Sukune-san. Haku greeted with a smile. Yes, I am fine. These guys weren't so tough, just some weaklings that messed with the wrong opponents. Wow, Kurumu muttered as she glanced down at Haku's defeated victims. Remind me to never piss you off. Sukune nodded in agreement before noticing that a certain Hanyu was nowhere to be seen. Where's Naruto? Sukune asked, catching Kurumu's curiosity as she looked around to see that Naruto wasn't there. Did you guys get separated or something? I guess you could say that. Haku jerked his head to the building. Naruto-sama went inside to get Moka-san while I finished the guys out here. All by himself. We've got to help him. Sukune exclaimed as he was about to run inside, but Haku grabbed his shoulder before he could move any further. Don't. You'll only get in Naruto-sama's way if you go in there, Haku said as he looked at the human with a hard stare. So that power I felt being released. Haku turned to Kurumu as she spoke. The demonic pressure I am feeling now. I was right about that being Naruto's, right? Correct. Haku answered. Naruto-sama is inside there at full power. He paused as he felt something from inside the building, and it looks like they're coming out. As if on cue, Naruto and Moka were seen walking out of the old warehouse. Moka seemed to be in deep thought as her gaze shifted towards Naruto. Kurumu and Sukune took in Naruto's new appearance as he and the pinkette walked closer to them. It was almost like his aura was demanding respect. It was familiar to Sukune as he recalled feeling the same with Moka's true form. Moka! Kurumu shouted as she ran up to them, catching said girl's attention. The vampire girl was caught by surprise when the succubus leapt at the girl and wrapped her in a bone-crushing hug. I am so glad you're all right. Kurumu? Moka blinked as she looked at the blue-haired girl holding onto her. You're here too? Of course, I am, Kurumu exclaimed. You were kidnapped by a gang. Who wouldn't be worried about their friends if they were taken by creeps like that? Friends? Moka looked at her with surprise. You really think we're friends? Isn't it obvious? You're one of first friends I've had. Kurumu looked away with a small huff. If only I got here sooner I could have helped out a little. Now Kurumu-san. Haku spoke out while placing a hand on the succubus' shoulder. Naruto-sama and I had everything under control. But you were drugged, she said, turning to the hybrid, and you still took those guys on your own. It wasn't that strong. The drug wore off after we split up, Haku commented. Besides, Naruto-sama was here as well, so there was nothing to worry about. In any case, we should get out of here. Naruto spoke up as he moved to the middle of the group. I don't know about you guys, but I prefer we go somewhere not full of dead people. Dead people, Sukune stuttered, finally realizing the scene around them. I was so focused on trying to find Moka-san and help Naruto. Sukune turned a little pale. I didn't really think people would die. Sukune, are you okay? Naruto asked with a concerned look. Okay, I think we should leave now. Kurumu took one look at Sukune and nodded in agreement before she and Naruto walked over to the human and helped him move away from the battlefield. As they helped human, Moka turned to Haku with an apologetic look. Haku-san. He turned to look at her and was surprised as she bowed a little. I am sorry. Sorry? What for? Haku raised an eyebrow. It's because they were after me, that you were harmed, the vampire responded. Tears building up in her eyes. If only I could release this seal myself, I could have helped. Feeling a hand start to pat her on the head, she looked to see Haku giving her a smile. Don't worry Moka-san, you did nothing wrong. But it was those guys that caused this mess. Apparently they were after revenge. Their gazes turned to the men Haku defeated. We were just caught in the crossfire, but we made it through with no one harmed, remember that? Yes, you're right, Moka said with a relieved smile. Come on you guys. The two turned to see Naruto waving them over. Kurumu was standing with Sukune, who seemed to have relaxed a little. Let's go. Right. Moka called back, but as she took a few more steps, Haku spoke up. Moka-san. Do you remember what I said before? About finding out what Naruto-sama really is? Moka was silent before nodding her head. Now that you know, I wonder what you think of him. Moka said nothing as she stared down at the ground, shaking her head. A little Moka looked at Haku with a smile, still not saying anything. Moka turned and started running to the others. The bi-elemental user just shook his head a little before falling after them, a small smile of his own on his face. You know, out of all the guesses about what your true form, I thought it would be a Dampier, Moka said as she sat down on a bench, motioning for Naruto to sit next to her, after the group had reported where the gang's hideout was. Moka and Naruto separated from the others so they could talk. They went to the fountains where Naruto and Haku were earlier. What they didn't know was that the other three were watching from behind the trees. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't something I wanted to tell you just yet, Naruto replied as he sat down next to her. I was lucky enough that you didn't mind that I was a Hanyu, but I didn't want to think about how you react if you knew I was half vampire. Naruto-kun, Moka muttered. She saw one of his hands clench so tightly that his knuckles were white and decided to let him speak. As you know, Hanius are looked down on and hated because they are children of monsters and humans. Children like me are considered to be great insults to monsters. We aren't accepted by either side. Humans hate us for being monsters and monsters hate us for being human. Naruto explained with a solemn look. It is very rare for any Hanyu to be accepted or receive love from anyone other than their parents, but there are some out there who don't even get that. I was lucky to have my parents and Haku's family. Moka's eyes fell to the floor at that. She knew all too well what it was like to be shunned. But it was a different story for Naruto, who probably went through worse than she did. I told you before that my father is my monster parent while my mother is human. My father was part of what was once one of the oldest vampire clans in the world. Moka looked at Naruto in confusion. Truthfully, my father and I are the last of the Namikaze bloodline. The last? But you said before that Haku's clan has been loyal to your family for generations, Moka questioned with a confused tone. Naruto looked up from the ground. My father's family was very powerful. But you see, my father separated from them a few decades before I was born. An old friend of his, another vampire, had been released from a seal she had put on herself and he had gone to see her. He never told me what happened during that time, but after that he left the Namikaze family. After he traveled the world, he met my mother and they fell in love. Soon they married and had me, but my father's family had found out, and tried to have me and my mother killed. Killed? Moka gasped, bringing her hands to her mouth. Yeah, I wasn't even a year old and every vampire Namikaze house called for our blood. Vampires are a very proud race and believe that they are the supreme race. You know this. Moka nodded with a disappointed look. It was one of the things she didn't like about her family. The fact that everyone except for her mother had too much pride. The fact that my father not only married a human, but also had a half-breed son was unacceptable to them. But my father is very powerful, very close if not on level of a Dark Lord. So what happened? I mean, you just said that you and your father were the last, so does that mean? Moka trailed off, she and her inner self already figuring out what happened. There was only one real result if you fight someone as strong as a Dark Lord, especially if they were a vampire. He killed them all, not one survived. Naruto finished with an emotionless face. He had warned them once about trying to attack me and my mother, telling them that he would not show mercy to anyone, not even his own kin, but they were stubborn and sent a large group of vampires to attack thinking that quantity could beat quality. They even tried to use people from Haku's clan. However, Haku's father, Kurama, had sworn loyalty to my father and promised him and his clan would not support the Namikaze's plans. So when the vampires attacked our home, my father annihilated them before going to the Namikaze mansion and killed every vampire there. Amazing. Both Mokas were amazed at the fact that Naruto's father destroyed an entire vampire clan on his own. So you and your father really are the last hiding spot. Dang it. I can barely hear them, Kurumu whispered as she tried to listen to Naruto's story. Sukune and Haku were standing behind two trees a distance away from where the other two were talking. Kurumu was standing over Sukune, who was kneeling down, while Haku was leaning back against the second tree with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. I don't think we should really be doing this, Sukune whispered back, a small blush on his face as he felt Kurumu's breast press against the back of his head. I mean, Naruto separated them from us for a reason. It wouldn't be right to eavesdrop on something he doesn't want to tell us yet. You're wrong about that. The two turned to Haku after he spoke, his eyes still closed. Naruto-sama is already aware that we're here. If he didn't want you both to know, he wouldn't have said all that. Sukune was surprised to hear that Naruto knew that the three were listening in on their conversation, and even then he still let them know the truth. Kurumu, however, was a little nervous about what Naruto will do to them for listening in on them. Haku gave a little chuckle before opening his eyes and turned his head to the two sitting next to the fountains. I wonder what your answer is, Moka-san. Back to Moka and Naruto. I don't really care about that though, Naruto said with a grin. My dad's alive and well, so is my mom. That's all that matters. The grin on his face fell a little. So now that you know what I am, what will you do? Huh? Moka blinked in confusion. Like I said, vampires believe they are the best, and according to them, human blood is the worst contamination for their bloodlines. So what I am asking is, how do you see me? Moka could see it clearly in Naruto's eyes. Fear of what she would say, a glimmer of hope for what she would do, it was all there. When you discover what Naruto-sama really is, please, don't shun him or do anything to hurt him. Moka had thought about what Haku had said to her. She thought about the loneliness she had experienced herself, and she remembered something her mother had said to her years ago. Moka-chan, there are many creatures in the world. They come in all different shapes and sizes. Many of them have different abilities and personalities, but always remember, no matter what species you meet, whether they are monster or human or even Hanyu, always judge them by who they are, not what they are. While Moka had a hard time remembering much from her past, there were quite a few things she could recall from her childhood. Such as the place she had called home, the times she spent with her sisters, though some of it was blurry, and at times. Her mother had always been kind, whether they were family or someone she had just met. She was kind, beautiful and very strong. Her mother was the kind of vampire Moka had always wanted to be when she was a child. Her memories may be a little faded, and though Moka had a hard time when she was in the human school and grew a very small hate for humans, she always tried to believe in those words. Both Sukune and Naruto had showed her that not all humans were bad, and she was slowly letting go of that hatred. Naruto watched Moka with slight caution. While he knew she was not the type of person to hate another because their species, there was still that slight chance. I am putting a lot on the table. I hope this wasn't a miss. His thoughts were cut off when he felt Moka place her hand on top of his. He looked down to the hands before looking back up. Moka-chan? Naruto-kun is Naruto-kun. No matter what he is, she gave him a warm smile. You're one of my closest friends, Naruto-kun. There's no way I would hate you for being different. Naruto's eyes drifted from Moka to the floor, his body trembling a little. Thanks, Moka-chan. I am so glad to hear that. The pinkette watched as Naruto reached up with his other hand and wiped his face with sleeve. As he brought his arm down, he started to laugh a little, which Moka soon joined. If you're quite finished, Moka called out from the rosary, making the two look down a little. There is something I want to say. Sure. Go ahead, Ura-chan, Naruto said. It looks like you can hear me. Good then, that means you being released from your seal seems to have opened that mental link so you hear my voice speaking to you without physical contact. Anyway, I wait. What did you call me? The voice questioned as it realized what Naruto had said. I called you Ura-chan. I figured since you're another Moka-chan, you should have a name of your own so there won't be any confusion, and when people talk about the Moka-chan when you're released from the seal, we can call her Omid. Naruto explained as he leaned down a bit to look at the eye jewel on the seal. Not noticing Moka's small blush at how close he was to her chest. Is it a problem? He was halted by the rosary slamming one of its sides into his forehead, causing a bit of blood to spurt out a little before the wound healed itself. Do not give me such silly names like that without my permission, the newly named Ura shouted as the rosary rattled around. Naruto rubbed his head as he lifted his head up. Ow! That hurt, Ura-chan. The Dampier ignored the killer intent coming from the rosary and looked at Moka. Do you have a problem with the names? Moka could feel the tension build as both Naruto and her other self turned the spotlight to her. She shyly turned away. Well, I don't have a problem with them per se, and it could make it easier for the both of us talk since we would have different names to call each other. The rosary seemed to calm down a little before the voice spoke again. Whatever, do as you wish, but the next time you do something like this, Namikaze, I'll send you flying. Ura threatened. Understood? Whatever you say, Naruto muttered in a dull tone, ignoring the gem glowing brighter red. So what was it you wanted to say before? First of all, I just wanted to say that I am grateful you were able to save my weaker self, Omid. Though I expect you to tell me what that power you used against them was. Both Mokas thought back to when Naruto had created the blade created from the blood of the shadow monster. I don't think I've ever seen something like before. It's an old vampire technique my father taught me. Both he and my mother trained me on how to fight, so I know two different fighting styles and a lot of old techniques, Naruto said to them before his body trembled a little. The training those two put me was hell. There were times that I thought I was going to die. Focus on the conversation. I don't care about what your parents did with you, Ura said in an annoyed tone. The blonde turned away with anime tears. So mean, Ura-chan. Naruto whined, making Moka giggle a little. Anyway, that power you saw was bloodbending. Bloodbending? Both Mokas said at the same time. Yeah, it always a vampire to control blood outside the body to form whatever you want, though it can only work as if the blood is yours or it matches the blood in your body, Naruto explained. So that's why you tasted the blood on your hand, Moka deduced. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, but doing something like that uses a lot of power if you're using someone else's blood that doesn't match yours. Doing something like that is also dangerous if you're not careful. I see, keep making sure to protect my weaker self, Ura said as the light from the rosary started to die down. I look forward to chance to fight you myself. It will be interesting to see who is stronger. Yeah, Naruto gave a smirk. I look forward to it. Moka smiled as the rosary went silent and spoke. Thank you again for saving me, Naruto-kun. No problem, Moka-chan. Moka watched as Naruto stood up and stretched. I should seal my powers again, seeing as it's not needed anymore. I wish I could do that. Naruto stopped stretching to look back at Moka, whose hand reached up and grabbed the cross. Being able to remove the seal would really help me fight too. She felt a hand place itself on hers and gripped it tightly. That might be the case right now, but who knows what'll happen in the future. Looking up, she saw Naruto bent over her and giving her a smile. But until that day, I'll be there to protect you. Taking a step back, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a cross. Moka stood up from the bench and walked up to Naruto, placing a hand on his arm as he was about to attach the seal. Naruto-kun, you really are one of the best friends a girl could have. Naruto blinked in confusion as Moka smiled up at him before pushing down on his hand, connecting the seal to his bracelet. Now then, let's go back to the others, Moka said with a smile as Naruto's appearance turned back to normal, though she didn't notice his eyes still had a bit of red in them. As Moka turned around and started walking, the wind picked up a little and raised her hair into the air, exposing her neck to him as she walked away. Naruto stared at her neck for a moment, his throat getting dry and his eyes flashed before he quickly caught up to her and wrapped his arms around her. One arm was holding her by her waist while the other held her hair up a little. I am sorry, Moka-chan. Naruto slowly lowered his head towards Moka's neck, using his tongue to wet his lips, but I can't hold myself back. Naruto-kun, Moka whispered with a blush on her face as she felt the breath of the man holding her from behind. Suddenly she felt a slight prick from Naruto biting into her neck. Naruto-kun's, drinking my blood. The two were quiet as Naruto drank Moka's blood. The wind continued to gently blowing past them and made Moka's pink hair lift, almost covering Naruto's head as he pulled his fangs from her neck. The Dhampir moved his head a little and rested his forehead against her shoulder, not saying anything as he silently relished the taste of Moka's blood. A smirk came to Naruto's face before he spoke. It looks like you took my first as well, Naruto joked, making Moka look back at him with a confused look. This is the first time I've drank blood from a living source. Moka started to smile at Naruto. I see. She felt Naruto pull away from her and turned around to face him. Usually, I would be able to control myself, but after releasing my power after a while I got a little hungry. Naruto gave Moka a small smile as he rubbed the back of his head, though I have to say, you have delicious blood, Moka-chan. Moka giggled a little at Naruto's words, reaching out her own hand and placed it on top of Naruto's. The two stared at each other with smiles on their faces, the sunset shining brightly behind them. See, what did I tell you guys? A voice called out. Moka and Naruto snapped out of their staring to look to the side to see Kurumu pointing at them with a devious smile. With the succubus was Sukune, who was chuckling nervously, and Haku, who was nodding his head with a small smile. Those two are so lovey-dovey. Yes, you appear to be right, Haku agreed, before he spoke in a teasing voice. They certainly like each other's company. Naruto and Moka blinked their eyes before looking down to see they were still holding hands and quickly separating with very light blushes on their faces. Naruto shook his head and gave them a half-hearted glare. You guys really like ruining the mood. He ignored the growing blush on Moka's face at his choice of words. Especially you, Haku, your teasing is annoying. Come on, Naruto-sama, you're the one who said I needed to not be so serious. Haku continued to smile as he responded to the Hanyu. Naruto looked away with a huff. Whatever, so your true form is a Dhampir, huh? Kurumu said as she walked up to him. Can't say that was one of my guesses. Your kind is really rare. Almost non-existent. Huh, what do you mean? Sukune asked. Kurumu looked at him with a little surprise. You don't know? Vampires are very prideful on when it comes to genetics, with such things like pure blood, and believe that beings like Naruto to be insults since Dhampirs are half vampire, half human. Almost all Dhampirs are ostracized and shunned by their pure-blooded brethren for being half-breeds. So that's why you were so protective about what you were, Sukune said as he remembered the stuff Naruto said to him when he was at the bus stop. Yeah, heinous like me are not really liked, Naruto shrugged, And if a certain people found out I was half vampire of all things, then it could get pretty dangerous. What do you mean dangerous? Sukune asked, and what do you mean certain people? Sukune. Vampires are known as one of the strongest monsters. If they were to find a creature that could handle the blood of a vampire without any of the negative consequences, who knows what kind of experiments they would do to try and copy that for other monsters, the Dampier explained, causing Sukune's eyes to widen at the thought of his friend being used as a lab rat. Teeth, that's horrible. The human exclaimed, Kurumu nodding her head in agreement. Correct, which is why Naruto-sama was trained by Minato-sama and Kushina-sama to protect not only himself, but those that could get hurt in the process, Haku said before bowing his head a little. My clan and I will be there to support him. I will too. Moka's voice called out, making the others turn to look at her. I might not be as strong as my other self, but I don't want anything bad to happen to Naruto-kun. Moka-chan, Naruto muttered as he stared at the girl. Sukune was the next one to speak. Count me in as well. I am weak, but Naruto is one of my best friends. I refuse to let him be used like a lab rat. Yahuhu, and I'll stick by my destined one. If he wants to help you, then I'll do my best to help as well, Kurumu said cheerfully as she smothered the human into her cleavage. After all, we're friends too. You guys. Naruto looked at them in surprise before a smile came to his face. Thanks, I am glad that, Kurumu. He started to say, catching the succubus' attention, and she saw the blonde point down. I don't think Sukune can breathe if you keep his head like that. The girl looked down to see a shaking hand, belonging to a blue-faced Sukune. Try to move the arm holding his head to her breasts. The hand soon dropped and Sukune stopped moving, making Naruto, Moka and Haku laugh as they watched Kurumu freak out and try to wake Sukune up through shaking and other methods. Moka quickly put a stop to the succubus when she tried to use more perverse methods, which just made Naruto and Haku laugh harder. When Sukune finally woke up a little while later, he found Kurumu with a big lump on her head from Moka slamming the bench into her head. The group decided to head to a nearby cafe to have some dinner. On their way there, Haku bumped shoulders with a girl. She had long purple hair, blue eyes, and a lollipop in her mouth. Oh, sorry about that, he apologized as he turned to the girl. Don't worry about it, she replied before walking off. Haku continued to stare as she walked away. His attention was interrupted as he felt an arm wrapped around his neck, getting quite the eye full there. Haku, Naruto teased. Naruto-sama, it's not like that, Haku cried out as he tried to escape the Dampier's grip. Though she was beautiful, her eyes were full of sadness. Nice try, Haku. I can tell you were eyeing her. Before Haku could reply, Moka's voice called out, come on you two. We need to hurry before there are no more tables at the cafe. Coming. Naruto shouted back as he let Haku go and started walking. Let's go, Haku. You ogle the girls later. I told you it's not like that, Haku exclaimed as he chased after Naruto. Naruto ignored Haku's protest and thought to himself. Today was pretty bumpy. First everything was fine, then things went sour with Moka getting kidnapped, and then things smoothing out in the end. He could see Moka waving to him and Haku, Sukune and Kurumu behind her. I am glad that I could get friends like these, but for some reason, I feel like things aren't quite over yet. Naruto shook his head as he and Haku arrived at the cafe. Oh well, I'll deal with whatever comes my way when it happens. The very next day at the headmaster's office, Mikagami was visited by a police officer. The officer was giving the Dark Lord a detailed report on the gang that had snuck through the barrier. Apparently by the time the policeman had arrived after gathering the men required to storm the gangster hideout, the outside was covered with the limbs of the dead gangsters. It looked like they had been torn apart. The warehouse was on fire. By the time it died down, the old building had collapsed in on itself and burned to the ground. Interesting, the headmaster said as he stared at the officer standing a few feet from his desk. So you're telling me that there were no survivors? Those students of mine really didn't show mercy, did they? Sir, it wasn't them that killed everyone, the officer said, making the headmaster fold his hands in front of his face. According to the students that fought the gang, Naruto Namikaze and Haku Kageyuki, while almost all the men had been killed, there was a small few that had been left alive for us. Oh, the headmaster leaned forward. Then what did kill those men, I wonder? Mikagami went silent as he quietly contemplated what could have occurred in the time frame between Naruto and his group leaving the hideout and the police showing up. A thought came to mind before the headmaster asked, tell me, was the leader of this gang there? Unfortunately, no, he was nowhere in sight. Do you believe he was the one who killed them? It is more than possible, There are many groups in the world that would kill their own for failing. Mikagami stood from his chair and moved to the window, staring out as a grin came to his face. He didn't notice the policeman turn and walk out the door. I wonder what interesting things will come to my school in the near future. Should be very entertaining, he. Flashback to the night before. The sound of footsteps echoed throughout the building as a shadowy male figure walked through the old warehouse. The figure's clothes were stained red from the blood of the men he had killed outside. He slowly walked up the stairs towards the main room where the door had been smashed open. Just outside it were two large dead bodies. Kicking the bodies away, the figure continued on inside and looked around the room. Whoever did this was pretty skilled, the man muttered, moving over to the tribal-faced shadow user and studied the wound. He even got Saizo from behind. Never thought I'd see that happen. A smirk was seen through the darkness, but that's what that dumbass gets for thinking he was untouchable with his shadow traveling ability. The man turned his head to a body pinned to a wall by a spiked mace through the head. Cracks spread across the wall. Now that's interesting, from the looks of it. Whoever threw that had a lot of strength. The male figure moved closer to the body and grabbed the hilt before giving it a pull. At first it didn't budge, making the man narrow his eyes a little before focusing more power into his arm, transforming it and making it bulge a little. With a jerk the mace was pulled out of the wall, but the end of the mace was still attached to the face. They definitely have a lot of strength. The man tossed the mace and body away with an uncaring expression. Boss," a voice called out from behind the man. He turned around and looked down to see one of his men was still alive, though the lower half of his body had been cut off. What air you doing here?" the injured man gasped out as he stared up at the gang leader. "I had heard that you guys had captured the Black Devil's sister and wanted to get a good look at her before she was tortured and killed," the boss said as walked to the body before placing his foot on the injured man's hand and began crushing it under his foot. "Instead, I find the girl in question gone and most of my men dead. Mind explaining to me what happened?" It was an intruder. Two of them. 2 intruders. All of you lost to 2 intruders," the boss roared as he pressed harder into the man's hand. Please, stop," the man cried out desperately as the pain increased. These guys were not normal. I think one of them was a vampire." The boss removed his foot and crouched down, grabbing the man's head and glared at his with glowing red eyes. "A vampire, you say? Interesting." His hand transformed again and increased his pressure on his grip, making blood drip down the man's head as claws dug into his head. "So what did this vampire look like? Was he one of the Shuzans?" No, I don't think so," the man grunted as he grit his teeth. He was a man, looked to be in his teens. He had platinum blonde hair and blood-red eyes, like a vampire's. "I see. Anything else?" The figure was curious about this vampire that had attacked his men. "He's fast." Everything ended so quickly. Saizo was the first one to die, but what he did after was something I never seen a vampire do. It was like he could control Saizo's blood. After he finished describing the monster that had beaten them, the man watched as his boss grew a smirk. "Interesting. Thanks for your last report." The man was cut off by the hand holding his head, crushing his head, and blood exploded throughout the room. "I don't tolerate failures," the boss stated as he turned around and walked out of the room before heading outside. As he stepped outside, he took out a cigar from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. He quickly lit the cigar and took in a breath. "Time to remove the evidence. I refuse to allow someone to see that such weak filth belonged to my gang." With a snap of his fingers, an explosion was heard from within the warehouse and the old building was quickly covered in flames. A vampire with blonde hair that can control blood seems like an interesting target. He could pick up the sound of people getting closer to the warehouse. His figure turned and he quickly disappeared into the shadows. "I am looking forward to meeting this vampire and ripping out his throat." I hope you all have enjoyed reading the 4th chapter. Let me know what you guys think and review. All flames and insults will be ignored, so don't bother writing them. Thank you all for reading and I hope to see you soon. "Omake, what the hell did you do to my men?" Naruto and Moka turned around to see a pissed-off man, his body hidden in the shadows, staring at them with red eyes. Naruto stared at him for a second before replying. "Well, to start things off, I was just taking a small walk, just minding my own business," Naruto started to say, but was interrupted by the boss. "Bullshit. I was. So anyway, I just walking through your hideout and made it to the door, so I decided to give it a gentle knock." The scene showed the gangsters standing around a table with a bunch of papers on it and Moka was in the corner. All of a sudden, the door was blown off its hinges and smashed into the table. The gangsters turned to see Naruto in the doorway with a foot raised. These schmucks decided to be very rude and pulled out a whole bunch of guns and pointed them at me, and then one of them shouted, On you knees. Then I replied with, I am not your mother last night. And they took exception to that. The gangsters roared out in rage as they opened fire on Naruto, who stood there and used his demonic power to protect his body from the bullets. Moka had her eyes closed and her hands on her head as she kept herself out of the gangsters' firing range. The gunshots started to pick up a lot of dust and soon Naruto was covered in a dust cloud. The gangsters stopped shooting, thinking they killed the half-breed. But you know how that song and dance goes when fighting yokai. The gangsters turned around and didn't notice the smoke clearing to reveal a perfectly intact Naruto who rushed over to the first victim before starting a bloodbath and tearing each guy slowly and piece by piece. Moka opened her eyes to see Naruto bite a man's arm off and beat another man with said torn arm. This continued for a while as blood covered the floors, walls and ceiling. And I killed all but one of them, Naruto finished. The boss quirked an eyebrow at that. What happened to the last one? As Naruto stood over the last man, fear visible on his face and his body shaking in terror, the man reached to the side and grabbed one of the guns on the floor and brought it to his head. Naruto watched with a smirk as the man shoot himself in the face. Pussed out like a bitch, Naruto said, making the boss look at him with a WTF face. I need to go for walks more often, they're lots of fun. A bright red moon which usually shined over a clearing was covered by a few clouds. The moonlight broke through the clouds to show a lightly panting male figure standing with his hands on his knees. Cool night air blew through the field. Leaves were pulled from the fallen trees and carried into the sky. The male figure took a deep breath before straightening his form, bringing a hand up to his face as he wiped the sweat from his cheek. The clouds soon moved away from the red moon. Its stronger light revealed the figure to be a smirking Naruto. Looks like I finally got a handle on it, Naruto said to himself as he viewed the downed trees around him. Didn't take as long as I thought it would. The Dampier reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone to check the time. It's already 2 o'clock. Huh? Better get back to my room. Got to get some sleep for school tomorrow. Putting his phone away, Naruto turned and started his way towards the dorms. Walking through the forest, he soon came to the dorms. As he got closer to the boys' dorm he heard a girl scream from one of the girls' rooms. He looked up in time to see a large figure jump off the wall and land a few feet away from him. The darkness covering the figure. The only thing Naruto could catch was a silvery object and what looked like fur before the figure disappeared in a bright flash. What was that? Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion before hurrying his way into the dorms and to his room, making sure not to be seen. I really don't want to be accused of something. The figure was crouching on one of the tall trees branches outside the dorms, leaning a hand against the trunk, watching as Naruto entered his room. So that's the new guy that Baka, Haiji was talking about. Naruto Namikaze. In a flash, the figure disappeared once again. The next morning, Naruto was once again awoken by an annoying alarm clock, which was weird because he didn't remember getting a new one after destroying the first one. He slid out of bed and got ready for school. After he was dressed he started his way towards the school. Passing by a few female students that were conversing about something, Naruto figured it was about that thing from last night. Letting out a loud yawn, he shook his head a little as he heard what they were saying. Hey, did you hear about last night? Yeah, that damn peeper is at it again. This time it was a first year. If only that guy didn't keep disappearing before someone could get a glimpse. Looks like I wasn't imagining things last night. That guy must be been a speed-type yokai, Naruto thought as he continued walking towards the school, but was cut off by a voice. Good morning Naruto-kun. Moka called out from behind him. He turned around to see her smiling face. Good morning Moka-chan, Naruto replied with a grin. She then bit down on his neck and had her morning breakfast. Naruto let out a sigh as he waited for her to finish. Moka, you forgot to ask, again. The vampire girl's eyes blinked a bit before she pulled back from his neck, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. Tehi, sorry Naruto-kun. Your blood is too addictive, Moka said before reaching for her hair and pulled it to the side, showing her neck. You can have some of mine if you want. Naruto stared her neck for a moment before shaking his head. I don't really. It's fine, you've given me your blood plenty of times, Moka replied with a smile. Taking a small gulp, Naruto felt his stomach grumble a little. While he usually didn't need to drink blood as much as Moka or any other vampire did thanks to his human half, that didn't mean he'd turn down a free drink when it was offered. Well, if you really don't mind. Naruto looked to the sides to see if anyone was staring before sinking his teeth down and started to drink. A few seconds later he pulled back from Moka. Licking his lips a bit. Thanks for the meal. Let's get to class. Nekonomiya-sensei said something about a school event later. Oh, that's right. Let's go. Moka smiled as she grabbed Naruto's arm and started pulling him down the path. Both oblivious to the stares they were getting from a few jealous students. After a while she stopped pulling his arm and they walked together side by side. If you don't mind me asking, why were you hesitant about sucking my blood? Naruto scratched the back of his head. To be honest, I don't really need to drink blood that much. Being half human helps keep my thirst in check. I usually drink blood once or twice a week, depends on how much of my vampire power I use. Really? That's amazing. I could never go that long without drinking, even if it was tomato juice. Moka replied in amazement before blinking. So earlier. It'd be rude to turn away and offer drink. He looked away with a small blush. Besides, I was a little tired and hungry from last night. Last night? Moka repeated with a curious look. Naruto mentally cursed at his slip. Yeah, I was doing some training last night. You should stay up so late, Moka chastised, especially if class is the next day. Yeah, I know, but I had something. The Hanyu was cut off by a voice. Naruto, Moka, good morning. The two slowly turned their heads to see Sukune waving at him near the gates. Kurumu rubbing against him as usual. Moka and Naruto waved back as they got closer to the other two. Naruto letting out a yawn as they stopped at the gate. You tired, Naruto? Naruto just waved the question off while Moka answered, giving Naruto a look. It's because he stayed up late last night. I was only up till 2, Naruto countered. That doesn't make it better. Moka deflected his words before sighing. It's fine if you have time, but training so late can affect you during the day, just be careful. Naruto released a sigh of his own. Fine, you're such a worrywart. The Dampier walked past Moka and the others toward the buildings. I am not. Moka pouted as she followed Naruto inside. A laughing Kurumu went inside next, with a silent Sukune right behind her. Even when he's so strong, Naruto still trains so hard, Sukune thought to himself as he stared at Naruto's back before looking down to the ground. The fact that a weak human like me doesn't do anything to help. Good morning, Sukune. Sukune jumped a little from the voice before turning his head to see Haku standing there. You should be so jumpy in the morning. Then don't go sneaking up on people every time. What kind of person does that? Sukune shook those thoughts away, not knowing that a purple-haired girl and her entire clan all sneezed at the same time, before speaking. Good morning, Haku. Naruto looked back and saw Haku, giving a small greeting. Morning, Haku. You too, Naruto-sama, Haku replied, before noticing Naruto didn't say anything about the sama. Are you alright? Usually you would be against me being so formal. The group entered the classroom and reached their seats. Naruto spoke up as he sat down. Trust me, I am, but I am too sleepy to say anything. As soon as he made it to his seat, the half-vampire's head made contact with the desk. Naruto-kun. Moka leaned towards Naruto's still form a little worried, but that soon vanished when she heard his breathing. He's sleeping. Haku stared at the sleeping Naruto for a second. He must have been working on a new power or something last night. The bi-elemental gave Moka a reassuring smile. Don't worry about it. Since today is a half-day because of the school activities, I don't think he'll miss anything important. He should be up and about in a bit anyways. Moka hesitantly nodded her head before sitting back in her seat. The bell soon sounded, signaling class was starting. Nekonome soon walked in with her tail curled a little behind her. A little while later, true to Haku's word, Naruto woke up just in time to hear the near end of Nekonome's speech about the clubs. You will all be participating in club activities. After all, what better way to work on your disguises and fit in with humans than by doing human-made activities, Nekonome announced. So that school activity she had talked about last week was about, Naruto thought as rested his chin onto his palm. I wonder what kind of clubs they have here. He imagined all the different kind of clubs that this school would have. This is gonna be interesting. But sensei. One student called as he raised his hand. If that's the case, then you'd get an F for your disguise. Era. Nekonome blinked. She looked at her behind and spotted her tail. The teacher looked between her feline appendage and then back at the student who pointed them out. In a fury of movement, she extended her claws. RAWWR. Gia. The unfortunate student cried out. His face was suddenly covered with scratches and blood. He dropped back into his seat, clutching his face in pain before rolling around. Someone just had to mention her tail. Again, Naruto's sweat dropped as the student stopped moving, Nekonome carrying on like nothing happened. Club activities, huh? I wonder what kinds they have at a monster school, Sukune thought to himself. Different images of the more horrible kind of clubs flashed through his mind, causing him to shiver a bit. I really hope it's nothing like that. Please let there be at least one normal club. Because of this, you will spend the school day looking for a club that interests you the most, so go out and find a club that you would like to join. Also, don't forget to check out the newspaper club. I am the advisor, Nekonome said as the students began to leave the room in search of a club. I wonder which clubs I should look at. Naruto slowly stood up from his seat. He and his friends made their way outside to see dozens of booths already set up. Wow, there are a lot of them. Yeah, I bet everyone has something to advertise. Sukune was amazed to see so many clubs. Moka smiled as she turned to her friends, let's try to find a club well all like. As long as I am with my destined one I don't care which club I join, Kurumu exclaimed happily as she grabbed Sukune's arm, grinding her body into his. Her actions were soon halted by Naruto grabbing and pulling her away by her cheek. OW, why did you do that? She cried with anime tears as she rubbed her red cheek. While I don't really care what you do with Sukune, I don't think you want to give these guys a free show. Naruto motioned to a large group of drooling students staring with bloody noses. Sukune had a nervous look as he noticed a few glared pointing his way, but his attention was quickly shifted as he felt Kurumu pull him towards the booths. Moka, Naruto and Haku quickly followed after them, laughing a bit until they managed to catch up to the two. As they walked and passed by a few booths, they could hear both male and female voices talking to each other. Hey, it's Moka-san and Kurumu-san. Wow, those two are so cute. Hard to believe girls that attractive are just freshmen. Isn't that Naruto? He's hot, I know, wait who's that guy next to him? Dunno, seems kinda plain though. That last comment seemed to shoot an arrow with the word plain on it right through Sukune. He shook it off however as a voice called out to them from the side. Beautiful, Moka-san. Kurumu-san, you both must become models, a creepy looking guy said holding a camera. You must come to our photography club, please let us take lots of pictures. Focusing with his camera on the two of them, he didn't notice Naruto getting closer to him. Are nudes okay? His answer was getting a kick to the face. Unfortunately the question seemed to open the floodgates as more and more people swarmed around the five, trying to recruit Moka, Kurumu and Naruto into their respective clubs. Moka-san, you must join the chemistry club. Let's make lots of magic love powder together. Kurumu-san, the occult club is perfect for you. The power of spell and magic will bring us together. Join the acupuncture club. Come with us Naruto-san, you'll love our club. Be a part of the mummy club. After they somehow managed to escape, the group continued to walk around for at least half an hour, finding nothing but creepy or dangerous clubs. Kurumu had suggested they check out the cooking club, but it had already filled up by the time they got there. Sukune threw his arms up in the air in frustration as they passed by a needlebed booth. Don't they have any normal clubs at this school? Sukune asked tiredly as they weaved through the crowd. I know this is a monster school but there has to be something. Cheer up Sukune. I am sure we'll find something. Kurumu tried to encourage the dark-haired boy. She's right. We just need to keep looking. Moka agreed before noticing Naruto had stopped and was looking around. Naruto-kun, is something wrong? Naruto paused his search before turning to Moka. Haku's gone. Did you guys see him leave? The others shook their heads. Not really. I thought he was with us the whole time. Kurumu commented with a shrug. Should we look for him? Moka asked. Nah, it's okay. I know he'll show up sooner or later. Naruto replied with a smile. No sooner after he said that. Naruto-sama. See? What did I tell you? Naruto's smile fell as the Dampier fully turned around and was replaced with disgust as he witnessed a horrifying sight. Haku was being chased by the Okama Club. Behind the effeminate man was a bunch of students that were wearing women's clothing, makeup or wigs chasing after him. Help me! Haku cried out as he dodged many hands that tried to grab onto him. Naruto went silent as he slowly turned around and tried to act ignorant to the scenario happening behind him. That didn't help as Haku ran straight towards them. Don't just stand there. Come back cutie. One of them shouted. He was wearing an excessive amount of makeup. Hey, look at his friends. They're so cute. Another shouted. This one was wearing a skirt. We should show them the Okama way. This time Naruto did react, pulling Moka with him before shouting, run. The five ran for their lives. Whether literal or figurative was unknown. And to escape the clutches of the weirdly dressed men. The group was relaxing at a table inside the cafeteria, finally able to rest from running from the Okama. Kurumu and Sukune were leaning against each other back to back with Sukune panting hard. Haku was leaning his head against the table across from Moka, who was leaning back in her chair. Naruto was sitting in his chair facing outward with his cheek leaning against his hand. Geez Haku, you just to bring them in our direction, Naruto grumbled as he kept an eye out for any club members looking for them. You couldn't have just frozen those guys with your ice. Well, sorry, I was a little more focused on getting away. Haku snapped back as he looked up to Naruto with narrowed eyes. And what was with you ignoring me, huh? If I got a yen for every time I was involved in your problems with issues like this, I would be one of the richest men in the world. Naruto shrugged off Haku's stare. The other's sweat dropped. So this, Kurumu started, has happened before? Moka finished. Unfortunately, Naruto answered, closing his eyes before grunting, it's because this guy gets hit on so much by a bunch of guys. Thanks to his Bishonen appearance, some people think either he's a girl wearing guy clothes or he's gay. Well, excuse me for being born this way. Haku rolled his eyes. It's not like I have a giant sign on me that says please seduce me, now does it? Whatever, Naruto responded as he turns to the table to face everyone. Sukune and Moka instantly tried to calm the situation. Come on guys, we should argue over something so stupid, Sukune said while waving his hands between the two nervously. He's right, you two, we still need to find a club to join, Moka added, causing the Heinous to look at them for a moment before nodding their heads. Naruto leaned back against his chair. Okay, so what's out there for all of us to join? The few clubs we did look at were already full, while others were too focused on getting certain people to join, Haku deduced as he shivered from the memory of that club. Kurumu sighed as she leaned forward, her arms and breasts acting like small cushions for her head. It has to be something well all alike and enjoy doing. How about joining the swimming club? Sukune suggested, though that idea was quickly shot down by the others shaking their heads. Is something wrong with it? It's not that something's wrong with it, Haku started, taking notice of Moka's sad look. The fact is not everyone would be able to join. Huh, what do you mean? Sukune blinked in confusion. Naruto sighed before taking a quick glance at Moka. It's because we would be dealing with water, which is a big no-no for vampires. For vampires? Sukune repeated to himself, before remembering something. I've read in a book once about vampires not being able to cross water, is that true? Sort of, Moka nodded. Vampires like me can't touch water at all. Any water we are near has to be treated with herbs and remedies. If it isn't, it can weaken us considerably. Whoa, then we definitely want to stay away from that club then. Sukune turned to look at Naruto. Wait, does that mean it's the same for you, Naruto? Not really, since I am only half, it doesn't affect me like that. Naruto waved his hand in a negative fashion, before sighing, but unfortunately that means we have to pick a club that won't involve water, just to be safe. You don't have to, Moka tried to say. No, we're not gonna put you in danger like that, Moka. Kurumu interrupted the vampire. Moka looked down at her hands. I am sorry, if only I didn't have a body like this. Don't be stupid, Naruto said, making Moka look up at him. Moka-chan, you have nothing to be sorry about. Every monster has a weakness of some kind. Yours just happens to be water. Naruto gave Moka a smile as he continued. We'll find a club that we can all enjoy, so don't worry about it. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Moka smiled back at him. Their moment was ruined, however, by Haku. That's easier said than done, Haku commented as he leaned back in his seat. We haven't seen one club that doesn't have ulterior motives for having one of us join, and the sad part is that we've only seen almost half of what was being offered. Everyone was silent for a few seconds before they all released a heavy sigh at the same time. What's with the gloomy attitudes? A cheerful voice called out to the group, and they turned to see Nekonomiya looking at them with a smile. Is everything all right? Besides not finding a club to join, we're fine, Naruto said. Do you have any suggestions, sensei? Actually I do. Their teacher said with a knowing smile. Why don't you all join the newspaper club? Almost all of our members graduated last year, so it's pretty empty at the moment, so how about it? Newspaper club, huh? Naruto perked up. That's actually not a bad idea. Thinking about it, he turned to his friends for their opinions. What do you say, guys? The newspaper club sound good? It sounds like it could be fun, Moka said. Sure, I'll join. If you guys are joining, I will too, Sukune grinned. Hey, let me join too, Kurumu said, grabbing onto Sukune with a smile. It does sound interesting, count me in, Haku added. Naruto nodded his head before looking up at the feline teacher. Looks like you got 5 new members, Nekonomiya-sensei. Treat us well. Great. Our first meeting is tomorrow after classes. Nekonomiya smiled excitedly as her tail curled in excitement before pulling out a banner that read Welcome to the newspaper club. After giving them directions to the meeting room, Nekonomiya happily started her way towards the teacher's office. I'll see you all tomorrow. Well, this is going to be interesting, Naruto commented, the others nodding their heads in agreement. The next day after school, when the students returned the next day, everything went back to normal, attending classes. Sukune nearly being suffocated to death by Kurumu. Eating lunch together, Naruto getting his blood sucked by a certain vampire, beating away a crazy fan club that was after Moka and Kurumu. Yup, just a regular day at Yokai Academy. After all the classes were finished up, the group made their way towards the club room for their first meeting. Making their way inside, the group took notice to the emptiness within the room. Well, except for the Nekonomiya, who was excitedly motioning them to sit in their seats so club introductions could begin. I would like to welcome the new members of our club. Thank you for joining and let's begin. I am sure we'll have a lot of fun together. Nekonomiya said with a bright smile. The room was silent as Naruto and Sukune looked from Nekonomiya to the classroom. We're the only ones here? They thought. The only other people in the room were their friends. The human turned back to the teacher before raising his hand a bit. Sensei, are we the only members of the club? Sukune asked, causing Nekonomiya to laugh. Don't be silly, Sukune. Of course you're not, Nekonomiya informed, after she said that the door to the classroom opened. My, how embarrassing, I am late on the first day, a boy with black hair said as he offered the group a suave smile. This is the other member of our club, Nekonomiya said as she pointed to the boy who looked about a year older than the others. That's still only one, Naruto thought. His eyes narrowed a bit as he notices a necklace with a silver wolf head pendant. Is he? No, I can't assume anything yet. Hello, I am Gaine Morioka, the club president, but feel free to call me Jin. It's a pleasure to meet you all, he said, smiling, and if you looked close enough you could see his teeth sparkle. In his hands were 2 bouquets of roses. His gaze was immediately on the girls before he appeared in front of them in an instant. Sensei told me about the new members, but she failed to mention how beautiful you two are, he said as he handed the 2 bouquets to them. This is our president. Sukune thought as he watched the older boy carefully. He didn't like how Jin was looking at the girls. He wasn't the only one. Naruto's eyes flashed red as he caught the focused gaze Jin had on Moka. Jin is the only second-year student that is on the club. If you have any questions please just ask him, Nekonomiya explained. She walked towards the door. And I must be going since have a staff meeting. Take care of the rest of the club procedures, Jin-kun. Nekonomiya said, already halfway out the door. Okay, leave it to me, Jin assured enthusiastically. Naruto looked at the feline teacher. So you're already leaving? He asked Nekonomiya. Sorry, but I have to. See you later everyone. Make friends with your senpai, okay? Nekonomiya said before disappearing behind the door. Well, she certainly left in a hurry, Haku muttered. Kurumu and Sukune nodding in agreement. Naruto didn't say anything as he watched Jin move behind the teacher's desk. Jin looked at them and rubbed his chin. Well, let's see, he began, but not before he gave that show-off smile once again. First, I am gonna give you an explanation of just what type of club this is. He took a deep breath, and then began. The goal of the newspaper club is to obviously publish the school newspaper. Most of your activities will be reporting on all kinds of things within, or if you can, out of the academy and putting them in the newspaper. He placed his hands on the desk with a serious look on his face. Will be put into dangerous situations from time to time for the sake of reporting. I'll tell you right now, this ain't gonna be no easy ride. Once you've joined, you should prepare yourself mentally and physically. The others were silent as they digested what he just said. A bit of tension slowly grew as people in the room looked at the club president with interest. Moka turned to look at Naruto. He seems like someone we can rely on, right? She asked. Yeah, I guess, he answered a bit unsurely. Naruto briefly caught the flicker of a malicious grin cross Jin's features before he switched to the harmless appearance, taking a small glance towards Haku. It was evident that his feminine-looking friend also took notice. I am just messing with ya. Let's have some fun without all the strict talk, he said charmingly as he pulled out a poster and held it to the club members. This is our poster ad. We're gonna put it up on the back wall. A few minutes later, Senpai. Is this high enough to stick the posters? Moka asked. Currently they were at the back of the classroom hanging up posters. Moka and Kurumu were standing on top of chairs, trying to put the posters on the wall while Naruto and Sukune were stacking papers. Jin had sent Haku to pick more posters, which seemed suspicious to Naruto since they had a lot already. No, just a bit higher, their senpai said. Huh? Kurumu turned and gave a questioning look towards Jin since she was unsure of why the poster needed to be higher. Even higher? Moka asked in an apprehensive tone. Yeah, much higher, Jin replied. All the while, Naruto and Sukune had not taken their eyes off of Jin. Just what kind of person is Jin senpai? He's flirty sometimes and others he's so serious. Sukune whispered to Naruto as they looked at the man in question. Sukune looked down at the poster for a second. These are kinda weird. Sukune wasn't aware that Naruto wasn't paying attention. There's something about that guy the first don't like, Naruto thought to himself, his eyes focused on Jin. Suddenly, they noticed Jin bend down and stare up the girl's skirts. Not only did he bend over, but he was practically sitting on the floor and enjoying the view. Jin simply watched as the girls struggled to put the poster as high up as they could. Naruto put the papers down and walked over to his senpai and crossed his arms, releasing a small amount of killing intent. Just what the hell do you think you're doing? Naruto demanded, glaring down at the older student. Huh? What are you talking about? Jin asked while feigning innocence. Don't act all innocent to me. You were looking up their skirts, weren't you? You pervert, Naruto replied with a harder glare. Hey, nonsense. There's no way I am that kind of guy who'd do something so lame. Before Naruto could continue to accuse him, the girls came down from the small ladders. They both asked what was going on, to which Jin took this as an opportunity to shift the blame to Naruto. Oh, well, this dude says he got an eyeful of your panties. The two girls blushed before looking at Naruto, who blinked as the girls started to give him a hard look. You're not seriously gonna believe that, are you? Naruto questioned as he looked between both girls. Do I really look like someone who would look up a girl's skirt? Moka was the one to speak. Naruto-kun, I don't like perverts. Naruto blinked again, before a scowl came to his face. Seriously? You actually believe a guy that you just met over me? Naruto turned around and made his way to the door, jerking it open with a hard pull. Forget this, I have better things to do, see you guys later. Wait, Naruto-Moka tried to stop him, but the Dampier already exited the room with a slam of the door being heard through the room. The others left in the room were quiet as they stared at the door. Such a drama queen, Jin shook his head, ignoring the hard look Sukune sent him. Well anyway, let's get back to. He was cut off by Moka. I am sorry Jin-senpai, but I need to talk to Naruto-kun. With a bow, Moka made her way to the door before chasing after Naruto. Jin had a look of disbelief before turning to look at Kurumu, who was being pulled out of the room by Sukune. Well, since everyone left I guess we'll call it a day, Jin said to himself before a smirk grew on her face. Moka, you're a real beauty. With Moka, Naruto-kun. Moka called out as she tried to find the blonde. When she had left the room to go after him, she was surprised to see he had already disappeared. She had looked around the school but there was no sign of him. Oh, where did he go? I've never seen him act like that. Can you really blame him? Ura called out from the rosary, surprising the girl and making her come to a halt. It's your own fault, you know. Oh Ura-chan, she said looking at her rosary as the gem glowed. What do you mean my fault? You had instantly put the blame on Naruto without knowing the truth, just because of what someone else said, Ura responded, scoffing a little. While I usually wouldn't care about such things, Naruto has shown that he wouldn't do such petty things. Moka looked away as she thought about what her other self said. It was true that she had jumped the gun even when she knew Naruto would never do something so perverted. You're right, I should apologize. HMPH, if you do, it'd be better to do it tomorrow, that way he has time to cool down. Ura noticed Moka was giving the rosary a look. What's with the look? Oh, nothing. Moka replied with a small smile. It's just nice to see that you're starting to care about Naruto-kun. You didn't even call him by his whole name. The rosary seemed to turn a little red before lifting itself and hitting Moka under her chin. Ow, that hurt, she cried out. The gem grew brighter. Don't misunderstand. I just felt that accusing him of something would be a waste of time, Ura said. Besides, with everything he's put up with, I can't help but have a little respect for him. I understand. Moka's smile grew a little, but it disappeared as the rosary continued to speak. But more importantly, you had best take care when you're around the older classmate of yours. I smell something dangerous about him, Ura warned her outer self, dismissing the confused look on her face. A scent as if he's hiding some strong power. Omid, I want you to be very careful of that Jin person, with her piece said. The Rosario went quiet, leaving the girl by herself as she started her way to the dorms. The next day Naruto quietly walked toward the school with Haku and Sukune at his sides. His human friend had already told him about him telling Kurumu the truth. The succubus had been surprised at first, but had decided to go to the Dampier and apologize for blaming him without knowing the truth. As they continued down the way, Kurumu had met up with the three and told Naruto that Moka was just up ahead. After a minute or so, Naruto could see Moka leaning against one of the graves, waiting for them to show. Moka spotted Naruto and made her way to the Dampier, an apologetic look on her face. I am so sorry Naruto-kun. Moka bowed a little when she made it in front of Naruto. I should have accused you of peeping. Naruto said nothing as he walked past Moka, who looked down at the ground with a sad expression. Naruto stopped walking and turned back to the pinkette. What are you standing there for, Moka-chan? We have to get to class. Moka looked back at Naruto. Does that mean I am still a little upset that you didn't believe me? But I don't really like holding grudges against people I care about, Naruto responded as he continued walking. Just trust me next time. The vampire watched Naruto continue to walk forward. Not moving from her spot, she knew she would have to make it up to Naruto later. He was willing to forgive her and she would make sure not to doubt him again. Her thoughts were interrupted by someone pushing her forward. Looking back, she saw Haku looking at her with a small smile. Taking that as a sign, Moka ran next to Naruto and started walking beside him. The others quickened their paces as well, and the fives soon made their way past the gates. A good distance away from the group, Jin watched as Naruto, Moka and the others walked beside each other to the school. Jin spotted a pair of girls, a redhead and a blonde, walking past and decided to get some info on the two. "Excuse me, girls? Have a sec?" "Huh?" they both replied. "I was wondering if you could tell me something." Jin gave the girls a suave look. "What is it?" the blonde girl asked, blushing a bit at the cool-looking senpai. "That Naruto dude and Moka-san are always together. Are they dating or something?" asked Jin. "Well, I am not really sure, but they are a good match, aren't they?" the redhead replied. "Yeah, it kind of makes sense those two to get together, right?" the blonde added. "Moka has the kind of beauty that even charms other women, and Naruto's got that pretty boy, wild look combo," the redhead exclaimed. "There are also those rumors about him beating that gang that terrorized Mononoke Arcade." "Huh?" a surprised Jin questioned. He had heard about the gang being defeated, but the fact that it was Naruto was something he didn't expect. "There's also another rumor that Moka has been seen kissing Naruto on the neck, so they might be dating," the blonde stated, before continuing. "Actually, I think a few people saw Naruto kissing Moka's neck yesterday too." "Wha? You say they kiss each other's necks?" Jin stammered before grabbing his hair and nearly ripping it out in frustration. "No way. You've gotta be kidding me. You've gotta be kidding me. Naruto-kun. Kya? What's with him?" both girls shrieked as he ran away. After classes, as Naruto was walking down the hall, he was approached by none other than Jin. "Yo, Naruto-kun. Today's club activities will be held outside. Why don't you come with me?" Jin asked, raising suspicion from Naruto. "Whatever," Naruto replied with narrow eyes, "I better be on my guard." Jin had led him into some sort of alleyway, neither knowing that they were being followed by two figures. The alleyway was at the back of a building, away from the busy flow of people. "Don't you worry, everybody LL be coming here soon," Jin assured him. "By the way, sorry about yesterday. Moka-san really doesn't like perverts, does she?" Jin said with that charming smile on his face once again. "It's fine, the two of us talked it over and we're okay now. Why did you do that anyway?" "Ha ha ha, we're here." Jin completely ignored Naruto as he stopped walking. "This is the place, Naruto-kun." Naruto looked around. "Why are we in an alleyway?" He pointed at a little window on the wall. "Look over there. There's a little window up there. Why don't you take a peek inside?" "Huh, why?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "It's not gonna bite, just take a look. It'll be interesting," Jin replied, giving Naruto a grin. Naruto turned his head and activated his yokai detection, channeling his power. He could sense two familiar figures leaning against the wall around the corner, and sensing behind the window Jin wanted him to look through. Naruto could sense the presence of multiple girls changing in there. Naruto shook his head as he deactivated the sensor power and let out a disappointed sigh. "Mind telling me why we're outside a girls' changing room, Jin-senpai?" Jin was shocked. What? How on earth did you? It's one of my abilities. With it I can detect any yokai presence, even their motives and emotions." He cut him off. "So tell me, Jin, were you trying to set me up? Take the fall for you again?" "Moka-san is even better than I heard." Jin turned and looked away from Naruto. I really like her. She's even got me falling in love with her at first sight." He looked back at Naruto and pointed at himself and gave him one of those dazzling smiles. "I am serious. I am going to make sure Moka Akashiya becomes my woman." "I see. So you are one of those idiots," Naruto muttered as he rubbed the back of his head before placing his hands in his pockets. "Listen, if you stop whatever it is you're planning, I'll let this go and we can pretend this never happened." As tempting as that is, just as Jin slowly took out his camera, a large dark entity came from the ground and slashed it in two, leaving the base of the camera intact. What the hell? The older student watched as the entity turned into a hand and grabbed the camera before bringing it over to Naruto. "You really should have learned more about who you were trying to mess with." Naruto stood casually with his hands in his pockets, his shadow swirling around him. "Never try to pull one on me. It would never work, even if you tried to convict me. You would have to explain why you had your camera out here in the first place," Naruto explained as he reached up and grabbed the camera, bringing it closer to his face. Naruto could see the camera was still good for him to look at the pictures in its memory, which were mainly perverted pictures of girls changing. "The fact that you are a second-year student would be a point against you as well, since you should know all about this area. I'll say this one last time, stop your plans or else." "Damn it. I underestimated him." Jin quickly reached down and picked up one of the pieces of his broken camera before throwing it at Naruto. "I need to get out of here quickly." The shadow around Naruto caught it with ease. Naruto didn't even blink as he watched Jin disappear in a flash. So I was right about that pervert being fast, Naruto muttered to himself looking down at the broken camera, before tossing it into the air and had the shadow crush it. Well, at least I was able to deal with this thing. Alright, you two, it's safe for you to come out. From around the corner, Kurumu and Sukune walked out. The succubus and human were staring at Naruto in shock as the shadows receded back into the ground. What the hell was that? Kurumu exclaimed, since when could you do MMPH? She was cut off by Naruto quickly covering her mouth. Look back at the window. Did you hear something? It sounds like someone is out there. It's the peeper. Naruto looked back at two and motioned for them to move quickly, which the two nodded in agreement before the three ran out of the area as fast as they could, leaving several confused, angry and underdressed girls behind as they wondered who was just there. The three soon made it to the benches outside the school. After Kurumu caught her breath, she turned to Naruto. Okay, so back to what I was saying, what was with your shadow? Kurumu questioned. Naruto let out a small chuckle. That was actually one of my techniques, one of the vampire lost arts. Lost arts? Sukune tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Exactly as I said, Sukune. Throughout the ages there have been many techniques and powers created by vampires, but some have been discarded because they either clash against vampires' pride or it's too dangerous for even vampires to use. Naruto started as he leaned back against a pillar. But anyway, you guys heard me explain bloodbending to Moka-chan, right? So Haku was right, he did know we were there. Kurumu and Sukune thought before Sukune answered. Yeah, I think you were saying something about it allowing you to control blood to form whatever you want. Naruto nodded his head. That's right, and I can control another person's blood as long as I've tasted it. But there's another technique I know that is connected to bloodbending. It's called blood mimicry. Blood mimicry. Kurumu blinked. What do you mean? As the name suggests, this allows me to copy another monster's power and make it my own. I first have to drink the blood of the monster first. Naruto replied as the shadow around raised itself off the ground and began to make different shapes. Back when I rescued Moka-chan, there was a monster there that was a shadow user. He was the one I tasted blood from. Really disgusting, by the way. And I copied his powers before killing him. Whoa, Sukune was amazed that vampires could do that. So does that mean you can copy powers from any monster you want? You're basically a one-man army. And does that mean Moka can do it too? Like I said, it's one of the lost arts, which means there are some drawbacks to having this ability. Naruto explained as he dismissed the shadow. The first is that only certain kinds of vampires can use this. I can use it because my dad is one of them and he passed it down to me. The second is that the vampires question can only copy a certain amount of powers or else their body would react badly. So how many do you have? Kurumu asked. At the moment, I have copied 2 powers. One of them includes the shadow bending power. I've actually been training a bit at night so I could control it better. Naruto looked at the sky and quickly took notice of the full moon slowly rising into the sky. That's enough for now. We better find Moka-chan and quick. I have no doubt Jin is going to try something. The other two nodded in agreement, looking at Naruto with determined looks on their faces. Nighttime on the academy roof. Moka and Haku were on the roof looking over the railing, talking to each other about yesterday. I see, so that's what happened yesterday, Haku said as he leaned back against the railing. Naruto-sama didn't say anything about what happened, so I was a little concerned. Yeah, but Naruto-kun and I talked and everything is fine now. Well, he's still a little angry, Moka replied as eyes drifted to the forest below. Don't worry about it, he might seem angry but I know he'll get better. Naruto-sama doesn't like when people accuse him of lying, especially when it comes to perverted situations. Haku chuckled a bit, he got that from Kushina-sama. I remember one time when Naruto-sama's godfather came to visit once and Kushina-sama pounded him into the ground for doing something really perverted. Naruto-kun's godfather. A voice came from behind Moka, cutting off Haku from answering. Oh. So this is where you've been, Moka-san? The two turned around to the voice, which turned out to be Jin, who was waving and smiling at her. Looks like it's night already. Look, it's a beautiful full moon tonight, Jin said as he looked up at the moon, a mysterious grin spreading across his face. Jin-senpai. A confused Moka questioned, unsure of why he was here. Haku slowly moved in front of Moka, keeping his guard up in case Jin tried something. I am sorry to tell you this, but that Naruto guy you hang out with is bad news, Jin stated casually. He's a brute who threatens anyone. He even tried to attack me for yesterday. Not only that, but just a little while ago I caught him trying to peep on the girls' changing room. Huh? Moka replied. That's complete nonsense, Haku exclaimed, as he made his way towards Jin, but he instantly moved next to Moka. What the? Sorry, but there's no mistake, it's a shame. Huh? Jin wrapped an arm around her, ignoring the surprised Haku. You should just forget about that guy. Moka murmured, starting to feel uncomfortable. Tonight, I'll console you, Jin whispered. Let go of me. Moka tried to pull away from him, but he wouldn't let her go. I am only trying to hold you tenderly, Jin said. No, you're trying to feel me up, Moka shrieked. This time she managed to get out of Jin's embrace and took a step back. Haha. Well, it is a full moon, isn't it? On nights with a full moon, I am overcome with a feeling of power and suddenly lose all control, Jin stated as he stared up at the moon. He turned back to Moka and puckered his lips. Just give in. Moka didn't let him get any closer as she shoved Jin away using her vampire strength, sending him crashing into the wall beside the door. Naruto-kun isn't the type of person to hurt anybody for no reason. I'll always believe in Naruto-kun, no matter what people say about him. Haku smiled a bit after he heard her say that. You really did find an amazing person, Naruto-sama. The elemental half-breed's face turned serious before he moved in front of Moka. Haha, are you serious? How admirable. I am falling for you harder and harder, Moka-san, Jin said as his form began to change. But I told ya right? That on nights with a full moon my self-control weakens, and when my emotions excite me so much suddenly I lose control of myself. By now Jin had fully transformed into his monster form, a werewolf. Then I'll make you my woman by force, Akashiya Moka, he shouted, making a move to grab her. Haku quickly created an ice wall before grabbing Moka and moved out of the way just as Jin tore right through it. Nice try, but you're too slow to escape me. Jin disappeared from their sights and reappeared right over them before swiping his claw down and knocked Haku away from Moka. Haku-san. Moka called out as Haku flew over the railing. She watched as he disappeared from sight, his body sinking into the shadows. Now that he's out of the way, let's have some fun. Jin rushed at Moka with his claws extended forward. Become mine, Moka. A yellow figure flashed between the two and slammed into Jin, sending him flying back. The figure landed in a crouched position before standing straight to reveal a red-eyed Naruto. Keep your hands off her, mangy wolf, Naruto shouted at the werewolf as he cracked his knuckles. Naruto-kun, Moka exclaimed, before noticing Sukune and Kurumu landing on the roof via Kurumu's flying. As soon as their feet touched the ground, Kurumu ran up to Moka to see if her friend was all right. How did you find us here? Jin growled. Don't you remember what I said earlier? Naruto's red eyes never left Jin's form as he asked the rhetorical question. I told you I can detect the presence of any yokai, so it was very easy to find not only Moka-chan's, but also you and your lustful intentions. Damn. How dare you get in the way of our special moment? Naruto felt a sudden large increase in Jin's demonic levels as the wind began blowing fiercely around him. Back off. Jin yelled in rage. Naruto quickly braced himself, getting the feeling this fight was going to be interesting. In the blink of an eye, Jin attempted to strike Naruto, who bent backwards under the swipe. Taking advantage of the angle, Naruto fell back some more onto his hands and released small bursts of demonic energy from his palms before shooting his feet upward with a small increase in speed and power. But Jin disappeared again and reappeared behind the blonde as he sent a fast kick at Naruto's exposed back from behind. The Dampier disappeared from sight as his body seemed to teleport from in front of Jin to behind Moka and the others, landing gracefully on his feet as he watched Jin also land on his feet. I have to admit you're not bad at running away, but stand in my way and I'll show you who the real alpha around here is. Jin charged forward again only to stop as a wall of fire blocked his way. What the? You're not doing anything, asshole, Haku's voice called out as he landed behind the firewall. He had used his flames to keep himself propelled in the air and save himself from hitting the ground before using the flames to make his way back up. I would never let a wild beast like you near my friends. So you're still around, huh? Jin cocked his head before taking a glance at the sky to see the clouds away from the moon's image. He let out a small chuckle before crouching down a little. But don't think either of you have any chances against a werewolf. Jin seemed to turn into a dash of light as he ran forward, extending a claw in front of him ready to strike Haku down. Just as his claws were about to make contact, Naruto appeared right in front of Jin with an orb of swirling demonic energy in his hand. Wah! Rasengan! Naruto yelled as slammed the orb into the werewolf's stomach. Arg! The werewolf cried out in pain as the powerful orb grinded into his stomach. He was then sent flying into the concrete wall near the door. Jin slid down to the floor and clutched the steaming wound, glaring at Naruto. Damn it, what the hell was that? You can't control yourself, can you, mangy wolf? Naruto scoffed as he lowered his arms before turning towards Moka and the others. I had an interesting idea. If you really want Moka-chan so badly, he walked over to her and lifted his hand to her rosary. The two stared at each other for a moment before Moka silently nodded her head. Then let's see you try against her now. With a quick pull, the rosary was ripped off the chain and her power was released, her body transforming into her other self and her hair turning silver. Amazing. So that's Moka's true self. The actual form of a full-fledged vampire, Kurumu whispered as she stared in amazement at Moka's powerful figure. So this is Moka-san's vampire form. Interesting, Haku thought as he dismissed his powers. Moka's eyes were closed as her transformation finished, her arms stretched over her head. I guess I should thank you, Naruto, for giving me the chance to finish this myself, she said as she lowered her arms and opened her eyes to reveal they once again changed to their powerful red color. Her gaze made contact with Naruto's. But I wonder why you didn't end it quickly like you did with those gangsters. You are more than capable. Nice to see you too, Ura-chan. Naruto shrugged as a small grin came to his face. This perverted wolf wouldn't learn anything if I was the one to end this battle. Besides, I felt you should have a chance out of the seal, even if it was for a bit. Moka let out a small chuckle as she walked past Naruto. I suppose you are right about that, and I expect you to tell me what that spinning ball was after I win. Of course, Naruto answered with the grin still on his face, and if you want I'll let you drink some of my blood too. Moka smirked a little after she heard him say that. Their attentions shifted back to the werewolf after hearing a growl come from him. You'll pay for that. Jin was growling loudly at Naruto as he slowly stood up. His gaze drifted to Moka, who had a confident look on her face as she stared at him. Hey, so this is Moka-san's true form. Moka quirked an eyebrow as she watched her opponent's body shake a bit before looking. She caught the lustful look he was sending her. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Even after transforming, you are still beautiful, Moka Akashiya. I couldn't care less that you are a vampire. I'll definitely defeat you and make you my woman, Jin shouted as he lunged forward. Just try it, you giant fleabag. Moka responded as she threw her hand forward in a dagger position, but before she could make contact Jin grinned and disappeared. What are you fighting way over there for? Reappearing on top of the entrance to the roof with his arms crossed, he called out to her, if a vampire's power is strength, then a werewolf's power is speed. And the strength of the moonlight also strengthens my speed. Tonight, the full moon is shining as bright as ever. On the night of a full moon, a werewolf is invincible. He began shooting all over the place, confusing the female vampire and the others. Ura-chan, move to the left and raise your right arm. Well, almost everyone. Naruto, however, could track his movements thanks to the training he got from his father, following Naruto's directions. Moka dodged one of Jin's charges. If you don't have the experience in fighting these speed-type monsters, then it'll be your eyes so you can fight. Naruto called out to her, making Moka nodded. Duck to the right. Move your left leg back, Naruto said as he continued to help Moka avoid Jin's attacks. Give it up. As long as the full moon is out, it will be my victory. I'll crush you both, Jin exclaimed as he ran around Moka at incredible speeds. What next, Naruto? Moka asked as she tried to follow Jin's movements. Damn it, I can't keep up with him. So this is the speed of a werewolf, Moka thought, then glanced at Naruto, whose eyes were moving all over the place. He didn't seem worried at all. Duck. High kick at 3 o'clock. He called out as Moka followed his order and managed to scrape her foot against Jin's head, slicing off a few hairs as he changed directions to dodge her attack. I think you can handle the rest. As if she has any chance at beating me, Jin howled as he landed on the roof, not catching Moka or Naruto's smirks. Jin lunged forward at incredible speed, but was stopped as Moka's hand shot forward and grabbed Jin's claw, halting it in place. What? I was stopped? Could it be? You've seemed to have forgotten the biggest thing when it comes to moon and its light. Naruto pointed out the sight behind them. The moon was now hidden by clouds. There are many ways for it to be blocked from werewolves, and with those clouds blocking the moon, your power is worthless. Damn it. How could I not notice that? I should have ended this quickly. A low menacing growl erupted from Moka's throat as she glared at the werewolf, tightening her grip on his arm. Wait, don't be so hasty. I can still beat you, with or without the moonlight. I'll show you what the natural energy of a monster is. Just be a good girl and become my woman, Moka. Before he could even move, a brutal right kick suddenly connected with Jin's skull, sending him crashing into the gate and tumbling over the side. Weakling, did you really think someone like yourself was fit to be with me? Know your place? Oh Karma, how powerful you are. Haku watched with amusement as Jin disappeared into the shadows, but unlike me, I think hell be getting the painful way down. Kyaa splat. The sound of a body colliding onto the ground was heard by everyone. Oh well, it's his own fault. Naruto grinned as he walked over to Moka and placed a hand on her shoulders. Good job, Ura-chan. He congratulated the silver hair vampire, who smirked back at him. Of course, was there any doubt? Thinking back on the battle, the vampire looked at the blonde. Tell me something, Naruto. You could have easily squashed that beast. Moon or no moon, right? Yeah, I could have. One of the biggest things my father had me learn was on how to fight fast monsters, and that Rasengan I used on him had slowed him down a bit too. Naruto answered as he placed his hands behind his head, but letting you get a chance to fight and enjoy yourself out of the seal was something I had no problem with. The smirk on Moka's face grew at that. Namikaze Naruto, you continue to interest me more and more. She extended her palm out, silently telling him to hand over the rosary. As he placed the rosary in her hand, Moka grabbed onto Naruto and brought him closer to her. Now then, I believe you said I could drink some of your blood when I won, correct? I did say that, didn't I? Naruto replied back, a small blush on his face as he felt Moka's impressive bust pressing against him. Well, enjoy Adora-chan. No sooner after he said that, her fang pierced his neck and she began to drink his blood. The others watched on as the silver hair vampire was having her fill. I guess sealed or unsealed, Moka still loves to drink Naruto's blood, Kurumu mused before letting out a small yawn. She rubbed her eyes a bit. Man, I am tired, this day has been too long in my book. Sukune nodded in agreement as he continued to stare at the two, or more exactly, Naruto. Naruto is so strong, I wonder if, his thoughts quickly paused as he watched Moka move back a bit, I'll ask him later. Such tasty blood, another plus when it comes to you. Moka said as she licked her lips seductively, continue to watch over Omet while I am resting within the seal. Naruto. She leaned closer to him again before whispering into his ear, who knows, I might give you a reward if you continue to impress me, until next time. The vampire took great pleasure in seeing the blush on Naruto's face before placing the seal back on the chain, turning herself back to her pink-haired self, who tiredly fell against Naruto's chest. Well, now that that's over, I want to get a good night's rest, Kurumu said as she stretched a little, making her breasts bounce a little. Sukune nodded in agreement. Not yet, guys. Everyone turned to Naruto, still holding a sleeping Moka. Give them all a smirk. There's still one thing that we need to do before we call it a night. Sukune and Kurumu were a little nervous at the glint in Naruto's eyes. The next day. Get back here, you fucking pervert. Jin was being chased by many an angry female student of the school and was having trouble getting away after the injuries he received from Naruto and Moka the night before. You can be very evil sometimes, you know that, Naruto, Sukune commented as his gaze drifted to the comical chase happening near them. Naruto, Haku, Kurumu and Sukune were handing out a news article to the other students while Moka was standing on a stool, putting up a larger version of the article on the notice board behind them. Yeah, I know, isn't it great? Naruto replied cheerfully, making Sukune sweat drop at his friend's attitude. Extra, extra, the newspaper club's first paper of the school year. Kurumu called out to the crowd, gaining the attention of many of the male students while the female students were drawn in by Haku and Naruto. You know, I never would have expected this to be our first job in this club, Haku commented as he handed an article to a blushing girl, who immediately joined the chase after reading it. The newsletter she had slowly fell to the ground. On it read, Peeper's true identity discovered. Second-year student, Ginei Morioka, proof discovered and revealed. If caught peeping again, feel free to punish accordingly. Hey, it's his own fault for not listening to my warnings when he had the chance. Anyways, we've finished handing out the articles we had on hand. How's it going up there, Moka-chan? Naruto was cut off as he turned around to feel Moka's butt and panties bumping into him as she backed up a bit. Yes, the article is up for viewing, Naruto-ku. Kya, Naruto-kun. Moka called out as she felt Naruto's face pressed against her backside before kicking back on reflex, only for Naruto to hold her ankle, her foot very close to his face, practically touching his chin. Sorry, Moka-chan. The Dampier quickly created some distance with a red face, though he had an annoyed look as he motioned to Moka's leg. But would I have really deserved that? I am sorry, Naruto-kun. Moka apologized with a red face of her own as Naruto let go of her leg. Naruto shrugged it off. I guess it's alright. Do you want help getting down? The pinkette nodded her head before grabbing Naruto's shoulders as he helped her get down. When her feet touched the ground, they stared at each other for a moment before smiling. Well, since we finished passing out the papers, how about we get to the classroom to meet up with Nekonomiya-sensei? Sure, let's go, she replied with a smile. After gathering everything together, the group started to make their way to the building, ignoring the sounds of Jin running away from the angry mob of girls. I will make Moka Akashiya mine. I know it, Jin cried out before getting hit by a tombstone that had been thrown by a mysterious figure. The figure was revealed to be Haiji, who laughed as he enjoyed the show of his frenemy getting beaten up by the mob of girls. So that attack you used on Jin-senpai just was energy manipulation? Moka questioned as she walked with Naruto down the path. It had been a few weeks since the newspaper club's first issue had been released and things were going smoothly for everyone. Moka and Naruto were currently on their way to meet up with Sukune and the others at the courtyard to check out the first semester test results that had been posted that morning. When you say it like that, it makes it seem like the Rasengan is just a simple technique, Naruto replied with a sweat drop. It's a lot harder than you think. Really? But vampires are experts at demonic energy manipulation and conversion. It is one of our best abilities. Moka looked at Naruto with a confused expression. Yeah, but those kinds of manipulations are limited to increasing strength and such. The Rasengan is created outside the body and takes a lot of control, Naruto explained as he opened the door for Moka. It actually took my dad almost 2 years to create it when he was younger, and it took another year to perfect it. It took him 3 years. Moka was surprised to hear that. Is the technique really that difficult? Well, like I said before, he worked on it when he was around our age, so it took him a little longer for him to make it work properly, Naruto said. When his father told him about how he created the technique, one issue he had was the name. Even his mother had said that while Minato was a powerful vampire, he had a tendency of giving his techniques ridiculous names. Naruto later learned that it was actually his father's childhood friend who helped him give the Rasengan its name. So how long did it take you to learn how to do it? Moka asked in curiosity. It must be taken him a while if it took it father that long. Less than 2 weeks to make it, but I needed to use both hands. Naruto smirked to himself as he remembered the look on his father's face when he saw his son form a complete Rasengan. It took me over a month after that to make it one-handed. Moka stumbled a little before quickly regaining her footing. 2 weeks? She blinked as she stared at Naruto's back, taking notice to the lack of movement next to him. The Dampier paused and looked back at Moka. Is something wrong, Moka-chan? The vampire was silent as she stared at Naruto for a second before shaking her head with a smile. Walking past Naruto with a giggle. No, it's nothing. I should be surprised when it comes to you. Naruto blinked in confusion as he watched Moka walk ahead. What do you mean by that, Moka-chan? He didn't get an answer as the pinkhead continued to walk to the results board. Oi, Moka-chan. The two soon arrived at the courtyard and instantly took notice to the large crowd of the other freshman students standing in front of the board. UWAHHH, the test results are up. I can't look, alright. I am in 56th. I failed. Moka and Naruto made their way to the board, ignoring the shouts of the other students and the stares they were getting from some students. So, any sign of Haku or the others? Naruto looked around for any signs of their friends. Moka shook her head in a negative motion. Well, meet up with them later, let's just check out how we did. Naruto and Moka looked up at the results, searching for their names. Oh, look, I am 13th, Moka said as she found her name. Wow, that's pretty good, Naruto praised as he patted her on the shoulder, making her turn to him with a smile. The Hanyu smiled back at her before turning back to the board to look for his name. His eyes drifted to the side and saw his name, Namikaze Naruto, 9th. That amazing, Naruto-kun. You're in the top 10. Moka said happily as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's arm in a hug. Yeah, well, it's not that great. I just studied and did my best. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Maybe we could study together sometime. That sounds like fun. But if you don't mind. Moka brought a hand to her face as she looked a bit embarrassed. Let me guess, you want to suck my blood during the times we study together? Naruto interrupted with a small smirk, causing Moka to turn away with a blush. Hey guys. Moka and Naruto turned to see Sukune walked up to them. You both did really well, I am jealous. Thanks, but it was nothing. Naruto grinned at the human. What about you? How did you do? I am right in the middle, 128th. Sukune replied before his head drooped a bit. His rank was in the middle of all the students, compared to you guys. Don't worry about it. Naruto patted his friend on the shoulder. We're still in the beginning, so you have plenty of time to get high. Besides, there are a lot of people that got worse than you. He motioned to the groups of students that were shrugging off the results or panicking from them. Yeah, I guess. Sukune felt arms wrap around him as Kurumu jumped him from behind. Sukune. Oh, Kurumu. Hello. Moka greeted the succubus with a smile. Morning, Moka. Kurumu replied happily as she held on to Sukune. So how did you do on the test? Naruto asked as he looked back at the board. I think they left my name out, couldn't find it. Kurumu looked away nervously. Really? Because I could swear I see it over there, a voice called out, making them turn to see Haku walking up to them while pointing to the lower scoring group. You really need to study more than you flirt with Sukune, Kurumu. Oh, shut up. Kurumu whined as she glared at the ice fire user. Academics aren't my strong suit, besides I did better than others. I don't think being ranked 209 is something to be proud of. Haku answered with a deadpanned expression while Naruto and the others' sweat dropped at the conversation between the two. So what, it's not okay for you to say stuff like that just because my ranking is low. Kurumu looked at the board with her eyes scanning for something. Where exactly are you on T? The brunette paused as she caught sight on Haku's name and the ranking, number 23. That made Kurumu's head drop a bit before she started crying anime tears on Sukune's shoulder. Wah. Sukune, he's being so meann. Everyone started to laugh a bit at the funny moment. not noticing a pair of purple eyes watching them with curiosity from a distance. The eyes belonged to a young girl with short brown-black hair and purple eyes had been watching the group's exchange. She wore a different type of uniform than most of her classmates, except for the same yellow pleated checkered skirt worn by the other female students. Her normal school attire was a brown cape, a pink top, a yellow bow to keep everything together, and a light brown witch's hat. She also wore brown shoes and pale yellow knee socks. "Congratulations, Yukari-san. It looks like you're number one again." A voice came from behind the small dark-haired girl. Her eyes averted from the conversing group to see three familiar students walk up to her. It's just what we should expect from the girl genius. Even though you're just 11, she didn't get to skip ahead to high school for nothing. Class representative? Yukari looked at the middle student warily as he drew closer. Naruto looked to the side as he noticed a couple of students being pushed away as three students surround a little girl. Huh? What's going on? Naruto's eyes narrowed as he stayed back to see what was going on. The sandy-haired boy's smile instantly morphed into a vicious sneer. "Don't get a big head, brat. In our eyes you're nothing more than an immature brat who reeks of her mother's milk." He reached out and pushed her head back, making her small body take a couple steps back. "And what's the big idea with this outfit? It completely defies the school rules. I despise people who stick out." "Kya!" Yukari screamed. Please stop that. I shouldn't expect anything less from the likes of you." He then leaned in close to her face. "After all, your true form is a witch, is it not? How disgusting. I feel like vomiting. Just thinking that you're in the same class as me makes me sick." That statement made Yukari flinch a little before her eyes narrowed and she shifted her attention to a pebble on the ground. It levitated and she hurled it towards the back of the class representative's head. It made contact and made the teen grab the back of his head from the sharp pain. She pointed at him. "Ha ha ha, you deserve that," Yukari said as she started giggling. The class representative was now fuming. "Hey, what the hell did you just do to me?" The man roared while extending his hand to strike her, only to be stopped as Naruto appeared in front of Yukari, grabbing the arm in a firm grip and surprising the two at his sudden appearance. "I think that's enough. No one has the right to attack a little girl." Naruto gave the man a hard stare as he tightened his grip. As he stared at the man, Moka appeared next to Yukari with a hard look of her own, not noticing the small. "That's right. It may not be our business." Moka placed a hand on the younger girl's shoulder, "But please don't attack girls, especially with violence. It's Moka-san and Naruto-san. Those two are protecting her from the bullies." "No way. Damn, too many spectators now," the class representative grunted as he and the others retreated. "This isn't over, Yukari, you better remember what I said." Naruto watched them leave with narrow eyes, making sure the three left the area before turning around to get a good look at the girl. So this is the child genius, interesting. Meanwhile, Haku caught something in the corner of his eye and saw a flash of purple disappear around the corner. Shrugging his shoulders and turning back to the scene, he didn't notice a small hand move and curl around the corner as two blue eyes stared at him from behind. A little while later, "You really saved me. Thank you. My name is Yukari Sendo," the small girl exclaimed as she introduced herself. Naruto, Moka, and the others sat with Yukari at one of the patio tables outside the cafeteria. "I heard that even though you're in our grade you're only 11? And ranked first place in the freshman results? You're really smart, aren't you, Yukari-chan?" Moka smiled at the girl while Sukune looked at the younger girl with amazement. Yukari blushed and started waving her hands around emphatically, trying to dismiss the praise. "No, well, cool as such. I mean, I am not. I am just. Being a young genius is really amazing. You should learn from her, Kurumu." Haku gave the succubus an amused look, making her puff her cheeks as she glared at him. "Oh, shut it. I am not that amazing. Moka-san is much more amazing than me." Naruto lifted his can of juice to his lips as he listened to the young girl stutter, frowning a bit. "In fact." Yukari leapt at Moka, glomping the pink-haired girl. "IWUVVU Moka-san." "WHAAA." Moka and the others shouted. The drink in Naruto's mouth sprayed out when he saw this, his eyebrow twitching as Yukari placed her head in Moka's cleavage. "Every time I saw you from across the hall I fell in love with you a bit more. Then after you saved me, my heart made its mind up. So please, will you go out with me? Is that so bad, dating someone like me?" Yukari pleaded as she tugged on Moka's jacket, looking at the pinkette with sad eyes. Moka didn't have the heart to crush the girl. As a friend? "Yeah. I am so happy." Yukari cried out as she held onto Moka tighter. Kurumu and Sukune turned from the awkward scene to see Naruto was looking at the two girls with an emotionless look, though if you gazed down you could see a crushed can in his hand with the juice covering it and a bit of his sleeve. "No doubt about it," Sukune thought in fear as he stared back and forth between his friend and the grope fest Yukari was doing. I've got a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile with Kurumu, yes, this proves Naruto has feelings for Moka. This is perfect. Laughing a bit in her hand, the succubus began to think of all the hilarious things that were about to happen. Haku let out a sigh as he watched the strange scene in front of them. This is going to be a pain in the ass, I can tell. The elemental user shook his head before turning around and walked away. I am just gonna walk away. Good luck, Naruto-sama. Wow. Moka-san's chest is even bigger than it looks. Yukari exclaimed as she grasped Moka's chest with both hands and squeezed. The surprise grab caused Moka to stumble and fall over with Yukari landing on top of her. It's so soft. This is like a dream come true. Stop, for some reason, I am having a hard time moving, Moka tried to say as her body started to feel a little weak. This is not a dream for toddlers, an annoyed Naruto said as he plucked Yukari off of Moka, allowing the vampire to regain her bearings. Yukari didn't take kindly to being held up in the air like a piece of paper as squirmed out of his grasp. Please don't get in our way, I know all about you, Yukari yelled with an accusing tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. Oh really now? Naruto Namikaze, high rankings in academics and has very good athletic ability as well, but a dangerous man to be around. I love Moka-san and I don't want someone like you to bring her down into the dirt. Yukari declared. A tick mark formed on Naruto's head. Do you really want to make an enemy of me, kid? Naruto retorted, his patience running thin. Duh. She pulled down her eyelid and stuck her tongue out at him. That's why I am declaring war on you. You're serious? Naruto couldn't believe this girl. Do you really think you can win? Of course I can. Yukari pulled out her magic wand and pointed it at a closed locker. I'll make sure you never come near Moka-san again. The locker opened and a bunch of brooms flew out attacking Naruto only for the items to fall to the floor just as they got 2 feet away from him. Yukari stared at the scene confused before waving her wand again, only to find it gone. This is a nice wand you got here. This is source of your power, right? Naruto spoke out from behind Yukari, making her turn around to see the older teen looking down at her with a hard look. How about I promise not to break it, as long as you stop being a pest? Naruto offered as he patted the wand against his shoulder. No way. Give it back, thief. I am a witch, and I'll use my powers to thwart off any boy who tries to get close to Moka-san, she retorted defiantly. Naruto rewarded her by smacking her in the back of the head with her wand. Ow. Not the way to ask for something, and I don't care if you're a witch or a little girl. Naruto glanced at her before holding the wand with both hands before bending it experimentally, making her eyes widen fearfully. Maybe I should just break this if you are going to be such a brat. No. Give her wand back. Naruto-kun. Don't be a bully. The Dampier gave Moka a expressionless gaze before he tossed the wand into the air as his body turned away from the two. Waiting a few seconds, he was rewarded with a satisfying sound of OWW. As the young witch hit by wand once again, Naruto-kun. He didn't reply as he kept on walking down the hallway, silently taking notice to several figures hiding around the corner. From the way they were spying and glaring on Yukari, their intentions were not positive. Shaking his head a bit, Naruto walked along to meet up with Haku and the others in the classroom. I am sorry about that. Naruto is really a nice guy when you get to know him, Moka said as she picked the wand up before handing it back to Yukari, who stared silently at where Naruto used to be. After school, newspaper clubroom. So do you guys know anything about Yukari Sendo? Naruto asked his fellow club members after explaining what had happened earlier after they had separated earlier. I wanted to ask Jin if he knows anything, but it doesn't seem like he's here. Unfortunately I don't, Sukune replied with a dismissive wave of the hand. Meeting her today was the first time I even met of her, let alone heard of her. I've actually heard some rumors about that girl. Even though she's called a girl genius or whatever, it still sounds like she's a selfish little kid. Kurumu spoke out as she leaned against Sukune, looking at Naruto who was sitting across from her. I've heard that she always playing pranks and hated by her class. Sounds familiar, Naruto thought with a sigh, his head turned towards the window when he caught a slight movement under the window. A pointy object sticking up a little bit above the windowsill. Yukari was sitting under the window with a giant smirk on her face as she dug into her cloak and pulled out a small voodoo doll. With this magical item, it'll destroy the bond between Moka-san and Naruto-san for good. Really? She heard Sukune speak before the sound of the door opening. Oh Moka-san, you're here. Yeah, I am sorry for being late. Yukari's grin grew as she heard Moka's voice before turning around to face the window. This was perfect, now to control Naruto. Hey, a voice called out from behind her, how's it going, Yukari? I am good, she replied to the voice without turning around. I am going to separate Moka-san from Naruto and make her mine. Interesting, yeah. Hell, never see it comin'. The witch stopped speaking when she recognized the voice and slowly turned around to see a straight-faced Naruto crouched down next to her. Oh. Nice try, how about we go inside, Naruto said as he stood back up and grabbed the back of her collar as she tried to run away, lifting her up into the air so she wouldn't escape. The two made their way into the building. A few minutes later, don't think hiding behind Moka-chan will help you, Naruto said as he released a small amount of killing intent into the air. Yukari looked at Naruto from behind Moka and pulled down her eyelid and stuck her tongue out at him once again. Naya. Moka waved her hands in front of her. Naruto-kun, let's all calm down. Moka-chan, I am calm, Naruto replied evenly as he looked at the vampire, but if you keep shielding her and letting her continue to be a bother, she'll never grow as a person. I suppose, but, hearing that, Yukari was shocked. I am a bother, even to Moka-san. Sukune was the next one to speak up as he looked down at Yukari. I can understand what it's like to be lonely, Yukari-chan, but if you keep acting like that, then you'll end up totally alone. Yukari flinched a little when Sukune said that. I don't mind, after all, I am a genius, I am sorry, but I don't want such low-ability friends. Sukune frowned at what she said. Yukari-chan. He raised his voice a little at her. A smile then formed on her face so as to hide the sadness and pain that she was feeling. Besides I've always been alone. That surprised Sukune as his eyes grew a little softer. Yukari-chan. A large pan suddenly fell out of nowhere and towards Sukune's head, but was knocked away from by Naruto's shadow. Yukari pouted. And I thought I got him too. You need to grow up, Yukari, Naruto said as he lowered his hand, his shadow following his movements and receded back into the ground. Just because someone says something you don't like, doesn't give you the right to lash back at them. Pulling pranks is fine some of the time, but take things too far and who knows how they'll react. Shut up. What would you know? Yukari shouted back from behind Moka. You don't know anything, so shut up. You're wrong about that. Naruto seemed to tower over her as he continued to speak. I know you are lonely and afraid. I know that you want to make friends. I also know that you are very cowardly and immature. What? Yukari stuttered as she took a step back. Naruto-kun. Moka was stopped by Naruto, who raised an hand to stop her before he continued to speak. You don't know the right way to handle bullies like those guys earlier, so you let them get to you and affect you. Naruto moved back against the wall and crossed his arms. You need to show more of that pride of being a borderline monster, to stand tall and proud against your enemies instead of running away from them. The sooner you do that, the sooner you won't be a bother to anyone. Tears built up in the young girl's eyes before falling down her face. A look of anger came to her face. Turning to the door, she shouted one last thing before exiting the room. You don't know anything. I hate you. The door slammed closed as the room drew silent. Why? Moka called out. Naruto said nothing as he continued to lean back against the wall. Why did you have to say something like that? Moka-san? Kurumu and Sukune looked at the vampire girl with a little surprise. While it may seem harsh, Moka-chan, I only said what needed to be said, Naruto finally said. But you should understand what Yukari-chan is going through more than anyone, Naruto-kun. Moka cried out as she looked at Naruto, who had his eyes closed, just thinking about what she's been through. That's exactly why I am not giving her special treatment. Beings that reside on the line between yokai and humans, we all have to go through hardship in some form or another, Naruto replied as he opened his eyes a bit and had his gaze pointed towards the ground. But Yukari's life, while hard, has also been cradled and shielded from the difficulties she'll have to face later on in life. But she's only a little girl, Moka defended. The others were watching the two in silence, wondering how this argument between them will go. Only 11 years old. Haku was 9 when he was attacked by assassins hired by his own clan, and my clan wanted me and my mother dead soon after I was born, Naruto retorted before gritting his teeth. There are times when life has to throw bad things at us, Moka, but we can't let them get to us. We have to overcome and continue moving forward. The Dampier grit his teeth a little as the grip he had on his arm tightened a bit. Naruto-kun. Naruto shook his head as he calmed himself. He'll talk to her again, this time with softer words. She's got an understanding on what will happen in the future, and now the rest is up to her on how she'll live her life. Naruto sighed a bit. This is the best way for her to move forward, and with how she's being targeted, it's better to do this as quickly as possible. So what is the whole story about witches? Sukune asked, catching the attention of the others as he tried to avert attention from the tension between Moka and Naruto. Is there something wrong about them? Not really that there is something wrong with them. You don't know? Witches are similar to half-breed like Haku and Naruto, considered to be the borderline between yokai and humans. Long ago they were said to be the ones that connected the supernatural world and human worlds before everything was closed off. Kurumu explained with a sad tone, and just like Heinous, they're hated by both sides. There even used to be things called witch hunts where humans killed a lot of witches back in the Middle Ages. Meanwhile, a certain young raven-haired girl was running as fast as her legs could take her. She didn't want them to see her tears and know how hurt she truly was. She knew that she was hated, an outcast because she was a witch. Then there was the added facts about her being a genius, which governed much jealousy since most of the yokai overall lacked substantial intelligence. Her thoughts were interrupted when she ran into a body. OWW, stupid idiot. Watch where you're going, she said, rubbing her eye. You're the one who bumped into me. Yukari-san. The venom in the sand was enough to blind even a basilisk. She recognized that voice anywhere, having heard that same voice since she came to Yokai Academy. She looked up and sure enough it was those damn classmates of hers. This time he had a few more students with him than last time. How rude, you're a damn shame to the academy. Class representative, the hatred and contempt in her voice was easily identifiable. Remember when you disgraced me in front all those students earlier? I'll never forgive you for that. I've been waiting to get you alone, he said as he started to transform a little. Back in the clubroom, I am going after her, Moka stated as she rushed to the door. Moka-chan, Naruto said as he watched her leave. Sukune looked back and forth between Naruto and the door. He watched as Naruto release a deep sigh before turning his head away. Should we go too? The human asked in confusion. You can do whatever you want, Naruto replied before turning back to the door, which opened to reveal Haku walking in with a curious look. Where have you been hiding? Just walking around, figured I'd try to find something good to put in our next newspaper. Haku shrugged before walking to one of the chairs and took a seat. So any idea why I saw Moka-san running past me just now? We are having a small disagreement about how I am handling the situation with Yukari. Moka feels that I should go easier on her because she's a child, but I believe that this will help Yukari, Naruto explained with a snort. I may know what Yukari is going through, but she needs to realize that if she wants to make friends, she has to handle things differently. Make friends? It didn't seem like that to me, Kurumu spoke up. Kurumu, earlier you said that Yukari was known to pull a bunch of pranks on people. I am willing to bet that a great percentage of them have said something about her. Naruto's gaze drifted to the window. Witches and half-breeds actually have more benefits because they have better chances of blending in with humans. I have no doubt that one thing she wants most at this school is to make friends so she won't be alone. If you figure that, why did you say all that stuff to her? I'll admit my words were a little harsh. The blonde scratched the back of his head. I guess I should find her, huh? Well, go too, Sukune said before turning to Kurumu, who nodded her head in agreement. The more of us that look, the better our chances. I suggested we find her quickly then, or else our chances will drop to zero. Everyone turned to Haku as he stood up from his seat. I saw her being led into the woods with some intimidating classmates. Is that so? Naruto's eyes narrowed a bit before uncrossing his arms and reached up his hand to loosen his tie before pulling it off with a tug. Well then, why don't we go help? He walked past the others and opened the door with a flick of his wrist. Let's go, you guys. Right. Ah. The frightened witch cried out as she stumbled back into a tree from being pushed back by the class president. A thick fog seemed to roll in, limiting visibility, but through the fog she could see the figures of her classmates change. How disgusting. A witch like you has no place in our class. Why don't we rid our academy of you? She tried to bring out her wand to defend herself, but with a swipe of his claws the class representative knocked it from her hands. She watched with scared eyes as the wand slammed into one of the trees and destroying it from the hard collision. Now what should we do with her? He questioned while turning back to his friends. Why don't we eat her? Now that this thick fog has rolled in no one will notice, one of his lackeys suggested, his tongue. Excellent choice. The leader grinned before turning back to their prey as he sensed her movement, trying to flee. There's no escape. This is your end, witch. He leaned closer as he prepared to bite her head off. Stop. Moka's voice called out. Everyone turned to see Moka running up to the area. Stop it. Get your hands off Yukari-chan, Moka demanded. The leader glared at the vampire. Damn, so it's you again, Akashiya Moka. You've caught us at a bothersome time, he said as he snapped his fingers. His followers started to close in on Moka, forming a circle around her. Run. Please run, Moka-san, or you'll be eaten. Forget about me and run. Yukari cried out desperately. Moka, however, stood her ground, smiling at the young witch. It's okay. I'll put myself on the line for you. Yukari-chan. She reassured Yukari, ignoring the lizardmen around them. Yukari stared back at the vampire with a shocked look. Don't act so tough. It's alright to ask for help when you can't make it on your own. Be honest. You say you love me, but what you really want is for someone to be kind to you, right? And aren't you always playing pranks because you want someone to pay attention to you? Yukari was now crying and tried desperately to get out of the lizardman's grasp. What are you talking about? Hurry up and get out of here. I understand, you've always been lonely, haven't you, Yukari-chan? It was tough being alone, wasn't it? Moka placed a hand over her heart as she stared at the younger witch. I, too, have always been alone. That's why I want to help you, and also why I could never, ever leave you alone, Yukari-chan. The leader was now getting annoyed that his meal was being delayed. What are you blabbering about? Are you trying to insult us by ignoring us? The leader roared angrily. Yukari looked down for a second before her eyes narrowed in determination before biting down on the lizardman's arm. I won't let you. OWW, what do you think you're doing, you little brat? He shouted as he was about to slash her with his claws, but just as the claw was about to strike Yukari, a figure appeared in front of them and grabbed Yukari before dodging the attack. What? Made it just in time. A cheerful voice called out from above, making everyone turn their heads upward to see Kurumu flying a little ways above them with Yukari in her arms. Kurumu. Moka called out happily from her spot. Don't worry, Kurumu said softly as she held Yukari in her arms. We're here to help. But why did you? The young witch looked up at the succubus in surprise before her eyes snapped toward the ground with worry. Moka-san is still in trouble. We have to help her. For a genius you don't listen well, do you? Kurumu smiled as she watched the lizardmen turn their attention to the pinkhead. I just said that we're here to help, didn't I? One of the lackeys snarled as he grits his teeth. Damn you, if you didn't interfere. He was cut off by a large block of ice slamming into the reptile's face and sending him flying. Arg. What the next lackey was cut off by a kick to the face and knocked him to the ground. Moka didn't have time to register what happened as she felt someone grab her hand and pulled her away from the lizardmen. Come on, Moka-san. The person turned out to be Sukune as he moved them to where Kurumu and Yukari were landing. He stopped pulling her as soon as they made to the two and released a relieved breath he didn't know he was holding. I thought I was gonna get attacked. Are you two okay? Yeah, they didn't do anything, Moka responded. The sound of footsteps landing behind her was heard, making them turn to see Naruto and Haku walking over to them. Naruto-kun, Haku-san. You too, the leader growled, but was promptly ignored. Yo, Naruto smiled as he raised a hand up. You okay, Moka-chan? Moka nodded her head, making Naruto turn his head to Yukari, who nervously tried to hide herself behind Kurumu. How about you? Did they hurt you at all? Yukari was silent for a moment before shaking her head. No, Moka-san stopped them before they could. But my wand was. She gazed sadly at the broken wand at the base of one of the trees. Naruto followed her gaze to the wand for a second before turning back to her. He was silent for a moment before raising a hand up. Yukari flinched and quickly closed her eyes as she braced herself. Thinking he was going to hit her now that she couldn't defend herself, she was surprised to feel the hand place itself on her head and gently rub it. Opening her eyes, Yukari was greeted by a smiling Naruto. None of that now. You and Moka's safety are more important than some wand. Those things can be repaired and replaced easily. Your life, however, cannot, Naruto said as he stared into Yukari's eyes. You tried to help Moka-chan, even when you couldn't use magic. Be proud of that. Why? Yukari felt her eyes build up tears a little. I did such mean things, and you even got mad at me for them. Why are you being so nice now? Naruto pulled his hand back and started to rub the back of his own head as he looked away. While I still believe that you were in the wrong, I can't say I don't know where you are coming from. He gave her a side glance before continuing to speak. After all, it takes a half-breed to understand the feelings of another. That caught Yukari by surprise. She stared up in awe. Naruto-san, you're a half-breed? Yup, got a human mother and a monster father. Naruto grinned before pointing at Haku. This guy's a Hanyu too, though unlike me he's a full-blooded monster. Yukari looked at Haku in amazement. She turned back to Naruto when he started speaking again. So don't think you're alone. All you have to do is stop ignoring us. The leader roared out as he charged forward with his mouth open, but was sent flying back from a Naruto slamming the back of his fist into the reptile's face. The leader crashed into his comrades, who supported him and kept him on his feet. Why, you son of a... You're just like that brat. A filthy half-breed that doesn't belong in our school. Like you have any right to say who can come to this school or not. Naruto reached up to his bracelet and pulled off his rosary with a tug before his appearance changed and his demonic energy covering him for a second before seemingly disappearing. Shut up, The sooner we get rid of half-breeds like you two, the better our lives will be. The class president roared as he and his allies gathered together. Man, weaklings like you all can be such pains in the ass. Naruto released a sigh as he took a step forward, continuing to walk closer and closer to the pack of reptiles. Whatever, I need to relieve some stress anyways. The Dampier stopped in front of Lizardmen. You better pay attention, Yukari. The little witch blinked in surprise when he turned his head to look back at her with a cocky grin. This will be over before you know it. Naruto-san, Yukari whispered silently as she stared at the Hanyu standing in front of her classmates, a look of confidence on his face. She felt a hand place itself on her shoulder and turned her head to see Moka looking at her with a smile. Moka-san. Just watch, Yukari-chan. Moka turned back to look at the battle that was about to commence, the others looking on as well. Naruto-kun will win this easily. But he's a half-breed, a borderline monster like I am, Yukari thought as she looked back. Does he even stand a chance against so many? Hey, you talk big for a Hanyu. It beings like you that taint the pride we Yokai have. Especially with the filthy human blood of yours. The leader shouted, his reptilian tongue shaking inside his open mouth. Naruto began to chuckle as he put his hands in his pockets. And what's so funny? Naruto's chuckles dimmed down a bit as he looked at the humanoid reptiles with an amused look. It's funny, I was about to say the same thing to you guys. Picking on the weak, bullying others because they're different. You guys are no different than low-class scum. Actually, I take that back. You're worse than that even. Why you die? One of the lizardmen charged forward with his claws extended to strike. Naruto did nothing as the claw drew closer and slashed at his body. To everyone's surprise, the attack went right through Naruto and created a long gap between Naruto's upper and lower half. The Dampier had an amused look on his face as the gap was covered in black wavy flames before quickly closing up. Wow, what the hell? Is that all you've got? Naruto quirked an eyebrow as a cocky grin grew. Maybe this power is a bit much for you after all. How about this? I'll stay in this one spot and won't move from this spot. How dare you, mock us? The lizardman gritted his teeth before attacking once again, the others following his example as they all tried to strike the Dampier down, who to his word did not move. Every time one of the lizard's attacks would hit, the injury would be covered in the dark flames before recovering. Soon the attacks came to a halt as they started to tire out and the panting lizardmen stared at the amused Naruto. D-damn why you? The leader panted as he looked at the man with a look of rage. What the hell are you? Naruto finally moved as he cracked his neck a bit. Are you done now? If so, then it's my turn. Let's see how you enjoy being afraid. As soon as Naruto said that, his body disappeared in a black fire-like ripple. Almost everyone looked around to see if they could find Naruto, but it was as if he had completely disappeared from the area. The only person who didn't react to Naruto's disappearance was Haku, who had a grin on his face. Turning to the others, Haku spoke up. Calm down you guys, just take a deep breath and clear your mind. But Naruto-kun's she was cut off by Haku turning to Kurumu. As a succubus you should be able to see them, even if it's just barely. The brunette blinked in confusion before looking back towards the battle before narrowing her eyes a bit in concentration. Her eyes widened in surprise. That is. That's the second power he acquired through the blood mimicry, Haku said as he crossed his arms. Second power? Sukune asked, remembering Naruto had told him in Kurumu after that time with Jin. That's right, he said he had copied 2 powers using that technique, so this is the second? Yes, just calm yourselves, right now you guys are being covered in Naruto-sama's demonic energy and it's manipulating your fear. Haku explained as he watched in amusement as the lizardmen were panicking. But since he's using a weak version of it and not focusing it on us, it should be able to dismiss. Now like I said, just relax and calm yourselves, clear your minds. The others, minus Kurumu, nodded their heads before taking deep breaths. As they kept their eyes on the battlefield, they could see Naruto standing in the center of the lizardmen with an amused look as he watched them look around in fear. While Naruto-sama's power is blocking them from seeing him, he's also using a bit of it to hide us as well. Amazing, it was like he completely disappeared, and even when he's right in front of them, those guys can't see Naruto-kun at all. Moka was amazed that Naruto could do something like this. This power of his almost seemed like he was altering the reality around him. I've heard of this before. This is the power of a Nurarihyun, Yukari said as she stared at Naruto's form. Sukune looked over at Yukari in confusion. What are Nurarihyuns? They're yokai with the power to alter a person's perception of reality. With it they can sneak past anyone or even attack without being seen or detected. Yukari explained, showing off her genius mind. There is some suspicion that they can have control of dreams as well. Though some people think they are weaklings, they are actually one of the strongest monsters when they get serious. Whoa, Kurumu was the next one to speak, but there are very few Nurarihyun around now. Truthfully I can only think of one, Kurumu's eyes widened in shock before she grabbed Haku by the shoulders and started to shake him. How could Naruto get that mon's blood? Is he insane? Let G gu fff me, Haku tried to say as he was violently shook by the succubus. Not until you tell me how he somehow got the Nura clan leader's blood. The fact that he's alive after something like that is impossible. Kurumu cried out as she continued to shake Haku before the Hanyu had enough and summoned a ball of ice that fell hard on top of Kurumu's head, making her let go of him to hold her head from the pain. After straightening his collar, Haku turned to the others. Normally you would be right, Kurumu, but the second leader and Minato-sama have close ties to one another. They exchanged Sakazuki a long time ago. Seeing the confused looks on their faces, Haku sighed before explaining. Sakazuki is a ritual involving an exchange of sake cups. It's a way of pledging loyalty to each other. Minato-sama and the former leader, Rihan Nura, had exchanged a 5-to-5 pledge, which presents equality between the two and tied them like siblings. Rihan-sama was like an uncle to Naruto when he was younger. Wow, Sukune muttered. He had heard of that old ritual from olden times but didn't think it was still used, but what Haku was said caught his attention. Wait, what do you mean was? Haku nodded. Yeah, he died almost 8 years ago. Anyways, during his training Rihan-sama had given a little bit of his blood to Minato-sama so Naruto could learn how to use that power to protect not only himself but Rihan's own son, who's just a couple years younger than Naruto-sama. Actually I think he's around Yukari's age about now. So Moka was cut off by the sound of something being sent crashing to the floor near them. They turned to see Naruto standing in front of 4 lizardmen while the others lied on the ground groaning in pain from the attacks Naruto had dealt. Damn it, how did you do that? The leader growled as his comrades had scared looks on their faces. It's a few abilities of mine that lets me alter a person's perception of reality. The first was called Kyoka Suigetsu and the second one was Maikyo Shisui. Those were just small pieces to my true power. Naruto released his demonic energy and let it envelop the area. The remaining lizardmen shivered in fear as soon as they started to feel Naruto's power rise. That's a nice expression you guys got. Now you know what it feels like to be cornered and afraid. Damn you. The lizardman in front charged forward, the other following his charge. A Hanyu with overwhelming demonic energy, with blood-red eyes and long fang like a vampire's, Naruto-san's true form. Yukari stared in awe as she watched Naruto disappear from sight, a dampier. The class president was caught off guard when Naruto had suddenly vanished from sight, but quickly pulled himself together just as his comrades were sent flying. One crashed into a large rock with his head stuck inside it while another was lying in a small pool of blood. He defeated them in an instant. The reptile's eyes widened in shock and fear. He could have destroyed us at any time. His thoughts were cut off as he felt a heavy pressure push down on him and a chill go up his spine. He slowly turned around to see Naruto's red eyes stare at him, the pressure growing as the president continued to gaze towards the frightening creature in front of him. What the hell are you? He dove at Naruto with his mouth wide open. There's no way a Hanyu can be this strong. Naruto didn't reply to the question as he sent a high kick at the reptile's head, breaking a few of his teeth at the foot went into the open mouth and slammed into his skull. Blood sprayed into the air as the class president went crashing into several trees. Gazing between the downed bodies and the destruction that was caused, Naruto reconnected the seal and let his transformation revert back. Anyone can become strong, as long as they have something to fight for, Naruto said as he brushed a lone tooth that had landed there after he sent the reptilian monster flying off his shoulder. Besides, it's just like I said, those that pick on the weak are worse than low-class scum, and there is no way in hell I could ever lose to people like that. He turned and started walking back to the group with a bored look. Impressive as always, Naruto, Ura thought to herself. It seemed like every battle Naruto fought made him more interesting to her. That was incredible, Naruto-kun. Moka smiled as the dampier stopped a few feet away from them. Every time I see you in action it creates more questions, Kurumu exclaimed as she scratched her head with both hands. This is so. Come on, Kurumu-chan. Sukune placed a hand on her shoulder. We just finished one fight, no need to start another. Naruto had a little smirk as he watched Kurumu calm down a little. That's right, I don't want to have to kick your butt again, do you? That started her up again. Naruto-sama, he turned to Haku who was giving him a look. Did you really have to use those powers? You could have ended it sooner, you didn't even need to release your seal. Yeah, but what's to say they would have stopped after that? Naruto replied as he looked back at the defeated monsters. I simply put the fear into them, to let them know what would happen if they tried this again. Why did you help me? Yukari asked, making everyone turn to see she was standing in front of Naruto now. Even if we're both half-breeds, I am still the witch who tried to do such horrible things to Yo. She was cut off by Naruto smacking the back of her head. Ow. You idiot, Naruto said as he knelt down to Yukari's level. ignoring the look Moka was giving him as he stared into Yukari's eyes. If you don't want to be alone anymore and want to have friends, just say so. He placed his hands on her shoulders. Just take that first step yourself and you'll see that we're offering to be your friends. Friends? Tears started to build up in the young girl's eyes after she said that. No one had ever tried to be her friend before. Do why you really mean it? Naruto gave her a smile. Of course, you don't have to be alone anymore. So what do ya say? Want to be friends? Yukari's head was down as her body started to shake all over. Soon she burst into tears before jumping at Naruto and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, bawling her eyes out as she let out all her frustrations and sadness since coming to Yokai Academy. Naruto smiled a little as he moved his arms a bit and wrapped her small body in a comforting hug. No one said anything else as the 11-year-old continued to cry her eyes out. They just took in the moment with smiles on their faces. A few days later, Moka and Kurumu were walking down the hallway with each carrying a box of supplies for the newspaper club. Yukari-chan really has changed into a good girl, hasn't she, Kurumu-chan? Moka commented. I heard she apologized in front of her whole class for playing pranks on them all the time. It sounds like everyone's mood has become a bit more thoughtful, and bit by bit, she's becoming more sociable, Kurumu added. That's great. I am so proud of Naruto-kun. He's really helped Yukari-chan in growing up. Moka stated with a proud smile. She's even seeing him as an older brother now. When they entered the club room, the two girls were surprised to see a cheerful Yukari on Naruto's back. Laughing as he walked around the room like she wasn't even there, the two looked at the back of the room and saw Haku and Sukune near the wall. Haku had his arms crossed while Sukune was chuckling from the amusing scene. This turned to laughter as Naruto spun Yukari off his back and had her land on her feet in front of him. Ah! The little witch pouted before she noticed the two new people in the room. Oh, good afternoon. Now that you're here, it's time to break the news. I was just admitted into the newspaper club today. So please help me with everything. Okay, she said with an ecstatic smile on her face. A new club member? The female club members said at the same time. Yup, it thanks a lot Naruto-Nisan, she said with a bright smile. After I told him I wanted to join, he talked to the teacher and I was able to become a member. Yukari continued to smile as she moved to hug Naruto again. Wow, she's really gotten attached to Naruto-kun, Moka thought to herself in amusement. She noticed Sukune shake his head for a second before walking up to Naruto with a determined look on his face. Sukune? Naruto-san. The blonde teenager turned to look at his human friend and raised an eyebrow at the look he had. I would like to make a request. Sure. What's up? Naruto replied with a curious tone. Everyone also had curious expression as they watched the two. I want to be strong, so I can help you guys. Sukune bowed his head deeply as he made his request. The others stared in surprise and shock at what he said next. Please train me. What? Naruto blinked once, then twice. Sukune raised his head a bit. I've been thinking about this for a while, about how useless I've been when things have gotten difficult. The most I've done is stand at the sidelines or bring people out of harm's way. He raised his body fully as he stared at Naruto with determined eyes. So please, help me. Naruto seemed deep in thought as he looked back at Sukune. After a few minutes he spoke. Sukune, if I do decide to train you to fight, you can't back out when things get tough, understood? Sukune nodded his head. Yes, I won't back out, you have my word. Good, Naruto smiled a bit. Then your training begins on Sunday. That's 3 days from now, so you better prepare yourself for some hellish training. Seeing the now happy human nod his head made Naruto mentally smirk. The poor bastard had no idea what he was in for. I hope you all have enjoyed reading the 6th chapter. Let me know what you guys think in review. All flames and insults will be ignored, so don't bother writing them. I had a difficult time writing this because my mind kept drifting to other crossover ideas. I had one about a Naruto X Soul Eater that surprisingly no one's written yet, and I am wondering if I should write it myself. Anyway, thank you all for reading and I hope to see you soon. Omake, you guys are bothering me in the middle of my walk. Naruto took a step forward with an annoyed look on his face before turning to Yukari. Hey kid, you might want to close your eyes for this. Seeing the girl close her eyes, the Hanyu turned to the lizards with red eyes. Now then, how about I show you guys something before you die? Huh? There's no way you can't beat us, you pathetic half-breed. Against a pure yokai like us you stand no chance. The lizardman leader shouted with his claws extended out. We are the superior class. Compared to you we are on par with Dark Lords. Everyone was quiet at that, and then Naruto spoke up. Really? 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 The leader replied. Really? Naruto questioned again as he reached for his seal. Really? All the lizard men shouted. Well then, Naruto replied as he ripped off his seal, Shadow Festival. Shadow Wa, the first lizard tried to say before dark tendril shot out from the ground and split him in half. The tendril then pulled the body part and ripped them into pieces, making blood rain over the lizards. The second lizard was impaled from several different directions before the tendrils ripped him apart, only connected by its organs. Only the leader remained as the shadows cut his leg off, making him almost fall to the ground before trying to hop away to the lake. What the fuck is going on? The leader shouted as he made it to the tree closest to the lake before his last leg was cut off. People say violence is bad for you. Naruto had an evil look on his face as he got closer. In one of his hands was the head of the second lizard man, but I have to say, it's an excellent way to relieve stress. The lizard man dragged himself closer to the lake, trying to get away from the murderous entity behind him. I am near the lake. Gotta get into the water. If I could just get into the water, then He was stopped as a figure appeared in front of him and he looked up to see Naruto grinning down at him. Fuck. Come on. You were talking all that big shit just a few seconds ago, and then I killed you men and ripped your fucking legs off. Naruto's eyes glowed as he looked down at the lizard, ignoring the looks on his friends' faces. The lizard man shook in fear as he stared up at Naruto. An image of a large beast like Shadow stood behind him. But, what the fuck? What's wrong, Dark Lord? Just regenerate your legs. You said I was going to lose, right? Naruto crushed the head in his hand easily as his demonic energy grew. Come on now, hit me. Fight me. Naruto seemed to calm a bit as he leaned down. Give me a hug. Really? The lizard's question was answered with an evil grin as Naruto and his shadows lunged forward. Oh god no. For the next few minutes, only the sounds of something being ripped apart and the screams of the lizard man were heard. When everything stopped, a smirking Naruto stood alone as he was surrounded by blood, organs, and other body parts. That was just horrible. Sukune felt vomit come up his throat. Sukune-san. Can I open my eyes now? Yukari, whose ears had been covered by Sukune's hands, asked in a curious tone. Let's just get back to the school, Yukari, Sukune said weakly as his face looked a little green. Kurumu and Haku said nothing as they watched Naruto throw lizardmen remains into the lake. But I can't see, and why does everything smell like blood, urine and shish? Sukune interrupted with a shout, just get back to the school. As soon as he said that, the human picked up the young witch and ran out of the area with Kurumu following after him. Haku sighed as he walked up to Moka and Naruto, the Dampier smiling evilly as he watched the limbs and corpses sink into the lake, turning the water red. Naruto-sama, you really need to stop going on walks. And you need to stop looking like a chick, Naruto replied as he reattached his seal. Besides, I don't just take walks, I take enthusiastic walks. Which mostly ends with people dead and ripped apart, Moka added with a deadpanned look. She shook her head as she started to walk away herself with Haku right next to her. What can I say? They're very enthusiastic walks, Naruto grinned before following after Moka and Haku. You didn't do too badly this time, Sukune. Naruto, he rubbed the back of his head as he stared down at Sukune's downed form. The human was in a tracksuit that had several rips and tears. Almost a month has passed since the group had met Yukari and Sukune requesting Naruto to train him. True to his word, the blonde didn't make things easy for Sukune, pushing him to his limits every time. Naruto was focused more on increasing his friend's reaction time and speed rather than his strength. After all, you can't hit what you're not quick enough to make contact with. Like most of their training sessions, they had started early in the morning, a few hours before they needed to go to school. Really? It doesn't seem that way to me, the brunette replied with a weak voice. Naruto didn't pull his punches when he was training with Sukune, which was brutal and perfect for him because he knew that Naruto was helping him by doing this, since enemies in the future wouldn't hold back either. Don't say that, Sukune. When we first started you couldn't handle 3 seconds of dodging my attacks, and now you're doing a lot better. That's the important thing. Naruto crouched down to get closer to his friend's level. Remember that unlike me, you haven't been in battle before coming to this school. He's right about that, but still, Sukune sighed before looking up at Naruto, who tilted his head with a confused look. Even though Naruto is half human, there's still a huge difference between us. Sukune broke off from his thoughts when he saw Naruto stood up and took out his cell phone to look at the time. Looks like we're done for the day. You okay to stand? Naruto asked as he turned to the human, who slowly started to rise to his feet. Sukune nodded his head before wincing as he took a step towards Naruto. Yeah, I think I am fine, just really sore, like all the other times you decide to up the training. That'll happen to ya, especially when fighting a monster that is a power type. Naruto laughed as they started walking back to the dorms, passing by a few students while on the path. Just take a relaxing rinse and an ice pack later and you'll be fine. I guess so, it's hard to believe that my birthday's already come and gone. Sukune commented as he thought back to a few days ago when all his friend had thrown him a birthday party, even Naruto's friend, and surprisingly Jin's as well. Haiji was there, though he was giving Yukari a weird look until Jin said something, which caused a little fight to break out between the two until Naruto put a stop to it with his shadow and threw them out of the room. But even with that, Sukune had a lot of fun with his friends and enjoyed the different gifts they had given him. It's just one of those things. Naruto smiled as they arrived at the boys' dorm, where a lot of students were already making their way out of the building. The two made their way to their rooms, which were actually on the same level. Naruto made it to his room first and made his way inside, grabbing a small towel he left on his desk and wiped some of the sweat that was in his hair. It's only been a few months and yet we've gone through a lot. Naruto froze as his gaze went to the calendar facing him on top of the desk, focusing more at the one date that had been circled with a bright red marker. That's true. Well, I should head to my room to get ready for school, Naruto? Sukune looked into the room with a confused look when he heard no reply and saw Naruto staring down at his desk with a solemn look. Hey, is something wrong? Naruto ignored him however as he closed his eyes, tightening the grip on his towel. That's right, it's this week, isn't it? What are you talking about? Sukune asked as he moved to see what Naruto was looking at, and noticed the circled date was only a few days away. Something important about that date? It's nothing, we should get ready, Naruto replied quietly. Sukune looked away from the calendar towards his friend, but if it's nothing then why? I said it's nothing, Sukune. Naruto interrupted the human with a sharp tone before he walked away from his desk to get some fresh clothes, ignoring the startled and concerned look Sukune was giving him. Anyway, the others will be waiting for us on the path to school, so we should hurry up and get ready. Sukune silently watched as his friend went to his closet before turning around and started his way towards his own room, wondering what was wrong with his best friend. A little while later, good morning, Sukune-kun. Kurumu greeted as she wrapped her arms around Sukune, making the brunette flinch at the contact that caught the succubus' attention as she noticed his condition. Bandages covering some parts of his body. Oh my god, what happened to you? Rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grin, Naruto upped the training today. It's not as bad as it looks. Not that bad. If he keeps up training like this, you'll look like a mummy, Kurumu exclaimed, which caught the attention of another student, who had a few bandages around their head, and sent her a small glare. Sorry, the student let out a huff before turning and continued their way to the school. I am sure Naruto-kun knows what he's doing, Kurumu-chan, Moka said as she tried to reassure the succubus. The blue-haired girl let out a huff before crossing her arms and turning her head to the side. We can't really say that Sukune is a human and that's why he's training under Naruto-kun like this. To be honest, any methods that Naruto-sama uses in Sukune's training is lighter than what Kushina-sama and Minato-sama had put him through when he was growing up, Haku commented, making Sukune snap his head to look at the feminine boy in shock, before noticing Haku's body shivered a bit. I remember my first reaction to how Kushina-sama trained Naruto-sama. It wasn't a pleasant sight. His mother sounds like a sadist, Kurumu said with a shiver. A human's training really be that scary to a monster, could it? Ka-san is no ordinary woman. If she was then too, San probably wouldn't have noticed her. Everyone, sans Haku, jumped in surprise before turning to see Naruto standing behind them with a blank look on his face. Naruto paid no mind to this as he walked past the group and started making his way to school, catching Haku's attention as he watched the blonde as he continued to walk. Come on, class will be starting soon. Moka was one of the first to recover as she blinked a few times. Is Naruto-kun alright? He seems a bit tense today. Yeah, really, and he was so quiet too. Haku is usually the one that does all the sneaking. The elemental Hanyu sent Kurumu a look after she said that, before shaking his head to look at Naruto. Sukune was the next one to speak. It's really weird. He was acting normally until he saw his calendar. After that he had gone real quiet and angry, even with the incidents with Jin-senpai and Yukari-chan. I never saw him like that. I see, Moka-san. Today is the 26th, right? Moka turned to Haku with a confused look before nodding her head. Haku let out a sigh before taking a few steps forward, which caused the others to look at him with confused looks. Naruto-sama always becomes like this during the last few days of June. I can't say the reason why exactly, but one thing I can say this, on July 2nd he won't be coming to school at all. That caught them by surprise as they watched Haku start to walk towards the school, before following after him with questions of their own going through their minds. When they had arrived at school and made it into the classroom, Naruto was already inside with a frown on his face as he stared out the window. Slowly they made it to their seats and turned to look at Naruto, who hadn't reacted at all when they appeared. Naruto-kun, Moka started, catching Naruto's attention as he turned to look at her. Are you alright? I am fine, Moka-chan. Why do you ask? Naruto gave the girl a reassuring smile, one that Moka had almost fallen for as she hadn't seen the pain-filled look on his face. It's just that you seem so distant than usual, and Haku mentioned you only act like this before July 2nd, Moka pointed out, to which Naruto's smile disappeared as he turned back to the window. Oh it's nothing, it's just a special anniversary for me, Naruto answered as he tightened one of his hands into a fist, one that I can never forget. Anniversary? Moka, as well as the other viewers, blinked in confusion before speaking again. Anniversary of what? Naruto was silent for a couple of minutes before turning to face Moka again, but this time his eyes turned from their usual amethyst to his vampire red. Of the day when someone very close to me died, their eyes went wide at what he said, but before anyone could say anything the school bell rang and Nekomon-sensei walked in the room. Alright everyone, let's get started. Nekomon-sensei spoke to the class with a smile. We'll continue where we left off yesterday. After classes, newspaper classroom. Naruto was staring out the window with a bored look on his face, his mind wandering. I will need to talk to Nekomon-sensei about being absent that day. Probably the headmaster as well, seeing as he is the one in charge of the barrier around the school. The dampier was cut off from his thoughts when he felt something bop him on the head, making him look up to see Jin passing him with a rolled-up newspaper. Enough daydreaming, we're beginning our club meeting, the club president said as he continued walking towards Moka, who appeared to be focusing on the book in her hands. Sukune and Kurumu were sitting next to her having a conversation, though Kurumu was more focused on holding onto the human's arm than talking. The werewolf leaned closer to the girl as he looked at the book in her hands. Hello there Moka-san. What do ya have there? That's an art textbook, you planning on painting a picture or something? No. It's not what it, the pinkhead replied with a small blush as she tried to hide the book she was reading. Shifting her gaze to the side, she could see Naruto looking at her with a curious expression. The blush on her face grew a bit before looking away from him, which made the blonde raise an eyebrow at her action. You're looking as beautiful as always Moka-san. My love for you only grows every time I look at you. Jin had a charming smile as he presented her a bouquet of flowers to the girl. So how about the two of us go out on a date, Moka-san? That guy's just won't give up, and how can he profess his love so easily? Especially after Moka-san beat him in a fight and Naruto exposed him to everyone in school with the newspaper. Sukune could only watch as Jin chased Moka around while continuing to ask her out. The older student's monster features sticking out with his tail wagging about. He really can't control his transformation when he's excited. I could care less about that pervert, as long as I am with you Sukune. Kurumu cheered as she hugged the brunette tighter. After all, I love you so much. Ah, Kurumu-chan. Sukune could feel Kurumu's large breasts push into his arm. Another easy confession out of nowhere. They say it so easily. Kurumu-chan's soft breasts feel nice on my sore muscles. What am I thinking? Just as Jin managed to reach Moka, one of the desk tables slammed onto his head sending him crashing into the floor. I refuse to allow any other man to go after Moka-san romantically besides Naruto-Nisan. Anyone who tries will face my magic. Moka's face went red as Yukari stood on top of the teacher's desk, waving her wand around with a smile. Naruto and Haku, who was standing next to the desk, shook their heads at the young witch's actions. That's funny considering the fact you were so against anyone getting near Moka and tried to attack Naruto. Yours Kurumu was cut off as a dustpan hit her on the head. Ouch. What was that for? Never mind the technicalities. Yukari exclaimed as she leapt off the desk with a smile before pouncing on the still-seated Naruto. The fact remains that he is the best choice for Moka-san. You're just as childish as ever Yukari-chan, Naruto said as he patted the girl on the head, shifting her hat a bit so he wouldn't ruin it. But remember not what I said about attacking others. To cut back and try to only do it when they absolutely deserve it or when it's fun between friends, Yukari replied as she enjoyed Naruto rubbing her head. It was an innocent moment between them. However, Haku could see that the smile on Naruto's face wasn't as honest as it usually was. Just who was this person to Naruto before they died? Why is that girl here? Jin asked as he slowly stood up and turned to Moka, pointing towards the girl now giggling at Naruto's side. He remembered seeing her at Sukune's birthday party. She was an instant target for Haji. He would never understand his friend's taste in women, but going back to Yukari, he never found out who she was during the party, so he was curious to why she was in the room. That's Yukari-chan, our club's newest member, Moka explained with a sweat drop. There was a lot of blood falling down his face as the desk pressed on top his head. She's a girl genius and a witch. After an incident she kind of sees Naruto as an older brother figure. Jin turned to look at the two for a few seconds before shaking his head, knocking of the desk at the same time. He made his way to the blackboard and started to speak. Well, whatever, I have an announcement for the club, so everyone listen up. That got everyone's attention as they turned to look at their club president. We have some news for the club, the missing girls problem. Missing girls? Wouldn't that happen to a few students anyway, especially with a school like this? Sukune didn't doubt the possibility that some of the students, be it male or female, would leave the school for a certain amount of time due to their monster race traditions and such. Maybe they just left to take care of some business involving their families. Normally you'd be right, Sukune, it isn't unusual for some to go missing at different times during the school year. However, the locations of these girls would be known to the teachers and staff. Even their friends and classmates would have some idea on this if it were something like that, or because of a certain group. Jin pointed out as he took out a pile of papers and put them on the desk, though the last part he said was much lower than what the others could hear, but in just 1 month, 7 girls have gone missing without a trace of any kind, each one vanishing almost right after the other. Something like this basically shouts out that there is something is going on. The papers that were on the desk were passed out to everyone, containing pictures and information on the 7 girls. Naruto studied the different girls, taking in their appearances before looking up at Jin. He had heard the last part Jin had said under his breath, but chose to ask about it another time, so I am guessing that you want us to see if we can find out any information or something. That's right, as you can see I have some basic information on the missing girls, Jin replied as he lifted up his own copy, so the newspaper club will uncover the facts of this incident. Wow, I guess even a perverted wolf like him knows when to get serious, Haku thought with an impressed look. Jin seemed to be really focused when it came to the newspaper club and finding its stories, especially this time for some reason. Wait a minute, don't tell me the only reason he's interested in this story is because. Moving over to the window, Jin continued to speak with a serious look on his face, and as you can tell from the pictures, the girls that have gone missing are very hot. If someone is holding them hostage, I have to find a way to save them. If they see my heroic actions, then they'll be so thankful that they might fall in love with me. Jin finished as he clutched his fist with a look of determination on his face, and a grin slowly growing as well. That's his motivation? Sukune thought in disbelief. So do you have any ideas on where to start? Naruto asked as he studied a few of the girls on the paper. One of them was actually in a class of his. Looking back up at Jin, he saw the older teen shake his head as he turned to look at them. Unfortunately, I am still looking into things myself. Looking into a few leads. While I am looking, I suggest you all see what you can find out about the girls from their friends and classmates, Jin said to his underclassmen, to which they nodded in understanding. Well, there's not much else I can say, so you all do your best and we'll reconvene in a few days and pool any information we find. With that said, the people in the classroom started to vacate, until Naruto and Jin were the only ones left. Is something wrong? You already have a suspect in mind, am I right? Naruto crossed his arms as he stared at the werewolf with a calculative look. Jin rubbed the back of his head. I do have an idea, but without any conclusive evidence I can't really say. In any case, I want you and the others to find out as much as you can and well discover the truth, and then those beauties will be so grateful for me rescuing them. Sometimes it amazes me that you can be so serious about this club one moment and extremely perverted the next. Naruto's eyebrow twitched a few times before he shook his head. Whatever, I am going now. The older teen watched as the Dampier made his way to the door, turning head back to the window before hearing the door open and close. The club president seemed to be deep in thought as he looked out the window for a few minutes, catching sight of his fellow club members as they walked away from the school. He couldn't help but notice that Naruto seemed to be walking a few feet away from the others, though Moka seemed to resolve this a bit as she moved a bit closer to him. I'll see you tomorrow, everyone, Moka said as she waved her friends goodbye. Naruto turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow, the others looking at the girl with a confused look. You're not going back with us, Moka-chan? Naruto questioned. Usually the 5 of them would head towards the dorms together. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing bad, she apologized as she held the book from earlier up for them to see. It's just that I made some plans to go somewhere now. Isn't that the art book from earlier? Sukune asked with a curious tone. The pinkhead was looking at the book almost the whole time they weren't in class. That's right, the art teacher asked me to model for a project, Moka explained as she brought the book closer to her, so I'll be busy for a week. Are you sure you'll be fine, with all these girls disappearing? I mean, Haku spoke up with a concerned look. Moka nodded her head. Don't worry, I'll be fine, especially since I am going to be with a teacher. Teacher, that caught Naruto's immediate attention as he started to think about what Moka had said. A theory came to mind as he started to think about what she had said. Before shaking his head, he would do some investigating later. He returned his attention back to the female vampire as she continued to speak. And I'll still work hard for the newspaper club, so don't worry about that either, Moka said as she smiled at her friends. Before turning to Naruto, he walked closer to her and placed his hands on her shoulders. Naruto-kun? Just be careful, Moka-chan, and do your best. Naruto smiled at the girl, who nodded her head slowly, but she could see that his smile seemed off. But remember that. Oh, Moka-san. The group turned to see an attractive woman in her late 20s wearing a tube top, slim jeans, pumps, a golden necklace and a long trench coat with paint stains on it. She had her hair braided and a dark bandana covering most of her hair. I was just heading to our meeting spot. Can you still make it? Yes, I was just about to go there myself, Ishigami-sensei. I just wanted to say goodbye to my friends before leaving, Moka replied as she turned to face the female teacher. This was the art teacher of Yokai Academy, Hitomi Ishigami. I am glad to hear that. I look forward to adding someone as beautiful as you into my art collection, Ishigami said with a smile before her gaze drifted to the people, before stopping at Naruto. You must be Namikaze Naruto. You're another one I was interested in having modeling for me. Sorry, maybe another time, kind of a busy week for me, Naruto replied while putting his hands in his pockets. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Ishigami nodded her head before turning to look at Moka. If you're ready, Moka-san, then I think we should get going. Alright, sensei. I look forward to working with you for the next week. Moka bowed her head a bit before she and the art teacher started walking away from the group. Naruto watched with narrow eyes as the two walked away. Are you okay, Naruto-sama? Haku asked as he noticed Dampier was quietly staring at the two with a hard look. Naruto shook his head as he turned away and started to continue his way back to the dorms. I am fine. Just thinking about a few things. I'll see you guys later. The three watched as Naruto walked down the path by himself. It's kind of weird to see him like this. Usually he's so friendly and cheerful, Kurumu commented as she looked between where Naruto was walking and the direction Moka had left in. This probably isn't a good time for him to be alone, but I get the feeling he would just brush us off. He most likely would. It's like I said before, Naruto-sama always becomes like this for a few days and then after the second he'll go back to normal. Haku's gaze narrowed down to the floor. I don't know who this person who died was to Naruto-sama, but whoever they were, it's been affecting him since he was 6 years old, before I even met him. The next day. Today you'll be painting pictures continuing the last week's theme of what's important to you. And just what is important is the art in each and every one of your hearts. Feel free to paint whatever you want, Ishigami-sensei said to her students as she gestured to a small board with the art theme of the month. Naruto, Sukune, and Moka were in the room for the art class, though unlike the other times where they sat next to each other today the three of them were sitting away from one another. Of course Sukune had taken notice to this and looked from the teacher to where Moka was sitting, working on her project with an expression of complete focus on her face. He turned his head again to see Naruto looking at his pad with a blank expression as he was lightly sketched something. Something that's important to you? I wonder what they're going to do. I wish we weren't so divided up. The human was taken away from his thoughts as he heard some of his other classmates make a bit of noise as they stood around the female teacher. Ishigami-sensei is really popular with the girls. It's probably because she's tomboyish. Meanwhile Naruto looked up from his sketch to look at the woman, having similar thoughts to Sukune as he looked at the scene. I don't suppose I could rule it out, with her being this popular with female students and all, but I can't be sure yet. Naruto turned to a window as a girl wearing gym clothes stuck her head through the window while saying she was skipping class to have fun with the teacher. Ignoring a gawking Sukune, Naruto watched Ishigami-sensei walk towards the window to talk to the happy student, who had a very light blush on her face as they conversed. Excuse me, sensei. Could you help me with this? Moka had called out to the teacher, who turned her head to look at the pinkette. Naruto's eyes narrowed as Ishigami nodded her head with a smile before walking up to Moka's desk. It was only for a split second, but he could have sworn he had felt something coming from the older woman. I see, okay, this is. The Dampier watched as Moka listened to Ishigami-sensei as she helped with her project. There was no doubt in his mind now, all he needed was to find proof, and who better to get the answers from than the person he was planning on seeing later today anyways. After classes, I am surprised that you wanted to see me, Naruto-san. Is there something you needed? The headmaster questioned as he turned to look at the vampire half-breed, who stood completely still as he stared at the man before him. He had heard stories about the three Dark Lords from his father, and knew that Tenmei Mikagami wasn't someone he should beat around the bush with. I'd like to ask two things of you, if that is all right? Naruto said with a serious expression. Mikagami let out a chuckle as he stared at the teen. So young and yet so serious. Another thing besides your appearance that you get from your father, and what may I ask are these two things? The first involves the missing girls. If it is alright, I would like access to their files and class schedules, Naruto answered before crossing his arms. I have an idea on a connection to what happened to them, but I want to see if my theory is correct. It could help me find the person who's responsible for their disappearance and hopefully the girls in question. I suppose I could lend some of the information to you, but it would only be a limited amount due to certain reasons. I want my students to be safe, however there are a few personal details that are not for public eyes. I am sure you can understand what I mean, the headmaster said, to which Naruto nodded his head in understanding. I will have someone bring their files to you later. Now what was that second favor you had for me? Naruto was quiet for a few seconds before uncrossing his arms. I'd like to ask if you could have the bus driver take me somewhere outside the school's dimension on July 2nd. There is somewhere I need to be and I thought it would be best to ask you for your permission, seeing as the bus can travel to different dimension portals around the world. Mikagami silently sat in his chair. Do you mind if I ask what this somewhere is? I can't just let students leave the school anytime they wish for just any reason after all. It's in a remote area away from civilization. I go there once a year because it's the anniversary of someone's death, someone very close to me. Naruto explained as he thought about the destination. It was where the grave was located. I know this sounds selfish of me, but it is something too important for me to brush off. So please sir, is it alright? Normally I would prefer not to agree to such a request. Naruto lowered his head with a small frown at the monk's words, until Mikagami continued to speak. However, I will make an exception this time, but in return, you will be owing me a favor. A favor? What kind of favor? Naruto asked hesitantly as he tried to study the Dark Lord in front of him. It isn't something of major importance at the moment, just something I would like to hang on to for the future, Mikagami said with an ominous tone, which only made Naruto even more suspicious on what was going through the headmaster's mind. Now if there is anything else you need to ask me about. Naruto shook his head. No thank you sir, very well, like I said earlier I will have someone send you the students' files. You should have them by tomorrow. Goodbye Naruto-san. Naruto nodded his head at the headmaster's words before making his way out of the room. When the door was closed, Mikagami looked down at his paperwork and lifted up a sheet of paper. Yes, there's no doubt that I will be cashing in on that favor in the near future. Meanwhile outside the room, Naruto already making his way to the building's exit, deep in thought about the current issue with the missing girls, the anniversary coming up and the supposed favor he now owed the Dark Lord. As he continued walking with his mind busy at the moment, he didn't notice a certain pinkette exiting the art room, though she instantly took notice to him. Naruto-kun. What are you still doing here? Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and turned to see Moka standing a few feet away from him. I would have figured that you'd be back at the dorms already. Nah, I've been investigating the disappearances. I was about to head home now, Naruto replied while scratching the back of his head, before tilting his head a bit. I am guessing you're done with Ishigami-sensei for today. That's right. Moka nodded her head with a bit of embarrassment seen on her face, which made Naruto raise an eyebrow. It's something wrong Moka-chan? The vampire girl quickly waved her hands in front of her in a dismissing manner. No, it's nothing. Just thinking about what Jin-senpai had said earlier. Did you manage to find out anything? Naruto could tell Moka was trying to change the subject, but with a shrug he let it go. I have a theory, but nothing guaranteed. Tomorrow I am going to talk to some of the friends of the girls and see what they were doing before they disappeared. I guess that would make sense, Moka said as the two walked out through the entrance doors and started making their way down the path. Yeah, if I can find a connection between them then maybe it can lead me to who was responsible for their disappearance and why, Naruto replied, and it could help me determine if what I am thinking is correct. Moka looked at Naruto for a few seconds. You're really dedicated on this investigation. I figured I'd give it my best shot and try to solve it within the next few days. Naruto closed his eyes and placed his hands in his pockets. If I can't finish this in time then my lead will go cold. In time? Moka had a puzzled look on her face before it turned to a look of realization. Haku did say that Naruto wouldn't be at school on the 2nd. If that was the case then she should speed up her plans a bit. Well, I hope you find something out. Thanks Moka-chan. So how is modeling for Ishigami-sensei? Naruto questioned as they walked past a large tombstone. Moka looked down to the ground. It's an interesting experience, but a little tiring as well. I see. Naruto nodded his head before he heard the very small sound of something rumbling, and saw Moka's face go a little red. Hungry Moka-chan? Why yes, I didn't really eat a lot for lunch. That being said, could I? Moka looked up at Naruto with a shy look. Nodding his head, Naruto tilted his head to the side. Go ahead. Moka smiled at the Dampier before leaning up and bit down on his neck, enjoying the taste of his blood after not drinking it for 2 days. She really was getting addicted to his blood. As the two enjoyed the silent moment, a figure was watching them from behind a few trees with a small smirk of their face. A few days later, July 1st. There's no doubt about it, these girls definitely have a few things in common after all, Naruto said while placing a few papers on the table, looking at both Jin, who was standing over the paper table, and Haku, who was sitting across from him sipping some iced tea in a can. The three of them were currently sitting in the empty classroom, waiting for Sukune and the others to show up. You mean there's actually a connection between the girls? Haku asked as he took one of the papers and studied the picture. Naruto nodded his head. Yes, there is. I've gone around and asked several friends of each of these students as well as looked at their different schedules and attendances for each of their classes. While most of them haven't really talked to each other that much, there is one place where all of them have been at one point or another. The art room, meaning the last person to see them was the art teacher, Ishigami-sensei, Jin said before letting out a sigh. I was hoping that it was a crazy dude or something, but given her popular with many of the female, she would be a good suspect. I think we should investigate her classroom today. There might be some important clues in there if we look around while no students are there, Haku suggested, causing Naruto to nod his head in agreement. Yeah, the sooner we end this the better. The sound of door to the classroom opening made the three male students turn their heads to see Sukune, Kurumu and Yukari walk into the room. Perfect timing you guys, we have a lead. Really? Sukune asked as he noticed all the papers on the desk. It's perfect timing too. Another girl went missing yesterday. Jin lifted one of the papers to show them a photo of the eighth girl. Getting a good look at the photo, Sukune let out a low gasp. I've seen that girl before. She came during Ishigami-sensei's class to have fun. Wait, what exactly is this lead you guys have? Well, tell you on the way. Right now we need to go somewhere, Naruto said as he rose up from his seat. But should we wait for Moka? I think she was going to stop here before heading off to meet Ishigami-sensei. Kurumu spoke up, but that only made Naruto narrow his eyes at her words. No, it's better to get this done quickly before Moka-chan heads off to meet the teacher. If she's here then she'll be safe, Naruto replied. Safe? Then that means that my divination was accurate like I thought, Yukari said, which caused the others to look at her. Earlier I could see a dark aura covering Moka-san. What she wasn't telling them was that the aura had been enveloping not just Moka, but Naruto and Sukune as well. Unfortunately for Yukari, while her divination were very accurate, it was unpredictable for her to tell when it was exactly going to happen. I think that's more than enough reason to take care of this now rather than later, Haku commented. If Ishigami was responsible for the missing girls then it was more than possible that Moka was her next target. Alright, let's go everyone, Jin ordered as he and the others began to walk out of the classroom. Naruto stopped Yukari just before they were about to exit the room. However, looking outside to where the others were walking, he looked back at the confused witch. Yukari-chan, you said there was a dark aura, right? That's right, a sign that danger is approaching, but I don't know if it involves this case or something that's going to happen in the near future. Naruto nodded his head in understanding at the young girl's words. During his lessons on other species, he knew that some of the abilities of other monsters could be limited at a younger age. So did you get a look at what this dark aura was? Naruto asked. If he had an idea on what this darkness was then he could keep an eye out for it. It was hard to see anything physical, although, Yukari brought a hand under her chin. Some of the entities were moving around a lot, almost like a bunch of snakes. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. Snakes? Huh. Ishigami was walking towards the art building. She needed to get everything ready for Moka to model for her today. A small, cold smile grew on the teacher's face as she thought about how beautiful her newest addition to her art collection would be. Moka Akashiya was going to become one of her greatest works. The woman's thoughts soon came to a halt as she noticed the door to the room was open. Her eyes narrowed as she walked into the room with a dark look on her face. I was wondering when you'd show up. Hello Ishigami-sensei. Naruto greeted from her desk. He was sitting in her chair with his feet kicked up on the desk. The woman's expression shifted to a more pleasant expression as she caught sight of who had entered her classroom. Ah, Naruto-kun, did you need me for something? Or did you come to pick Moka-san up? She's going to be too busy modeling though. I knew Moka-chan wasn't here. I am actually here to see you, Naruto replied, not moving from his spot as he continued to look at the woman. Me? What for? Ishigami raised an eyebrow as an amused grin appeared on her face, taking a few steps forward as she moved her hands to her coat's pockets. Did you decide that you wanted to model for me after all? Naruto shook his head. To be honest, I am not really interested in becoming crying statue. His words made the woman freeze and her expression harden. Naruto pointed behind him to the backroom door. Sorry, but I took a quick peek at your collection. All 8 of them. You're very talented to make them so realistic, but then again, those aren't just statues, are they? So you actually figured it out. Such a naughty boy you are. Going into a woman's privacy like that. Ishigami's bandana started to loosen as her hair shifted around. You've seen a bit too much. Maybe, but as a member of the newspaper club I have rights to investigate any areas I deem suspicious. And I've been suspecting that it had been a teacher who was responsible for the disappearing girls. Naruto's eyes flashed for a second as he cautiously kept Ishigami in his sights. After all, who do students trust more than the teachers that are supposed to be watching over them? The fact you were so popular with many of the female population here only raised you up the list. And going through the list, I saw that each one of the girls had you as a teacher, or was last seen with you by several eyewitnesses before they mysteriously vanished, but it wasn't that they vanished, they had been turned to stone by you, and I know only one monster who has that ability, Medusa, or to be more precise, a Gorgon. You're quite the clever one, aren't you? It only takes one bite from one of my snake hairs and they turn to stone, to stay eternally beautiful and show such powerful emotions. That is the truest form of art, is it not? The bandana on her head fell to the floor as her snakes moved around more frantically before darting towards Naruto's sitting form. I was planning on turning you after Moka-san, but it doesn't matter me. I'll enjoy adding you to my collection. Interesting thought, but I am going to have to decline. Naruto's eyes flashed again, and as the snakes reached 3 feet away from him, they seemed to slam into something and break apart. Aaggh? My hair! Ishigami cried out in pain as blood spurted from a few of the ripped snake hairs. But before she could react, Naruto finally moved and grabbed a few of her locks. With a quick pull, Ishigami was sent flying around him and into the back room, creating a large hole as she crashed through the wall. Naruto planted his feet firmly on the ground as he looked at where he threw the teacher. Naruto-kun. What are you doing here? Naruto turned his head to see a surprised Moka standing at the entrance, looking at him before her gaze shifted to the giant hole. What's going on? Naruto looked back at the hole, keeping his guard up as Moka stood next to him. It was Ishigami-sensei. She was responsible for kidnapping all of those girls and then she turned them to stone. And no way. Moka's head snapped downwards as she felt something constricting around her. Several of Ishigami's snakes had emerged from the ground and wrapped around her right leg and waist, coiling tightly around her. They're like snakes. What did you do with my collection? Ishigami shouted with an enraged look as she made her way out of the hole. Moka let out a cry as she felt a sharp pain coming from her leg. Tell me where they are before I turn you both into stone. Naruto narrowed his eyes before breaking the hair bindings around Moka, curling an arm around her waist and jumped back. Once he secured the distance between them, he started to explain. When I said I took a peek, I should have said my friends and I. Almost immediately after our discovery, I had them transport the statues to a separate location. Jin Senpei's werewolf speed and strength made things easy. So everyone knew? Moka asked before letting out a very low gasp. Looking down, she was shocked to see one of her legs was being turned to stone. Only when we got here, while Jin Senpei, Haku and Yukari-chan are watching over the girls. Sukune and Kurumu are contacting the staff and the headmaster. It's over for you, Ishigami-sen. No, Hitomi Ishigami. You ruined everything. Ishigami's body shook in anger as blood dripped from several destroyed snakeheads. You ruined my art, and now I'll destroy you both. Turn to stone and suffer. Naruto quickly grabbed Moka and once again jumped out of the way as more of Ishigami's snakes attacked them. Landing behind several chairs, he used his shadows to send all of the desks to block the snake's path. Damn, fighting so many small targets and carrying someone at the same time is getting a bit difficult. But I can't let Moka-chan leave my sight, especially when it's so close to that day. Ignoring the look Moka had when she heard that, Naruto continued to think about the situation. Ishigami was going on a rampage, and Moka was unable to move with a leg of stone, which was also still slowly going up her leg with every couple of seconds. It was already past the upper part of her thigh and about to go up her skirt. If only there was a way to. A thought came to mind as Naruto turned down to Moka's rosary. Moka-chan, I am going to need to release Ura-chan for the rest of the battle. Huh? Moka blinked in confusion as Naruto reached up and grabbed her rosary, giving a strong pull as he unlocked the seal, and the room was covered by Moka's powerful demonic energy. Her features shifted to their released state with her hair turning silver and eyes blood red. Once the transformation had finished, Moka turned to Naruto with a look. Care to explain why you released me, Naruto? Because you have a lot more energy in your released state than Oma-chan, and it looks like my theory was correct. Naruto looked down at Moka's leg, which the silver-haired beauty followed, and saw the stone transformation had come to a halt, looking at all of the victims in their true monster forms, and then when it was going up Oma-chan's leg at a slow pace. I figured that the venom's effectiveness from a Gorgon's bite varies from each victim depending on their demonic powers. Even while sealed up, Oma-chan is still a vampire, and that means she has a lot of power. And now that my power is fully released, it has all but halted the process. Impressive. Moka had an impressed look on her face. A hissing sound caught their attention, making them turn to see Ishigami's remaining snake hairs dive at them. But both the Dhampir and vampire both released a burst of demonic energy that destroyed them in an instant. Ishigami's hair sprayed blood as the demonic energies from the two monsters spread along her braids, the pain getting to the teacher as she let out a pain-filled scream. My precious snakes! Damn you both, ignorant brats, like you could never understand true art, just turn to stone already. I think it's time someone shut her up, don't you agree, Moka-chan? Naruto suggested, to which the vampire smirked. Adjusting herself a bit, Moka and Naruto now stood side by side. I couldn't agree more, Naruto. Ishigami's clouded mind made her lose focus as Naruto and Moka disappeared from her sight. But as soon as she registered, the two were no longer standing in the same place. She felt two powerful blows slam against the top of her head. The two teenagers had mirrored each other's movements and performed a synchronized drop kick with Moka's right leg that had been turned to stone and Naruto's left leg. Blood once again sprayed the air, coming from the art teacher as the 2 feet caused major damage to the woman's head. Not even a second later the woman collapsed, leaving Naruto and Moka standing as the victors. A woman who was obsessed with her art ended up being defeated by the stone she created, Naruto commented as he looked down at the woman with an expressionless look. Moka placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder to steady herself. Thank you for halting the process. It seems you took my words to protect Omid seriously. Of course I do. I won't let anyone else that is precious to me die. I can never allow something like that to happen, never again. Naruto closed his eyes as if he was recalling something, which made him clench his fists tightly. That's why I am going to continue to get stronger, to protect my family and friends. Even you, Moka-chan. I never want to see you get hurt, or worse. Don't be foolish, Moka replied while taking the rosary from Naruto, slowly and difficultly taking a step back. I am not like Omid. I don't need anyone to protect me, so only worry about her and the others. Naruto shook his head. I can't do that, Moka-chan, because I care about you just as much as your other self. Even if you don't want me to, I will be there to help fight any enemy you have. Seeing the honesty and determination in his eyes made Moka turn away from him, a very small dust of red on her checks as she raised the rosary to the seal. Words can only do so much, Naruto. Unlike Omid, I will only allow someone I trust completely to watch my back, whether it is in or out of battle. So if you want to be that person, then you will have to prove yourself to me. With a clink of the chains, the rosary once again rested in its seal. Yura's appearance shifted back to Omid's before her body started to wobble and fall backwards, but Naruto moved quickly and easily caught her mid-fall. A small smile was on Naruto's face as he held Moka close. Then I'll just have to do that, won't I? Later that day, it wasn't long after that the effects of Ishigami's powers had been broken and her victims had returned back to normal. Moka's leg had also returned back to normal pretty quickly, just as the headmaster and a few others had shown up. Thankfully Naruto and Moka weren't in trouble for fighting and injuring a teacher since Ishigami had attacked them first. Mikagami had been pleased that Naruto had kept his word on all of the students' safe returns. The female students were very grateful as well, unfortunately for Jin, though they didn't fall for him like he had planned. Ishigami had been suspended and removed from Yokai Academy, but silently Naruto had a feeling that they would see her again. It was around night time that everyone had gone back to the dorms, Naruto and Moka being the last ones to leave because the nurse wanted to make sure there weren't any other problems affect Moka or the other girls from the process of turning to stone, and Naruto wanted to keep an eye on Moka himself. I never meant for you to get bitten, Moka-chan. I should have told you about my suspicions from the very beginning, Naruto said to Moka as they walked out of the building and down the path to the dorms. I am sorry. Moka shook her head. No, it's all right. You didn't have any proof and I probably would have pushed you out of the room before you could have said anything. The only thing that matters is that you were able to find out what was happening and put a stop to it before anything else happened. Thank you for protecting me, Naruto-kun. But still, if I had said something to you then you wouldn't have had your leg turned to stone and almost get killed. Ouch. The Dhampir had been cut off by Moka flicking his forehead, which adding in her vampire strength actually stung a little. I already said it was okay, Naruto-kun, and my body was able to turn back to normal. Ishigami-sensei has been arrested and the girls are back to normal as well. So let's be happy about that instead of being depressed, Moka said, trying to cheer Naruto up. He was quiet for a few minutes before nodding his head, making the girl smile before spinning around to start walking, only for her to almost fall to the floor from her legs still feeling weak from turning into stone. Naruto quickly reached out and caught her before she got low, bringing her close to him before letting out a sigh. Why didn't you tell me or the nurse that you were still feeling the effects? It's nothing major. I'll get the feeling back into my leg by tomorrow. What are you doing, Naruto-kun? Moka looked at him with a surprised look as the blonde-haired boy knelt down in front of her with his back facing her. Just get on my back, I'll carry you back to your dorm room, Naruto replied as he waited for her to get on. Moka's face went a little red as she stared at Naruto's back, waving her hands in a dismissive manner. But I don't need you to do that, and I don't want to be a bother. It's no problem at all, Moka-chan. Now come on, get on. Naruto turned to give Moka a reassuring smile, to which the girl nodded her head with a hesitant look before moving close to him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Once Naruto made sure Moka was secure on his back, he raised himself up while curling his arms under her legs. All right then, let's get going. As the two made their way down the path, Moka turned her head to look up at the moon shining overhead, and while the sky was a sight to look at, her focus was more on the battle earlier and what Naruto had said after Ishigami's snakes had bit her. Naruto-kun? What is it? Naruto didn't look back at her as he replied, but she knew he was paying attention. Moka lowered her head a bit as she continued to speak. Before all of this started, you said that the anniversary of someone precious to you is coming up, of the day that they died. Yeah, what about it? Naruto's tone seemed to have a very small edge to it. If you don't mind me asking, who was this person? Moka asked with a tone that held both curiosity and concern. It's all right if you don't want to answer though. Naruto was silent for a minute or so before he finally spoke. It was my older sister, one of them at least. Sisters? Moka's head snapped as she looked at Naruto with a shocked look, but you said you didn't have any siblings. I had two of them, and they weren't my sisters by blood. It was more like a deep bond between the three of us, Naruto explained as he continued to walk. I met them when my family had stayed in China for almost 2 years. I was around 6 years old when I met them. They were the first people outside my family and Haku's family to find out that I was a Dhampir, and they accepted me. Oh, so were they monsters as well? The curiosity within Moka grew as she thought about the girls Naruto was talking about. What were they like? Yeah, they were monsters that lived in a human village a distance away from my mother's family shrine. They were really strong ones too. Well, the oldest one was at least. The other would rather try to resolve things peacefully than through violence. Naruto closed his eyes as if he was recalling the past. The three of us always had fun together, and even though I was half their age they always let me tag along when they went somewhere, but that all came to an end. You mean when one of them died? She didn't just die, Moka-chan, after she was discovered to be a monster. The villagers tortured and killed her, Naruto said in a solemn tone. Moka froze up after Naruto had said that. There had been an incident and Oni-san was trying to take them to my father's villa so they could leave China with us. I don't know all the details, but before they somehow separated from each other, by the time we got there she was already dead. That's horrible. Why would they do that? Moka's eyes went a little teary. Fear mostly. Like I said, I wasn't told all the details on what happened. Everything went a little dark after that, and the next thing I knew, I was in my bed 3 days after we had found her body. Apparently that scene had triggered my powers and had gone on a rampage. Naruto finally moved his gaze from the path as he looked down at the bracelet on his wrist. It was the first thing he noticed when he awoke that day. So what happened to your other sister? Moka asked as she tightened her grip around Naruto's shoulders. I never really saw her after that, the last time being at the funeral. She started to hate humans more than anything else in the world. Part of me thinks I might be included in that hatred because of me being half human. Naruto had a bitter smile on his face as he said that. And what about you? How do you feel about them? Moka questioned. While I don't hate every single human on the planet like Oni-san does, I can never forgive the ones that killed her, Naruto answered as the dorms came into view ahead of them. I should know more than anyone that there are as many good humans as there are bad. My mother and Sukune are proof of that. Before my sister died, she used to tell me that it didn't matter as a person was a monster or a human. We could all live together in peace if we tried. She sounds like a nice person, Moka said with a smile. I would have liked to have met her. You both would have gotten along great, Naruto replied with a grin, shifting over on the path closer towards the female dorms. There are times when I think about her, wondering what life would have been like if she hadn't died so young. Moka silently fidgeted on Naruto's back, her rosary clinking lightly, unknowingly to either of them. The rosary's gem was glowing a little bit as Ura listened to the conversation. After a few seconds Moka finally spoke up. Naruto-kun, you don't blame yourself for her death, do you? Who knows, maybe a small part of me does, but that's to be expected when dealing with things like this. There is always that small flash of that question. Naruto made his way into the girls' dorm building and made his way to the stairs, making sure Moka was securely on his back before taking his first step up. But I also know that nothing will change from concentrating on the past. That's why people focus on the future so much, to make sure nothing bad happens ever again. After a bit of direction from Moka, Naruto arrived in front of the Pinkette's room and let the girl down onto her feet. I guess this is where we part ways. Yeah, I guess so. You're not going to be at school tomorrow, right? Naruto nodded his head to confirm what she said, before she continued to speak. Today is Thursday, so that means I won't see you again until Saturday. Moka looked away toward her room. That's right, but don't worry Moka-chan. I'll be back before you realize I am gone. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. I am sorry I am leaving like this, but it's just one of those things I have to do. I understand completely, but just make sure you make it back okay. Moka looked up and stared into Naruto's amethyst eyes. Naruto smiled before bringing the female vampire closer and wrapped his arms around her. I promise it'll be fine, just make sure you and Haku watch out for everyone else. Who knows what kind of trouble Sukune and Kurumu could get in. Same goes for that arrow senpai of ours. Okay. Moka nodded her head against his shoulder before pulling back. Good night Naruto-kun. Good night Moka-chan. See ya later. Naruto turned around and made his way down the hallway towards the stairs. Moka silently watched as Naruto's form disappeared from view. I am surprised you didn't tell him about that little gift of yours. It wouldn't have been a good time to mention it. I am just happy I finished in time, Moka replied, having gotten used to Ura speaking to her through the rosary. You spent a week modeling for that teacher in exchange for lessons to paint better, and then went out to the boys' dorms to make sure he got it. Ura pointed out. Are you sure things are okay like this, Omot? I know I wouldn't be. It's fine Ura-chan, I'll wait until he gets back. Moka turned to her door and unlocked it, making her way inside before closing the door behind her. I just hope my message gets through to him, eh? Meanwhile, Naruto made his way down the halls of the boys' dormitory. Thinking about how busy this week had been and how everything had been resolved, well, almost everything. Getting closer to his door, the Dampier noticed something was leaning against it, a big something with a drape over it. Naruto stopped just as he reached his door and noticed a small note folded and taped onto the cloth, with a cartoonish vampire bat on it. Reaching out and picking up the object, he made his way into his room, taking the paper off the drapes. Naruto placed the object on the table and opened the paper to see that it was Moka's handwriting. This month's art theme was to paint whatever is important to us, so I want you to have what I had been working on. It may not be that good, but I hope you know that I am here for you whenever something is bothering you Naruto-kun. Looking up from the letter and at the covered item resting on his desk, the Dampier moved closer and removed its covering to reveal a painting of him in his school uniform with his bracelet exposed as the arm was raised in front of him. Moka-chan, this must have been what she was working on when she was with Ishigami. In exchange for modeling, Naruto let out a soft sigh as a small smile on his face. Thanks Moka-chan, he was definitely going to do something very nice for her when he got back. Placing the note on the desk, he turned and moved over to his closet. Before opening the doors, he reached his hand into his closet, passing his clothes to get further into the closet until he felt something attached to the wall before pulling his arm out to reveal a small decorated box in his hands. He slowly opened it to reveal a hairclip with a flower on it. The hairclip was small and yet it was still as perfect as when he had first seen it. Oni-chan. The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.